Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of March the 24th, 2026. As we begin this morning, we do have a full agenda. As we start, I'm going to, in just a moment, introduce our guests who will be bringing the invocation. After the invocation, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Then Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, our Communications Division Director, will introduce the presentation of the Mayor's Veteran of the Year Award. And so at that time, we'll recognize all veterans who are present. There are 8 nominees, and 1 person was selected this year to be the Veteran of the Year. And with that, let me just introduce our Wing Chaplain, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Ski Drakowski, United States Air Force and VA Hospice and Palliative Care Chaplain. Chaplain Drakowski has been a Lutheran pastor for over 30 years. He has worked as a hospice chaplain for 10 years, with the last 4 years at the Orlando VA Medical Center as the hospice and palliative care chaplain. In addition, Chaplain Drakowski has served as an Air Force Reserve chaplain for 24 years and is currently the wing chaplain for the Reserve Unit at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa. He has been married to Trish for 36 years, and they've raised 7 beautiful children. I did say 7. Thank you, Chaplain, for being here today. I don't know how you find the time to do all that you're doing. Your presence is greatly appreciated, and you are recognized at this time. And please stand for the invocation.
Thank you, sir. If you would you join me in prayer? Father in heaven, we come together today with grateful hearts, honoring those who have answered the call to serve something greater than themselves. We thank you for the courage, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment of our veterans, men and women who have stood in defense of freedom, often at great personal cost. Today we give special thanks for those nominated as Veteran of the Year. We are grateful for their service, their integrity, and the example they set for our community. May their life remind us all of the values of duty, honor, and selfless service. Lord, we ask you to continue to watch over all who have served and those who are still serving, especially at this very moment. Keep them safe and bring peace to the families who stand beside them and peace to our world. Finally, we ask your blessings on Mayor Demings, the county commissioners, and all who lead and serve our county. And help us to show our gratitude not only in words, but in our actions, supporting, honoring, and uplifting our veterans and all our residents every day. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest nation in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, comisionada.
I did a quick intro.
Hi.
Oh, that's right.
Center. I love the firefighters. Oh man, you dressed in theme. I just got it.
These mics pick up.
Just got it. Thank you, Chocolate.
As the mayor said, it is time for the presentation of the Mayor's Veteran of the Year. Well, since 2023, the Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council has been honoring a local veteran who has made significant contributions to the well-being of veterans, military members, and their families in our community right here in Central Florida. The Veteran of the Year recognition celebrates a veteran for their exceptional service, continued education, and their unwavering commitment to serving others beyond their military duty. And now to present the award, it's my pleasure to bring back to this podium Mayor Demings. Mayor?
Thank you, Dr. Williamson. Before I introduce the Veteran of the Year, I'd like all veterans who are present to stand at this time. Thank you all. Thank you all. We do honor you today. We do also honor all men and women who are currently serving, especially since our nation is at war in multiple places around the world. We pray for their families. We pray for their safety while they serve. At this time, it is my pleasure to announce that the 2025 Orange County Mayor's Veteran Advisory Council Veteran of the Year is none other than Sergeant Major John Giannay. Before I invite him to come up to say a few words, I do have to talk about him a little bit. I'd like to take this moment to provide some background information about him. Sergeant Major John Giannay enlisted in the United States Marine Corps on August the 21st, 1970, beginning a distinguished 30-year military career. Throughout his service, he was stationed in multiple locations, including South Carolina, North Carolina, Ohio, Japan, and Indiana, and ultimately served as recruiting station sergeant major for Central Florida. He retired honorably on August the 1st, 2000, and resides in Orange County with his wife, Linda. Following retirement, Sergeant Major Giannay continued his dedication to service by mentoring youth through the Young Marines program at Stonewall Jackson Middle School. His leadership quickly led to national recognition, earning the Unit of the Year in 2004. He went on to serve in key leadership roles, including Florida Regimental Commander and 2nd Young Marine Division Commander. Under his guidance, the Orlando Devil Dogs achieved national honors in 2012, and he received DEA's Enrique Kiki Camarena Award. In 2014, his division earned the Department of Defense National Fulcrum Shield Award. Sergeant Major Giannay has received numerous honors, including induction into the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame in 2021, and multiple Marine of the Year recognitions. Over the past decade, Sergeant Major Giannay has held numerous high-level leadership roles within both the Marine Corps League and the Young Marines. He currently serves as the commandant for the Department of Florida, the worthy senior vice pack leader for the Department of Florida, the commander for Young Marine Division 2, and the Young Marine liaison for the Department of Florida. I don't know how, since you entered the military in 1970, you're still involved in the Young Marine program, but anyway, that's a different story. Over 3 decades, he has contributed more than 55,000 hours of community service, reflecting a lifelong commitment to leadership, mentorship, and service. It is my honor to present Sergeant Major John Giannay with the 2025 Orange County Mayor's Veteran of the Year Award in recognition of his outstanding service. The plaque reads, Orange County Mayor's Veteran Advisory Council, Veteran of the Year 2025, awarded to Sergeant Major John Giannay, United States Marine Corps veteran, retired. In recognition of your unwavering service to Orange County veterans and their families, thank you for your commitment and service to our great nation and continued support. of our veterans. Signed and ordered this day, March 24, 2026. Please join me in congratulating John Giannet, our 2025 Orange County Mayor's Veteran of the Year. I'd like to invite you to the podium for a few words.
Wow. I just wanted to say that since I retired, a lot of people ask me what I do for a living, and my response is always, I'm a professional volunteer with two missions: a passion for taking care of veterans and their families, and a passion for mentoring today's youth to be tomorrow's leaders. My lifelong journey of service has taught me one important truth: that when you step forward with a purpose, you can create change beyond what you have imagined. Today, being recognized as the Orange County Veteran of the Year is not only honoring, but a reminder of what becomes possible when we uplift others. I stand here humbled, knowing that this recognition comes from a community full of extraordinary, dedicated veterans, men and women whose strength, resilience, shine the light for all of us. To be selected among such remarkable individuals is both inspiring and deeply motivating. I thank you for believing in me, and I thank you for reminding me that the biggest impact we make is the impact we make together. And Elizabeth Barrett said it best: volunteers don't necessarily have the time, but they have the heart. Thank you.
Hang on, commissioners. Let's get a photo of just the mayor and his wife. All right, commissioners, please join, if you don't mind, for a photograph. Can we now invite the other 7 nominees up for a photograph, please? The other 7 nominees, would you please come on up? And we're really going to complicate things. Now I want to ask all of our veterans, if you don't mind, to please come on up for a photograph. Our County Administrator, Byron Brooks, veteran also. Commissioner Mike Scott, also a veteran. We're going to ask all of our veterans to please come up for a photograph, please. Make sure we have all of our veterans. They're trickling up one by one. All right. I think we have everyone now, Jared. Squeeze in, everybody. Squeeze in, squeeze in, squeeze in, squeeze in. Make it tight. And hang on, everyone. And I know she's going to be mad at me, but I'm going to ask Shally Wong, who is our veterans staff member, to please come up for the photograph as well. Shally and Carol Burkett, they also work very closely with the veterans, so if you all would jump in the photograph as well. Roseanne Harrington, you sure? You're sure, all right, very good.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
All right, let's give our veterans and staff and our Veteran of the Year a big round of applause. All right, there are apparently in the audience several of the recipients of the Veteran 2, 3 Veterans of the Year from the previous years. Fred Robinson, Norris Henderson, excuse me. There we go. Here are 2 previous Orange County Mayor Veterans of the Year. Commissioners? Hang on. 1 second, Jared. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate that.
Byron.
Oh, Byron, congratulations. Still good. Congratulations. Well, like you wasn't on.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as those who must leave, we ask that you leave quietly. Before we move to the public comment period of time, I do want to acknowledge one situation that we're dealing with as a community, and it is regarding the Rialto apartment evacuation that is underway. Just want to give our commissioners and the public a little bit of an update. If you're not familiar with that situation, a commercial residential structure has been evacuated due to structural concerns at 7343 West Sand Lake Drive. The building includes ground floor commercial space and 4 residential floors totaling 183 different apartments with approximately 300 residents. All residents and pets have been safely evacuated, and all businesses are closed until further notice. This is a mixed-use complex. Our Orange County Fire Rescue Department has been on scene. The Orange County Sheriff's Office and the Orange County Office of Emergency Management were on scene with mobile command capabilities, building access control. The Orange County Building Department, in coordination with contractor engineers, is conducting structural integrity evaluations. The property is owned by the Northland Corporation. Regional management representatives are on site. And in terms of a bit of an update, Fire Rescue and the OCSO have provided one-time escorted access for residents to retrieve their personal belongings. Lynx was deployed to provide temporary relief and transport for the displaced residents. Orange County Animal Services deployed with a vehicle for displaced pets. Also, the Office of Emergency Management coordinated with Visit Orlando to secure discounted lodging rates for Rialto residents who were required to maintain renter's insurance as a condition of their lease. The insurance is put in place to help offset their lodging expenses. The American Red Cross has been in place and provided on-site assistance with water and snacks to affected residents. Homewood Suites by Hilton, Hampton Inn Orlando, and Embassy Suites are offering discounted rates for the affected residents. Residents have been asked if they need additional assistance to contact the Rialto management, and they are providing coordinated services as the landlord and the property owner. And that number is area code 407-630-8718, area code 407-630-8718. Our hearts certainly go out to those who are experiencing displacement from their homes, but for their overall safety and security, at this point, they cannot be allowed to go back in until it is certain where the engineers determine that that structure is safe for them to re-enter. Without the certification from the engineers to allow them to go back would expose them to risk, potentially life-threatening risk. And so as we move forward with our agenda today, we're going to invite members of the public present to come forward to make comments regarding any concerns that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters would include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board rather than this board. This afternoon, we will solicit public input during each public hearing schedule. And with that, how many persons do we have this morning who have signed up for public comment?
Mayor, we have 51 individuals who signed up for public comment this morning.
All right, Mr. Thalmuller, with that, we are going to limit the public comments per person, so 1 minute. That time will go quickly, so we will start calling the persons perhaps in the order in which we have received them. Commissioner Oliver. We do have Commissioner Oliver, as I typically do. We will invite the members who are elected officials. If you want to make any brief comments, I'll invite you. I see Dr. Moria here from the Soil and Water Board as well. Commissioner Oliver from the City of Ocoee, would you like to make any comments? We will invite you to the podium. And I just ask that you try to keep the comments as brief as possible.
I will do so. I got this down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and fellow commissioners. My name is George Oliver III, and I stand before you today as a Navy veteran, a former business executive, and a current City of Ocoee commissioner. My life has been identified by service, and I am guided by the firm belief that leadership starts with listening. In Ocoee, I have prioritized our first responders by delivering tangible results. I successfully fought for budget increases specifically designed to raise salaries and lower personnel attrition. I know firsthand that public safety costs for equipment and technology are rising at an exponential rate, but we must be willing to make the necessary contractor decisions to attract and retain top-tier talents. My approach to public safety is centered on what I call listen to the badge. I do not lead from an ivory tower. I make it a point to visit stations and speak directly with frontline personnel performing the work. They are the ones facing our most pressing challenges: aging equipment, high-density growth that threatens emergency access, and the silent killers of the profession, PTSD and occupational cancer. As a commissioner, I view fire rescue funding as a non-negotiable line item. With my MBA and years of experience in the U.S. Treasury, I understand that true fiscal responsibility isn't about cutting extensive services. It's about trimming the fat in other areas to ensure our most valued like fire and rescue are fully funded. We must also ensure total compliance with our 2025 firefighter OSHA updates that prioritizes decontamination and heat exposure monitoring to protect our workforce. I want to commend the mayors and the commissioners and the IAFF for working through the impasse to reach an agreement that will allow Orange County Fire Rescue to continue recruiting top talent, stay at the forefront of technology and equipment, and maintain a position as a leader in public safety. I view IAFF 2057 as a long-term partner, not an adversary. It is our duty as elected officials to ensure that our contracts reflect the true value and risk these brave men and women take every day. Let us work together to make Orange County the employer of choice for those who dedicate their lives to protecting ours. Thank you, and may God continue to bless our first responders.
All right, thank you for your comments. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is one warning. We ask that you please, while here, maintain a decorum. That means no outward making of noise of any type. You can express your support silently, if you will. Otherwise, we will ask you to leave. Okay? All right. With that, Dr. Moyer.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Moyer, Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor serving Northwest Orange. I'm also a veteran, as you can see, and I practically grew up in a firehouse down the street from my home in southeast Pennsylvania. This past Sunday was World Water Day. The Saturday before that in Broward County, where I spent 12 years, was Water Matters Day. It was their 24th annual Water Matters Day. And the Sunday prior to that, there was Broward Sierra Group's pre-Earth Day celebration. And the theme of that celebration was water is the center of everything. We have our upcoming Earth Day celebration at Lake Eola Park, the 25th of next month. I just want to remind everyone that this planet we live on, the earth that we cherish so much, would be barren and lifeless if it wasn't for water. So I'm hoping and praying that during that celebration, we give a lot of attention to water, because it is life, plant, animal, human. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all for everything you do.
All right, thank you. And now we will begin with the remainder of the speakers who have signed up.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along that back wall in the order called. Approach the podium one by one. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker this morning is going to be Peter Murray, followed by Heather Murray, Alan Moreno, Jacob Preston, Estevan Barrios, and Zachary Moldoff.
I want to first thank Controller Diamond for the investigation he did that I couldn't get done through the mayor's office. My name is Peter Murray. I'm from Ocoee. I was here almost 2 years ago, and I appeared before the BCC and discussed 3 federally non-compliant issues. 2 of them have been proven already, but a third I presented this text here at the BCC, which was a text between two judges or panelists on a federal procurement, and one judge panelist suggests to the other who they want to win and who they want to lose. An investigation was done, and in that investigation, not into that text, but into other issues, it was disclosed that what I said was accurate, it should not have happened, and it was non-compliant. It's in a transcript, yet no action has been taken on why 22609 until a year ago, Mr. Diamond opened up an investigation that is still ongoing, a year. 2 years since I showed that text. The sheriff has come to my home 3 times. I've been labeled a potential killer. I'll leave it at that. I had a 2-minute presentation, but unfortunately, we don't get
Thank you.
2 minutes to talk about what happens to our families in Orange County when we report misconduct.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And just one correction there. The mayor's office has not labeled anyone a killer. Okay. Okay. The mayor's office has not. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Medrano. I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, zip code 32707. $180. The mayor and this board have put the value of $180 on over 300,000 immigrants they call Orange County home. These are our parents, our siblings, our children, our people. It is an act of cowardice, and we are past the point of negotiations with IGSA. We have seen the increase in fascism on the local, state, and national level, and that is the price you put in negotiations with fascists. Ending IGSA is not only logical, but it is morally imperative. Now is the time to be brave and to staunchly oppose these fascistic agreements and organizations. To my people, it is also our responsibility to be brave. We are not here to beg and plead, but we are here to make demands from our public servants. We must understand the power we hold as a collective, and we must be brave enough to use it. On March 10th, one of my comrades stood here and spoke to them and said, if they stand by us, we will stand by them.
All right, thank you.
We
sir.
have done that already. It is now your turn to uphold your end of the bargain.
Thank you. You're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and just a reminder, if you have cell phones, please remember to put them on silent. We would appreciate it. All right, next speaker, please.
Hello there. I'm Jacob Preston, 32822, here as a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Alongside my comrades, I'm demanding an end to the IGSA, an agreement holding ICE detainees in our jail. This board put a price on people's lives, a price of $180. Your neighbors, friends, family, colleagues are worth $180 to these folks elected to represent us. Demings complains of a growing cost to taxpayers and a growing number of ICE arrestees in our jail, and there is a very simple solution. Instead of waiting till this March 31st deadline to end the IGSA because the board are holding out for the federal government to cough up that full $180 per human being and ultimately billing taxpayers to ruin those lives, this board could instead just end the IGSA, end the 287G agreement, and represent all of the people of Orange County by kicking ICE to the curb, because that is the right thing to do.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Esteban Barrios, 34743, and I am a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We cannot afford to be passive in the face of the violence that ICE commits, and the people have shown they will not be passive. With thousands of people mobilizing into the streets to demand an end to ICE and the fascistic Trump administration, with droves of people showing up here time and time again to demand justice for our immigrant neighbors, it is clear that the people want an end to this terrorism. How many more families will be torn apart? How many more deaths will there be? The writing is on the wall, and I do not care what price they name for the heads of our neighbors. So I will say it again, and I will keep saying it till ICE is abolished and immigrants are given justice. Every dollar, every person, every deal that allows this institution to keep its power should be fought against. Limiting immigrant detainees in our jails is not enough. We need to have 0 detainees in our jails. Terminate the intergovernmental service agreement and end all forms of ICE collaboration. Also, support the 737 movement and our Orange County firefighters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with John Parkhurst, followed by Socrates Perez, Val Mobley, Becky Wolf, Caleb Pierre, and Alan Levi.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Great to see you all here. John Parkhurst, 8723 Sandbury Boulevard, Orlando, Florida, 32819, District 1. I am almost a 22-year veteran employee of Orange County Fire Rescue. I'm not representing Local 2057, and I'm coming before you as a taxpayer. I'm speaking in regards to the impasse hearing and vote you guys are going to be having later this afternoon on 2 issues specifically. Regarding insurance, is this truly about insurance, or is this about controlling any budget surplus? I'll let you guys decide on that. Going forward, a productive fix would be to have language that addresses any budget surplus. And this could easily be dictated by saying insurance budget surplus is dictated to use by XYZ. Specifically, a good option would be a great resource to fund any inpatient treatment for behavioral health and recovery issues for those employees. The next, regarding steps. In a perfect world, a new contract would be ready prior to the current one expiring. Having language like continuous steps has benefits, assisting with retention, keeping up with cost, living inflation, and reducing any FRS penalty. Currently, we are at roughly $500,000 for an FRS penalty that could have been avoided by an MOU neither side requested. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Socrates Perez. I'm a pastor and a county resident here in District 1. And I'm here to thank you for your leadership on the resolution a couple of weeks ago for the detention against the detention center, and to ask that you continue by voting for the best efforts lawsuit clarification as soon as possible. Residents in our community, they're being wrongfully detained for ICE in our county's jail. And it's been proven to the tune of over 20 habeas corpus cases in recent months. More than cases, each case represents a loved one, a family member, a mother, a father. And even today, a case is being argued for a man whose family member is in the room right now. This young man was detained for a month for ICE in December. And when he appeared for his court date, this past Friday, he was taken back into the jail by Orange County officers. And so as a member of this community, somebody who grew up here, who's raising kids here, I feel a heavy weight of knowing that our community, our county is contributing directly to things like this. And my faith and my calling, they leave me no choice but to bear witness to the pain of my brothers and sisters. And so I ask that you keep us safe and file the best efforts lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Reverend. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name's Becky. My address is 1213 Chief Trail. I live in Commissioner Uribe's district. I'm a union member of Unite Here, Local 737, and I work at Disney's Wilderness Lodge. Right now, I am a canvasser with the union, and we're talking to people about how expensive health insurance is, the rising, how expensive bills are, and the attacks on public schools. Right now, Disney is suing the county to get a property tax refund. I bet you guys know about that, but everyone I talk to has no idea about what's going on. I'm a homeowner, and I bought my home with my grandpa in 2022, and if my property taxes keep increasing, I'm not going to be able to keep paying my portion of the bills, and my grandpa's going to have to help me. Since he's retired, he's already on a fixed income, and he should be using that money to retire the way he deserves and not paying my bills because they're just too high anymore. So working people like me think it's not fair that Disney's acting that they shouldn't get their bills lowered, and most people agree with me. We're having a town hall meeting and want to invite you to hear from the community about this, and we'll send an invitation and hope to see you there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Caleb Pierre, 32807, and a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. What I'm holding right here is a sign that says, the people say terminate IGSA, and that's what needs to happen. I don't know if you saw recently, but ICE has been able to operate in airports, and they are harassing community members. They're being used as a weapon by this fascistic state that is dropping bombs on Iran, right? Earlier today, we honored a veteran, and I stand before you as a United States Army National Guard veteran, and you have a responsibility to the people. And when we have Orange County jails that are being used to house immigrant detainees, that is wrong, and we stand against that, and you must hear us out. You must understand that with this March 31st deadline, you must do the right thing and negotiate and terminate the IGSA agreement. This must end. We have come here week after week, and we'll continue to come week after week more. What you see here are people that are organized, and we will organize and continue to speak on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Terminate IGSA.
Good morning. Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, 32804. So I'm here for a different group of people, and those are the ones who don't have houses and don't have a place to lay their head at night. And I'm concerned deeply by the lack of cooling centers for when the temperature reaches those high degrees. And I don't know why it's 108 degrees before a cooling center can be opened, because at 104, it's 108. At 104, the human body starts to shut down. You get brain damage, your organs stop functioning. So at 108, people are dying. So we need to find some space for these people to cool off when it gets that hot. The city of Orlando has told me they only have one church at Hoffner and 436 who is willing to open their doors as a cooling center. They have nothing else. So what does Orange County have that we can do for people to keep cool and not die in the heat?
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street, Orlando, District 3. When the prospects for the Cayley Avenue homeless shelter were set aside, I chose to devote myself to the interests of those experiencing homelessness. I live across the street from a busy public park, and for 3 decades, I was wary of those few people who chose to spend their days on park benches. My encounters were polite but rushed. I thought I was being smart, but the opposite is true. That behavior was disrespectful of my fellow human beings. There are many myths about homelessness. Real research on arrest records has found that people experiencing homelessness are less likely to commit violent crimes than housed individuals. That is truth. I have made the decision to do better. I have made the decision to not be scared. I have made a decision to support Orlando shelters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Christian Jacobson, followed by Stephanie Kirkland, Kathleen Fitzgerald, Brad Lewis, Richard James Thomas, and Emma De Los Santos. First one to the wall may approach. Again, the names: Christian Jacobson, Stephanie Kirkland, Kathleen Fitzgerald, Brad Lewis, Richard James Thomas, Emma De Los Santos.
Should I go ahead? Others may be coming from next door. Good morning, and I am Kathleen Fitzgerald, 518 Oxford Court. I'm a District 3 constituent and a proud volunteer with Support Orlando Shelters. I want to briefly tell you about a few people that I have met since I began advocating for homeless people. I met a professor who was rear-ended in a high-speed crash, suffered a brain injury, lost her job, lost her income, and lost her home when she could not keep up with her payments. I met an electrician recently from Fort Myers who had moved here after Hurricane Ian. He'd lost his contract down there, and he is living in a storage unit for $300 a month. I met a young man who had aged out of the foster care system. Some people believe the myth that if you're homeless, you're lazy, and that is just not so. These people all have hopes and dreams, and they're more than just a number. I ask you to please continue to prioritize the creation of low-cost housing or transitional shelters for those most in need. And I look forward to hearing more about your innovative projects that you're coming up with to end homelessness in Orange County. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, Council. My name is Stephanie Kirkland, zip code 32771, and I'm here today with the Party for Socialism and Liberation to request the complete termination of the IGSA. It is our unwavering position that there is no price which can express the value of our community's immigrant friends and neighbors. They are a cherished part of who we are as a whole, and that requires no debate. We strongly implore the Council to spend more time considering the human impacts of their decisions made in implicating our region in fascist federal endeavors. While we agree that it is fiscally irresponsible for the financial impacts of these mandates to be shouldered by taxpayers, it is our collective belief that it's morally and socially reprehensible. For all these reasons and more, we firmly request the termination of the IGSA and an end to all 287G agreements in Orlando. Stop collaborating with ICE. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Brad Lewis, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, zip code 34731. Crayon pep la pa gen gomme. It's a Haitian proverb that means history written by the people can never be undone. The IGSA is not for the people. It's a threat to the 300,000 immigrants who live in Orange County, and it must be terminated. The mayor wants to allow our brothers and sisters to be kidnapped and terrorized by ICE thugs for the price of $180 a day. We, the people, stand united against this injustice. And that is our history, and that will not be undone. We demand an end to IGSA, we demand an end to 287G, and we demand an end to ICE terrorism and fascistic capitulation. We must make history by protecting our communities in Orange County and beyond from this horrific injustice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Emma de los Santos, Orange County resident 32835, and I'm a member of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm speaking today for my community members who cannot be here, and we are all still demanding an end to IGSA. We will not keep letting our people get used as pawns in a game for this board to get more money from the federal government. We will demand nothing less than that you stand with the interests of those who have voted to put you in the seat you are in now. I cannot imagine that our own mayors and commissioners are not aware of what ICE is currently doing in our country, so I am concerned by how willing you all are to cooperate with them. This agreement is not mandatory, and you have the power to end it. Your continued dishonesty to the public will not go unnoticed. We refuse to sit idly by as you all pave the way for ICE to keep terrorizing our community. Though this is starting at those already in custody, for all our sakes, I hope that when ICE escalates into brazenly kidnapping innocent civilians from our streets, this same mayor and commissioners will not sit here just as stoically saying, thank you for your comment. For the people, terminate IGSA and support the 737 movement and our Orange County firefighters.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Richard Thomas, 32714. I signed the damn thing. The implication is that you and everyone here know that this agreement is wrong. But in addition, you're caving to political pressure rather than protecting your constituents. Real human beings who now have to live their lives in fear and wonder if they can even go outside because you would rather keep your job than take a stand. Do you think they'll forget? More and more people are taking an interest in politics and activism because of your actions, and will realize just how complacent you've been. I ask all of you now, is this what you want your legacy to be? Or would you rather be remembered as the leaders who stood up against a morally bankrupt administration? Either way, the people will remember. Please, do the right thing. Terminate the IGSA agreement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Sarah El Badri, followed by Ronnie Jackson, Joe Dunn, Samuel Santiago, David Siegel, and Heather Pierre Joseph.
Sarah Al-Badri, 617 North Magnolia Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. On behalf of the Office of Congressman Maxwell Frost, I'm here to express strong support for the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery investments on the agenda today. Congressman Frost advocated for Orange County to receive these federal funds directly so they could be deployed more quickly to meet urgent community needs, and it's encouraging to see that effort reflected in today's agenda. This funding represents an important step forward in strengthening our community's resilience and housing stability. Among the many awesome projects being funded today, I want to highlight the investment in the Coalition for a new Center for Women and Families, expanding shelter capacity, restoring bridge housing, and bringing critical services together in one place. This is a meaningful investment in safety, stability, and a stronger housing system for women and families in our community. At the same time, the broader housing challenge remains significant. A recent report from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition ranked the Orlando metropolitan statistical area, from Sanford to Kissimmee, for everyone in the room, among the least affordable in the country for renters, underscoring the gap between incomes and housing costs. As Orange County moves to the next phase of CDBG DR funding, there is an urgent opportunity to continue building on this progress by advancing the creation of new affordable housing units. Thank you for your leadership and for making investments that make a real difference in Orange County residents' lives. Thank you so much.
All right, please express our appreciation to the Congressman.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Vilches Santiago, and I reside at 6063 Arbor Watch Loop, Orlando, Florida, 32829 in District 4. And I am here to speak on behalf of two particular issues. First, standing together with our firefighters. Our firefighters have been working without a contract for over a year. And after 3 years of negotiations, we are here. They make 35 to 40% less than comparable counties and agencies, and that's why we're losing them here in Orange County. And so we need a fair contract, and a fair contract includes affordable health care and a guaranteed annual increase of their salaries, and Orange County needs to get it done now. And the second issue is actually in support of filing the clarification lawsuit so that Orange County can once and for all finally get out of the IGSA agreement that is actually creating suffering across this community, in immigrant communities across Orange County and beyond. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Ronnie Jackson. I live at 5254 Lescott Lane, 32811. And I'm from Unite Here 362 Union. We are presently canvassing the community, and one of the things we're talking about is the health care. People are suffering from the high expense of health care. My company fought at the airport to get free union health insurance at my company areas, and that should be kicking in next year. But Disney has very expensive health care, and they could increase the cost for $29,000 this year for their people. And Disney is suing the county, and it could take money from the schools, and now the public school teachers might have their health care costs go up too. So we're hoping that people will come out to our town hall meeting, which is on April 2nd, 6 p.m. at the Taft Community Center. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor. My name's David Siegel. I can't tell my favorite joke anymore. I just wanted to address a kind of an interesting issue about some jobs that are going to be opening up, probably around 20 to 30,000. And if we can strategically position our people, we can get them into the high-paying jobs instead of having other people maybe coming from around the world to take them. And I will be trying to meet with you all individually, particularly Commissioner Wilson, since you are an expert on not-for-profit organizations, and my own Commissioner, Kelly Semre. And anyway, I think this is one good way to help the homeless situation if you can get a lot of people into these jobs, and it doesn't take a lot to do that. Commissioner Cordero, thank you so much for the call on the pet killer. And I think through all of your efforts, Mayor and Commissioners, it's caused the federal level people and the state to resynchronize their monitoring of the person. And the other thing, too, I want to say, I appreciate all the stuff you're having to navigate, and as frustrated as people are who have to obey the law, that's a tough issue. But you're navigating it very well and very legally, and thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Bonjour, nom c'est Heather Pierre-Joseph. La matin pour parler des firefighters. Nous connaissons si firefighters yo pas joindre l'argent yo besoin et l'autre moun yo k'ap travail et l'autre immigrant. Combien kob y a besoin? M'vle nous connaît les nous pas là, bay ka passer c'est là y a passer sous commission ça. Good morning. My name is Heather Pierre-Joseph. I live in District 6, 32839. May the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. I stand here in utter disbelief. As a child of immigrants, I know how workers' rights are so important. I lived my entire life seeing workers exploited. If we are not able to allow firefighters the ability to have mental health coverage, lives are at stake. I find myself heavy-hearted right now. I stand with our firefighters unabashedly. You deserve to live, you deserve to work with a contract with dignity. Your families deserve to be protected. So I urge this board to do the right thing by our firefighters. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, next batch of speakers is going to start with Trini Carose, followed by Christopher Stalder, Ryan Godfrey, Larry Hopkins, Freddie Shaw, and Chris Ritchie.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. It is amazing to come with a lot of sacrifice to these meetings to be muzzled to 1 minute. Muzzling the people means you don't want to hear what the people have to say. This county has $8.3 billion in budget. Almost 2 million are sitting there in salaries. What does each one does for each one of we, the taxpayers? How many taxpayers have to suffer till they become homeless, sick, in the streets like little animals? Who is doing what? For those people who pay that way. I'm here 30 years in this county, and I know almost everything. Who is who, where they come from, what do they do, and what they have to offer. God bless everyone that comes here for justice. Do not stop. Keep it up until your voice is heard, and people who are elected to do a job, do it.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, neighbors. I'm Christopher Stalder, 5102 St. Germain Avenue, Belle Isle, Florida, 32812. I'm here in support of Orlando Shelters, and we're in a time of unprecedented costs for housing, health care, insurance, all sorts of things. And we're also under the threat of having the loss of a retirement from Social Security benefits from the federal government. I've heard estimates maybe it will be ending in like 8 years, but who knows. that's not here or there. But with baby boomers coming in unprecedented numbers into our retirement age, it's going to be really tough. A lot of people won't be able to afford assisted living. They won't be able to afford skilled nursing, and there are going to be a lot more people that will be chronically homeless. And Support Orlando Shelters was set up to advocate for the shelter that was denied on Cayley Street, the Work Release Center. And we do need more low barrier shelters, and anything you can do to help will be appreciated. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor, County Commissioners. My name is Larry Hopkins. I live in District 2. I'm an Orange County resident for 71 years. I have 3 expressions this morning, which will be very brief. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Byron Brooks on the achievement that was bestowed upon him. We thank God for you and for what you do for this county. The Orange County Election Office oversaw election in Eatonville, Florida. We have a new mayor in Eatonville, Mayor Ruth Critton, and I thank God for her. And in closing, Mayor, I know your term limited. If you had to run again, I was going to run against you. That's just a joke, but God bless you all. I wish you well as you run for the governor of Florida, and I wish Christine well as she runs for the mayor of Apopka. May God bless you, and may God keep you all.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor. A procedural point, Mayor, just real quick. Obviously, Mr. Ritchie is president. Just want to get some clarification. If you are participating in this afternoon's impasse hearing, then that is the opportunity. I mean, the public comment would be for those who are not participating in this afternoon's presentation. So I don't know if you are or not, but I just wanted to be sure that that's a point of clarification in terms of the impasse hearing. I will not be presenting this afternoon, but I will be taking part. Will you be speaking? Because that's the time allotted, within that time allotted. If the commissioners have questions during the presentation, I will be speaking.
Okay, what's the clarification from the county attorney? Okay, you got it. A minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator.
Yeah.
My name is Chris Ritchie. I reside in 32828, and I have the distinct honor of representing 1,300 men and women and their families of the Orange County Firefighters Association. I'm here representing our members and their families who are directly impacted by the decisions that we made in this room this afternoon. What we are experiencing right now is not sustainable. We've lost hundreds of firefighters and thousands of years of experience, not by accident, but because key systems haven't kept pace for almost 30 years. I want to recognize the people that are in this room and are still here. The members and their families in this room chose to stay when many have left for better pay, better benefits, and a predictable career path. They are committed to Orange County and the department, and that commitment should matter. We are not asking for something unreasonable. The remaining issues, healthcare, predictable movement through the pay scale, are about stability, transparency, and retaining the workforce you've already invested in. At the end of the day, the decision is about retention, stability, and taking care of the people and families who continue to serve this community without fail. On behalf of the local 2057, the 1,300 members of Orange County Firefighters, I request your support this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Freddie Hsu, 4305 Mizell Street. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak today. I've been an Orange County firefighter for 15 years, 2 years as a volunteer and 13 as a career firefighter. That's 4,745 days serving this county, 1,581 days away from my family. And not once have I made this job about myself, but today I am. Today I'm speaking for myself and my brothers and sisters. Today I'm asking for your help so we can provide for our families and so we don't fall 35% behind our comparables again. I love being a civil servant. It has been an honor to serve the people of Orange County, the county where I grew up, where myself and most of my family still live. A few years ago, we found ourselves nearly 35% in our comparable departments. That didn't happen overnight. It happened because we did not have automatic movement built into our step plan. Year after year, we had to negotiate just to try and keep up with the cost of living. and when that finally caught up to us, it required a massive correction. We are grateful that correction is being made, but it should not have never became to this point. Automatic movement isn't about getting ahead. It's about not falling behind. It's about stability. It's about predictability. And it's about making sure people who serve this county aren't put in that position again. We should not have to come back here year after year. There should be a system in place to protect both employees. Respectfully, we are asking for your support in implementing automatic movement so we never fall behind again. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Ryan Godfrey. I have property both 32703 and 32818, Commissioner Scott and Commissioner Moore's districts. I want to speak to y'all today about the 311 call center and give you something that happened yesterday. We had 2 pit bulls try to attack my service dog that were strays running around the neighborhood, and then they went after the children that were waiting on the bus stop and had to jump on top of their mother's car to keep from getting it bit. When I called the sheriff's office, they said, call animal control. Animal control is answered by 311. There was a delay of over 7 hours response time. 311 needs to be revamped, and the departments that provide crucial, urgent assistance to this community need to be taking those calls, not an unmanned call center that you wait for 30 minutes on the phone for. Now, on the other note, pay our firefighters. They run in when we run out. They deserve a living wage. Thank you. Y'all
All right.
put an email with
All right.
specifics in each one of your boxes. Please provide services to our community and not a call center.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, next speaker is going to be Joshua Pierce, followed by Shelley Ritchie, Amy Morton, Mitch Fortier, John Shirley.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. My name is Joshua Pierce, and I'm a 22-year employee with Orange County Fire Rescue and a member of the Orange County Firefighters Association Local 2057. I'm here to speak about something critical and the strength and safety of our community, proper support for our firefighters through fair wage, a predictable wage scale, and firefighter-focused self-governing healthcare. Firefighters face unpredictable high-risk situations every day. To keep experienced, highly trained professionals, we must offer competitive pay and a predictable wage scale that rewards experience and encourages longevity. Without it, we risk losing skilled firefighters to other departments, increasing turnover, and trading costs. Equally important is healthcare. Firefighters face unique physical and mental health risks, from injury to long-term exposure and stress. Providing flexible, tailored healthcare options ensure firefighters and their families are properly supported, improving both well-being and job performance. By allowing the firefighters to have their own healthcare separated from the rest of the county, it will allow us to achieve just that. When we invest in our firefighters, we invest safer communities. I respectfully urge you to prioritize competitive pay, a predictable wage scale, and self-governing healthcare focused on that. I have letters from multiple public officials that support our request for competitive pay, predictable wage scale, and self-governing healthcare. These include Samuel Santiago of the Orange County Healthcare, Representative Erica Booth, Representative Joanna Lopez, Senator Lavon Gracie Davis, and Representative Soto. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor Demings and County Commissioners.
Good
My
morning.
name is Shelley Ritchie. I live at 13021 Royal Fern Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32828. I am here today as a wife of an Orange County firefighter of 24 years. Can't hear me? Sorry. For me, there's a lot of pride in that title, but more than that, there's the reality of what this position demands from my husband over the time. I've watched these negotiations year after year, and what I've seen is Orange County falling behind its comparables, not just in pay, but in benefits and long-term support. And while that gap has grown, the weight of the job has only gotten heavier. This isn't just about dollar figures. It's about what these men and women carry home after every shift, the calls they can't shake. Like when he walked right past me that morning without a word, and I found him in bed with our youngest daughter, holding her and crying because he had just ran a call that left a parent grieving for the child that they had just lost. We're hugging each other tighter because he shares how an angry civilian on a call could have cost him his own life. Then they're standing next to him as he lays a brother to rest after a long battle with cancer or even suicide. Everyone agrees that a substantial pay increase is due, but just as important are the protections that keep us from ending up right back here again. Things like a defined and predictable path that through the contract gaps, and more affordable health insurance. You asked the community to invest in the fire department, and they did. Now it's time for you guys to follow through as well. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Mitch Fortier from 32766. I was union president in 1981 when Orange County consolidated their fire department. Myself and my executive board, we are the ones that took the union through the recognition process and through the first contract negotiations. At that time, both the county commission and the fire department administration were extremely anti-union. During my tenure, we filed 11 unfair labor practices and won all 11 of them. We went through the first contract negotiations. We took it to impasse because the county was not in good faith, and the county commission imposed a contract on us. What they gave us was 24 square inches of bulletin board space. That is 24 square inches. That's all they gave us. Orange County has always desired to have a first-rate fire department, a world-class fire department.
And that
includes equipment and stations, but it also includes
all right,
motivated, dedicated, and educated personnel
with
benefits to keep them.
Thank you very much. All right.
Oh, and I also support the immigrant.
All right. All right. Next speaker, please.
My name is Amy Morton. I live at 5374 Chiswick Circle in Belle Isle. I'm also a retired firefighter of 24 years. 20 years ago, I sat across the table after we had gone to the special master with paycheck stubs for myself and a 10-year firefighter with Orlando Fire Department, and at the time there was a $15,000 pay difference. Here we are 20 years later. Why are we still on this topic? There should not be the discrepancy in pay. Now there's about a $40,000 difference with Orlando's 10-year fireman and Orange County's 10-year fireman. We want to say we're a world-class fire department. We need to treat the men and women as such. We need a comparable pay. They need to be able to reach the top. The seniority experience means the world to somebody on a call. So I'm asking you today to support the men and women of Orange County Fire Rescue, to give them a decent contract and to be fair.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is John Shirey, a resident of Winter Garden. I am the current president for the Reedy Creek Professional Firefighters. I wanted to come here and speak in support of my brothers and sisters with Orange County Fire Rescue. Selfishly, this debacle over the CBA has really benefited my department. We've hired over 20 of your firefighters, some of your best, and brightest trained firefighters over the last year or so. As I've met with these firefighters and asked them why they left, the answers have been consistently the same. It is pay and the inability to guarantee movement through the pay plan, pretty much across the board is what the answers were. We found at the district fire department that by creating a system that guarantees movement through the pay plan, regardless of where we are with negotiations with our leadership there, that the negotiations have gone much smoother as none of our employees are falling behind in wages as we hash things out. Again, as the leader of a competing organization, I appreciate this. We're getting great people, but as a tax-paying resident of Orange County, I couldn't be more frustrated. I'd ask you to ratify this agreement. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, next speaker is going to be Linda Coffin, followed by Erica Gomez-Tieta, Sheena Roll, Sarah Robinson, Jill Perot. Sal Rojas.
Hi, my name is Linda Coffin. I'm from Immigrants Are Welcome Here, and my zip code is 32810. I'm here to thank you, each of you, for your leadership on the resolution. Thank you. We are also here with a sense of urgency for you to file the best effort lawsuit regardless of the IGSA negotiations because, 1, it will free your hands to respond to any new ICE or state demands. 2, it will give our community safe regardless of immigration status. 3, it will restore due process in the jails for ICE detainees. 4, it will be financially responsible. We know that each of you have received thousands of emails from voters who want you to keep leading. This lawsuit is so that you can continue being the voice for those who cannot safely speak for themselves without you being intimidated or threatened. We respectfully ask you to support the best effort clarification regardless of the ongoing IGSA negotiations. Our communities cannot afford further uncertainty. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Congratulations again on passing the warehouse resolution. My name is Erika Gomez Tejeda. I'm the organizing director for the Hope Community Center as well as the coordinator of the Immigrants Are Welcome Here, and I'm a voter in District 4. On behalf of Hope and the Coalition, I'm also here to thank you for your leadership on the resolution and to ask you to continue by voting for the best efforts clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. Regardless of the IGSA negotiations about money, our community needs you to file this lawsuit ASAP so that you can get out from under political threats to act to protect our communities from unlawful ICE detentions. Mayor, we are in full disorder and with ICE in this state. Last week, the Tampa mayor was threatened with removal from enacting policies regarding immigrant victims or witnesses of crime. Yesterday, a nation woke up to the ICE agents that will be at airports. Today, I've been informed that lawyers have cause to begin yet another case for habeas in our Orange County jail. Hope Community is supporting families of 9 fathers detained without any criminal record last week, simply for being passengers in a car, no criminal charges. A full IGSA reimbursement won't get us out of this mess. We need you to keep leading. It's in your hands to keep us safe. Please file the best efforts lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Minister Sheena Roll. I live in District 6, and I serve as the Chief Strategy Officer for Florida Rising. And that's important because 17 years ago, when I worked for the largest Black and brown grassroots organization in the nation, it was systematically shut down by federal operatives, illegally shut down. And the people across the state of Florida that we represented decided to keep organizing. And so I co-founded an organization at my friend's kitchen table, and 17 years later, it is Florida Rising. And we represent 10 counties in 5 regions with 1,500 dues-paying members, Solidarity Forever, with 271,000 activists across this state. And I say that because your leadership we take seriously. It is scary, but it's necessary, and that's why we need you to file this lawsuit, because your voice is getting lost because you don't have clarification. And when you restore the power of your voice for Orange County voters, you open up the precedent for those 10 counties across the state, for the 67 counties across the state, to be able to say they know what's clear in the law too. We need you in Orange County, but we need you all over the state of Florida, and we're looking for your leadership. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, and God bless each of you today. I'm Pastor Sarah Robinson, part of District 5, Audubon Park Church, and the Faith Leader Network of the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition. I'm here to thank you for your leadership on the resolution and to ask you to continue by voting for the best efforts clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. I believe that you believe that each life matters, that each person matters. Each time, though, that someone is picked up, regardless of who is picking them up, Regardless of the reason, if this person is being caught up in the present immigration system, it is like Russian roulette. Which person will be harmed next? Which will have their due process violated? Which will end up dead through medical neglect or violence? The numbers and evidence are growing by the day. This is the system that we are caught up in, that you are caught up in, that we bear responsibility for because there is something more that we can do. It is great that we've won some victories. I applaud you. We need to file this clarification lawsuit. It is our moral imperative to do everything we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pastor. Next speaker.
You get a handout. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jill Haru. I am co-chairperson of the Immigration Committee for the Orange County League of Women Voters. I live in Orange County District 3. I am here to thank you for your leadership on the resolution and ask you to continue by voting it in, by voting on the Best Efforts Clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. Immigration is the hottest topic for the 800-plus members of the Orange County League. My husband and I were asked to restore the Immigration Committee last summer as ICE abuses mounted. Our committee webpage has the highest views of any of the League site. We table at every hot topic event. People stop and they ask, what can they do? And many sign up for the committee, and I have over 40 committee members at this point. On April 8th, we're having a hot topic where the event is Why Immigrants' Rights Matter to Us All. A large, highly interested crowd is expected. We're concerned about the immigrants' well-being and their constitutional rights. We're concerned about our rights, too, as voting citizens, and we vote. We are strong advocates in the community about voting and with both immigrant and citizens' rights on top of our minds. It is up to you to keep us safe. File the Best Efforts lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning, mayors and commissioners. My name is Sal Rosa, zip code 32703. And I serve as a civic engagement youth organizer at the Hope Community Center, leading our civic engagement campaign, Vota por mí. I'm here today to thank you for your leadership on the recent resolution and to ask you to continue that leadership by moving forward with the Best Efforts Clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. Through our voter engagement efforts for the Palca mayoral election with Vota por mí, we have been in direct conversation with our community. Since February 3rd, 34 high school volunteers, 30-plus staff, and myself have had over 4,600 meaningful conversations with voters. In those conversations, we have heard real concerns, especially around immigration policies and the fear and uncertainty the policies are creating for families right here in our community. People want to feel safe, they want clarity, and they want to know that their local leaders are standing with them. What we are hearing is clear. Our community does not support policies that create fear or push people into the shadows. They want leadership that protects them and ensures their voices are respected. So I'm here to ask you to keep leading. It is in your hands to help keep our community safe. Please move forward with filing the Best Efforts lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
All right, next speaker is going to be Edner Alador, followed by Rachel Hunter, Nancy Rudner, Michelle De La Cruz, Corey Hill, Sean Crumpacker, and Aaron Lewis.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Edna Alvidor. I live at Kissimmee, 146 South Fenton Drive. I'm a union leader and part of the Unite Here, canvas with other people. As a union leader, immigration is also very important for us. I represent thousands of Haitian TPS workers who are living in fear. Over 300,000 Haitian risks becoming undocumented, despite already losing everything to violence in Haiti. Families are terrified of ICE, experiencing stress, anxiety, and instability. Parents are afraid to go to work. Children are afraid to come home and find their parents missing. This crisis will impact not only Haitians, but the entire community, including businesses and the local economy. I ask you, Mr. Mayor and commissioners, to stand with us and protect stabilities, dignities, and lives. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm an Osceola-based community organizer with Florida Rising and a resident of District 4 in Orange. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for your leadership on the resolution and to ask you to continue by voting for the best efforts clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. I came here to let you know that surrounding communities are watching you. You are not the first to be threatened for doing what's right, but by standing your ground, you are setting an example that could spread across Florida. People aren't just watching what you decide, they're watching what's possible. Fear is real. We all feel it, but progress happens when people choose to act anyway. When leaders act with courage, it gives others the strength to do the same. It shows people they are not alone. What you do next won't just affect this room, it will ripple far beyond it. So keep leading, it's in your hands, file the best efforts lawsuit.
Do us one favor, you didn't give us your name.
Oh, Michelle De La Cruz.
All right, thank you. All right, next.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Hunter. I'm here on behalf of District 2. I'm here as a voter and a taxpayer. And first, I'd like to thank you for your leadership on the resolution and to ask you to continue by voting for the best efforts clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. This is actually my first time speaking in front of you, and I felt compelled to come here today because I want to stand by my neighbors and to speak up for those who can't be here today. So I'd like to read a letter that was submitted from a neighbor named Juanita. She writes, "To whom it may concern, my husband Ramiro was deported by ICE on December 25th, 2025, on Christmas Eve. What was supposed to be a happy, holy day for us turned out to be our worst nightmare. They didn't find any criminal records on him, absolutely nothing. He was just going on his way to work to provide for his family of 6, his wife and 4 children, at 6 a.m. in the morning to work in the construction field like he'd been doing for 20 years. Ramiro is a hardworking, honest, and respectful man with a lot of values, devoted to his family and work. Now he's left his family alone, all his life and dreams of a better life for his children."
All right, ma'am, I'm going to unfortunately have to
No problem.
stop you.
I just also wanted to close by saying, keep leading. It's in your hands to keep us safe. Please file the best efforts lawsuit.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Nancy Rudner, citizen, resident, and a firm believer in democracy and human rights. I want to thank you for your leadership on the resolution. When you said ICE detention center is not in keeping with our community values, it's so true. That's part of what makes Central Florida such a good place. The ICE terrorism is also not compatible with our values. The lack of due process, abductions without cause, like the story you just heard, makes all of us unsafe. 20 habeas corpus cases. This is not democracy. This is not freedom. None of us is free till all of us is free. The arrangements that the county has with the Homeland Security is too vague. File the clarification lawsuit to clarify rights and responsibilities, and also to protect our elected officials, elected representatives, so that you can stand up for us without being threatened. So keep leading. It's in your hands to keep us safe. File the best efforts clarification lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Corey Hill. I live in District 3, and I am a part of Orlando 5051. So we have a choice before us. Are we going to do what is right, even if it is not easy? We know the stakes. We've had countless people come before you over the past weeks and months describing the urgency. There isn't a second to lose. You've heard from the community about the need to restore due process. You've heard about the fiscal responsibility. I'm here today to also talk to you about the moral urgency. We, every single one of us, have a role to play in keeping our communities safe and stopping these fascists before they stop us. We're out here doing our part, putting ourselves on the line. I'm sick of asking that you do yours. You may have heard the phrase that a demand without a consequence is an opinion, and we, friends, are not in the opinion business. Do what is right, file the lawsuit, and be brave with us.
All right,
Thank
you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sean Crumpacker, and I am here as a representative of Equality Florida, the state's largest and oldest LGBTQ+ civil rights advocacy nonprofit, with over 400,000 members and 16,000 volunteers across the state. Our mission is to protect the rights of LGBTQ+ individuals in the state of Florida, which includes countless LGBTQ+ individuals of immigrant experience. I'm here to thank you for your leadership on the resolution and to ask you to continue by voting for the Best Efforts Clarification lawsuit as soon as possible. Recent ICE rulings have targeted transgender and gender nonconforming immigrants. As of March, individuals detained by ICE may face identity fraud charges if their gender designation does not align across all documents, all official documents. Transgender people in ICE custody are often required to be housed with individuals of their sex assigned at birth and are denied gender-affirming health care. These sort of policies significantly increase the risk of sexual assault, harassment, and other forms of abuse, undermining their safety and basic human dignity. These harms affect a wide range of immigrants, including those with varying legal statuses, as well as those who came to the United States seeking refuge from persecution and violence based on their orientation or sexual identity. Given these realities, our statewide membership is looking to your leadership for clarity and reassurance about their safety and protection. I'll wrap it up here, so I'll just say we stand in coalition with our partners to ask you to keep leading. It's in your hands to keep us safe. Please file the Best Efforts lawsuit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners.
Morning.
All right, I am here to advocate for our Orange County Fire Rescue and for the safety of our community. I spoke with a firefighter who's been with this department for 12 years and makes just about $24.25 an hour. To put that into perspective, the individual you all hired to develop and coordinate your agenda is started at $25 an hour. So after 12 years of responding to fires, medical emergencies, and life or death situations, he's making less than someone starting as an administrative role supporting this commission. That should concern all of us. The issue is simple. There's no automatic step progression tied to years of service. So firefighters can dedicate over a decade of their lives and still not see guaranteed financial growth. And because of that, they're leaving. Over 60% of this department has less than 5 years of experience. That is a public safety issue. We are training firefighters for other agencies. Automatic step progression is not a luxury. It's how you retain talent, reward experience, and protect this community. If we don't fix this, we are sending a clear message that experience doesn't matter and that public safety is negotiable. I urge you to act. Thank you.
All right, can you give us your name? You didn't do that, just for the record.
I apologize. I am Aaron Lewis, and I proudly reside in District 5.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mayor, that was the last registered speaker.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, if there are no other speakers, then
any other speakers?
We will conclude this public comment period and we'll move forward on our agenda.
We've got someone who
have
appears to be one more speaker.
Just give us your name and address for the record, and if you didn't fill out the card,
I
just,
did.
Okay.
Joe Dunn, 525 Lake Cove Point Circle, Winter Garden. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Brooks, Lake Apopka, as the fourth largest lake in the state, and the headwaters of the Ocklawaha Basin is more than just a treasure for District 1 and District 2. It's a regional crown jewel. The last 30 years have been spent taking phosphorus out of the lake. The next 30 will be spent taking 50 years of dead vegetation, also referred to as muck, out of the lake. The first two projects are Newton Park and Winter Garden and Magnolia Park. We've been able to get federal and state funding, and we invite Orange County to invest in that activity. A healthy Lake Apopka will generate billions in increased property values, in ability of businesses to attract quality employees, in ecotourism revenues, and in opportunities for our residents to engage in healthy recreation. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Are there other speakers? Okay. Then we'll move forward then on our agenda. At this time, we'll go to the county administrator for the consent agenda. Mr. Byron Brooks, you're recognized.
Mayor, before we move on, can I just ask a question for the people who keep coming to public comment? During one of our meetings, we discussed the ripeness of the lawsuit. Where are we in the discussion of the ripeness of, so that we can give an update?
I'll look to the county attorney's office.
Mayor, I'm not prepared to talk about that today.
Okay. All right.
Can we agenda this item so that we can be prepared to talk about it?
April 21st, this the topic regarding the update on the IGSA negotiations and so forth. That's scheduled for April 21st.
I hear you, County Administrator Brooks, but what I have a concern about is that the IGSA agreement is a big discussion, and the renegotiation of it is a big discussion, and what we're hearing from the public is, one, the IGSA is yes, and we have that scheduled, but we're also hearing a request for us to file a lawsuit for clarification. And I believe that that's also a very big discussion item where perhaps it would benefit us to have two discussions instead of putting them together.
They may be interrelated.
They most definitely are interrelated.
Yeah, they're interrelated.
There's no problem with doing both of them on the 21st.
Yeah. I think we'll just look to the 21st. Okay. All right.
Okay, but I mean, I just want to also, we received this memo, I think everybody else did as well, that's beginning to highlight how we're putting ourselves in legally vulnerable position because we've got people that are filing habeas corpus lawsuits against the county and winning. So I just feel like this is these are big issues, and yes, they are interrelated because they're both related to immigration, but they are large enough topics to have, I think, two separate discussions. I mean, and of course we have to bounce and vibe off, terminology, but
let me work with the county attorney's office, and I'll look at our agenda. But at this point, I think we can do it together. So unless I hear otherwise from them, we'll look to the 21st to have the conversation. All right, we're going to move forward.
Mayor, just a quick question from county attorney, or clarification from my understanding. So the members of the public have said that the lawsuits are being filed against the county. Likewise, Commissioner Simrad. So I'm trying to understand with those habeas petitions, I know what they are and what they're for. Is it against us or the federal government? Like, can you give an explanation on that piece of it?
Well, I don't know if let's see, I don't see Scott Chevenel here. He's the one who handles the corrections department. I haven't received the letter that you all are referring to, so right. I'm not familiar with how many habeas corpus petitions may have been filed with the court. But as you know, habeas corpus is about releasing the body, and since we are the facility that houses the particular inmate, that's why it's filed against Orange County, and may also be filed against the state, may also be filed against ICE, it may also be filed against other agencies of the federal government. I'm not sure of what the caption is on the various habeas corpuses petitions that have been filed.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. County Administrator Brooks.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. For the consent agenda, we're pulling two items from the consent agenda. That's item A1 regarding a cost reimbursement sub-award. That item is being pulled by staff and will be brought back at a future agenda. And then D13, that's D13 on administrative services regarding a county deed. And that item is being pulled and will be brought back for a future agenda. So, Mayor, with those two items, A1 and D13 being pulled, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with that, is there a motion for
So
approval?
moved, Uribe.
Second, Scott.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Uribe. I think I heard Commissioner Scott as the seconder on the motion. With that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And as we customarily do, because there's so many items sometimes on the consent agenda, I do want to point out several key issues that we took action on today, certainly based upon some of the dialogue from members of the public today. Today, 10 Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding recommendations were approved. We had Ms. Sarah El Badri from Congressman Frost's office that spoke about this. What we approved totaled over $39 million through 3 key programs: public facilities, housing and planning, to strengthen recovery and resilience in our community. The public facilities program, $32.7 million, supports nonprofit organizations improving community services and infrastructure, including shelter capacity, food distribution facilities, and resilience upgrades that allow organizations to better serve our vulnerable residents. The housing program, there was $6.17 million for funds and projects that rehabilitate storm-damaged housing, improve resilience at affordable housing communities, and create supportive housing for survivors of domestic violence and other vulnerable residents. The planning program, $150,000, will develop a countywide strategy to expand urban tree canopy and improve environmental resilience in low and moderate income neighborhoods. The county is providing over $447,000 in CDBG funds to the town of Eatonville Community Redevelopment Agency for improvements related to the rehabilitation of the CRA building. The facility currently houses the CRA office in the town of Eatonville, and its rehabilitation will expand the use of it to include economic development services and a small business incubator space for the town residents who do not have the bandwidth to perform business from their homes. So those are good news items. And with that, we're going to move now to our discussion agenda. I'm going to ask Ms. Lindy Wolf, the manager from our utilities engineering section, to come forward. She'll be presenting an update on our countywide efforts in support of the United Way campaign. No action is requested on this item. It is for general information to members of the board and to the public. With that, Ms. Wolf, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, Administrator Brooks. I'm excited to be here today as the 2026 United Way Campaign Chair. This morning, I'll review last year's campaign organization and highlights that made our campaign successful. Then I'll highlight the 30-year milestone we reached last year in our campaign. And finally, I will discuss the campaign organization and strategies for this year's Heart of Florida United Way campaign. In 2025, the partnership between Orange County government and the constitutional offices of the Clerk of Courts, Comptroller's Office, Sheriff's Office, and the Supervisor of Elections made an outstanding team. First and foremost, I would like to thank and congratulate Terry Devitt with the Convention Center, who served as our campaign chair in 2025. His dedication to the campaign has made a meaningful impact on many in our community. I'd also like to recognize, Steve Harrison and I worked closely together with Terry throughout the year as co-chairs. Our combined commitment to the campaign helped guide our efforts. And I'd like to recognize the exceptional contributions made by our department leads. The executive committee members, division coordinators, and golf committee members all performed at an outstanding level and remain a key component to the success of our campaign. Last year's theme, Centered in Unity, showed that when we come together around a shared purpose, we can create meaningful change in our community. The campaign included 3 main stretch goals, which aimed for a 10% increase in overall participation, the number of medallion and leadership donors, and the amount given at the leadership level. The theme for our 2025 United Way Victory Luncheon was based on the Survivor TV show and was Survivor, Outraise, Outreach, Outshine. And it's clear that the record-setting $1,479,127 raised by the campaign will certainly create positive change in our community. The statistics from our campaign highlight an overall 9% increase in the employee giving amount, resulting in over 1.1 million contributed to the campaign. Overall, 79% of departments reported an increase in employee giving. With more than 2,200 employees making individual donations and over 900 of those giving at the leadership or medallion level, the overall level of participation played a major role in driving the success of this year's campaign. The special events category of our campaign was impressive as well. Last year, we saw a 15% increase in the number of special events held. Our annual golf tournament, our parking events, and our 3-4-3 Hero Challenge continued to be our major successful events for the year. Altogether, we raised over $300,000 in special events alone. This slide highlights the top 6 departments in alphabetical order that had the highest percentages of employee participation. They are the Clerk of Courts, Community and Family Services, County Administration, PEDS, Public Works, and Supervisor of Elections. This slide highlights the top 6 performing departments that raised the most funds, including contributions from employee donations and special events. The Sheriff's Office secured the top spot once again, followed by Utilities, Community and Family Services, County Administration, Corrections, and Fire Rescue. This slide highlights the departments that realized the highest overall growth in employee giving. The Supervisor of Elections saw a 130% increase in employee donations. The Comptroller's Office increased by 33%, Corrections by 29%, Health Services by 23%, and the Convention Center saw an increase of 20% in employee giving. United Way celebrated 30 years of support with Orange County in 2025. That's 30 years of steady support for basic needs, education, health, and financial stability that our community can rely on. Over those 3 decades, the partnership has strengthened and continues to grow. Here you can see the growth in 5-year increments from 1995. To date, our campaign has raised over $13 million for our community, and that is really something to celebrate. It's my honor to serve as your 2026 United Way Campaign Chair. I'm pleased to announce that Steve Harrison, Manager of Mosquito Control Division, and Susan Usak, Deputy Director of Public Works, will be joining me this year's co-chairs. I would also like to recognize Leslie King with PEDS and Dean Truin with the Convention Center for their constant support guiding the campaign team year after year. Together, we look forward to working alongside department committee members to make this year's campaign a success. This year, in addition to welcoming back our returning partners, we are excited to welcome back the Orange County Property Appraiser's Office to the Orange County campaign team. Collectively, we'll be well positioned to deliver a highly successful fundraising campaign. Here, our 2026 campaign schedule runs from mid-May to early December. Our official employee kickoff will be on May 15th, which begins our pledging period through mid-August and is immediately followed by a special events period through mid-November. We'll have various special events throughout this period, with our main key events of the 343 Hero Challenge being in September and the annual golf tournament scheduled for October 9th. And finally, we'll celebrate our accomplishments at the Victory Celebration scheduled for December 2nd. I'm looking forward to expanding education, outreach, and awareness in 2026 to increase employee participation. The goal is to strengthen the foundation to provide continued support for United Way. For this year, we're excited to welcome Fulbright the Firefly, a whimsical character donated in the 90s by the Walt Disney Company. You were introduced to this character at a recent board meeting where you had the proclamation for 211 Day, which is the support line for United Way assistance. With our team serving as field guides and Fulbright lighting the way, the 2026 campaign focuses on how steady support and small acts of hope work together for our community. Our theme will be Hope Grows Where Support Flows. And with that, I will take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Well, first let me just applaud our team. I think it's just extraordinary that our employees, with the compassion that they have, gave nearly 1.2 million of the nearly 1.5 million that was raised. So I think we owe all of them a round of applause. Thank you all for. Thank you for what you do. That's true public service to give back to the least of those in our community. And so we look forward to the campaign this year. A lot will happen during this period of time, and for those of you who are in the leadership role, we thank you in advance for all the work that you will do, inside work and outside of work. I've seen our employees sometimes standing out, parking cars in the rain, in the heat, sometimes even in the cold. And so it is definitely work that you're doing. With that, I'll open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board. Okay. Linda, you got off lightly today, okay. So well. Again, thank you. We'll be celebrating, in due season. So thank you again.
All right, thank you all.
All right, we're going to move forward then on our agenda for this morning. The last item, I think, for the morning's agenda is small business, and we're going to have Ms. Sheena Ferguson, there she is, the manager of our Business Development Division, who will be presenting Orange County's new and improved Small Business Enterprise Program, and she'll be going over some of the results from the research and the direction that we will be taking as we move forward, given the current new laws that have been enacted within the state and by the federal government. With that, Ms. Ferguson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooke, and other members of the dais. As the Mayor stated, the purpose of our meeting here is just to talk about, we're going to give a background of the SBE program development. We're going to provide additional research that was conducted since the last board meeting regarding the gross receipts. limits. And then we're going to follow up, do follow-up information addressing some of the operational concerns that was raised by the board back in December to the commissioners from the businesses. And then we'll talk about the next steps for program implementation and outreach, and then come and finalize the presentation with the 2 action requested items. July 1st, if you can recall, July 1st, 2025, the board suspended the MWBE program, and that was due to the Federal Executive Order 141-173. And that actually prevented the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion DEI program. And because the county actually received over $1 million in the federal grants, we definitely had to be make sure that we were in compliance with that. And so then there was the July 15th, and that was when the board approved the small business, the SBE ordinance for our program development as it related to the race neutral program. And then July, during that same time period, we actually had a lot of movement, a lot of activity going on with our SBE website. We received over 4,800 visits, just showing the actual growth, the commitment that we had with our community. During that time, we obtained public engagement, community feedback. There were 21 webinars, over 400 attendees, and also the 2 town hall meetings that were hosted by Commissioner Uribe, one in English and in Spanish. So we had the first presentation in December regarding the policies and procedures. And then after that meeting, there was another public engagement conducted, and that was in regards to the gross receipt, the additional information needed with that. And so we had 4 webinars that were done. There were over 130 attendees. And at that webinar, we discussed the gross receipt options. We mentioned about the survey, and so the survey opened, and we'll be talking further about the results from that. And so I'm here today and glad to be here. Oh, what did I do there? Okay. So as I stated, December the 16th was when we were here initially. And at that time, we talked about all sections of the policies and procedures. There was a request for 2 areas. The first was to provide the additional recommendations for the gross receipts of the areas of construction, professional services, goods and services, and then the removal of allowing those companies being headquartered outside the MSA to actually be certified with Orange County as an SBE firm. The additional research, the additional research was conducted regarding the gross receipts. We actually had sent information out in their work to business owners. We also sent the information to 46 community stakeholders. There were 30 chambers of commerce, there was 2 governmental agencies, and 14 organizations. And they were just invited to attend one of the virtual listening sessions that was held in late January. And all of the participants were provided an overview of the SBE options in terms of the program, the proposed gross receipt options, in terms of the gross receipt caps, which is very important as it relates to the certification of the SBE program. And so 130 participants, they shared their perspectives. They had questions. There was discussion, and they provided their feedback. We informed them about the SBE community survey that was going to be held, and so the survey was open. It was open for 2 weeks, from February the 6th through the 21st. Now, that survey was electronically, not only was it submitted to those that were in the virtual sessions, it was also on the website, but we distributed it electronically to 18,836 businesses and community partners. We received 105 respondents. There were respondents from those that were both prime and sub. That was 55 of them, or 52.4%. There was a response from a prime consultant or a prime subcontractor. I should say prime contractor. There were 26 of those, 24.8%. And then we had responses, 24 responses for subcontractors and subconsultants, which represented a 22.9%. There was a low response rate of 0.56 of the survey. The key highlights from the survey included 84% reported that they had fewer than 50 employees. 72% operated more than 10 years. And then 52% identified both as a prime and a subcontractor or a subconsultant. And so there were very few subcontractors and subconsultants that participated in the survey. The survey gave the respondents an opportunity to respond in more than one category. So if they did professional services and then construction, they were given that opportunity to give that their response in those areas as it related to the questions we were asking. So we received a total of 124 responses, and you see there that professional services and construction were where we received most of the response from, and so that was our, the strongest engagement that we had from the prime professional service and construction firms. The years in operation, you'll see that it's heavily weighted on those established firms, more than 10 years. The number of employees, again, that they're showing you, 88 of those responding were had less than 50 employees. Now, this was the self-reported annual gross receipt that was provided. And if you look at that, you kind of see a couple of distribution there. You see those that are greater than 500,000, you see a large response, but you then also see a large response from those that were from 0 to 50,000 up to 500,000. Now, there was questions from the survey that asked the firms to identify if the gross receipts, the particular limit, how appropriate was that? And this was being considered as the county's proposed SBE program. And so the first category or area here is that of construction. And you'll see that for all of the responses, it was very appropriate, somewhat appropriate, neutral or unsure, or somewhat inappropriate or very inappropriate. And so again here, you'll see that there were 40 firms, construction firms, and again, you'll see their responses were all in all of the areas. When we look at the next question, which is, should the construction threshold, the gross receipt, should that be increased? Should it be kept the same, or should it be, decreased? And again, you'll see that it's split. You'll see the 40 firms, 35% said increase, 35% said keep the threshold, 30% said decrease. Now, looking at those same questions when we go to the next area, which is that of professional service, asking about the appropriateness of the threshold, you'll see that, here we had 55 firms. And again, you'll see the highest respondents was somewhat inappropriate. However, you'll see that it's evenly distributed from very appropriate, somewhat appropriate, neutral, and very inappropriate. When we asked the question from and let me just say, when we look at the response here for the professional services regarding the threshold that we had recommended back in December of the 7 million, you'll see that 24 said increase that threshold. You had, that was 43.6%. And then you have 27.3% said keep it, but then you had 29.1 that said decrease the 7 million threshold that we were proposing. Now let's look at the area of the services. When we look at the area of the services, the response is from 23 firms. And again, you'll see the distribution from very appropriate, somewhat, to also very inappropriate. When we look at the threshold preferences for services, again, mixed. You have the 26.1 increase, 39 said keep it the same as proposed, and then you had 34.8 that said to decrease it. Now, the next area, which is that of goods, very small sample size. We have 6, but again, if you look here, you'll just see the respondents from those 6 firms that we received. Also looking at the increase of the threshold, again, you're going to see it's only 6. And again, there was 50-50 between keeping it and actually decreasing the threshold that was being proposed, which at that time was the 7 million. So overall, you'll see that the survey provided limited feedback regarding the annual gross receipts in all areas. So again, that's just the overall information that we had as it relates to the survey that was provided. The survey participants also had an opportunity to provide open-ended themes. And so the themes that were presented were protection of smaller firms. It was looking at the capacity and competition differences as it relates to bonding, insurance, and staffing. As it relates to the key factors of competitiveness, there was the cost pressures and market realities. There was the need for the tiered thresholds and the flexibility of that. And then the ongoing program review was also indicated as something of importance, as well as the support and outreach needed for the small businesses. And then finally, the eligibility requirement just to make sure that the firms that were actually benefiting are the ones that were intended. And so all of these insights are going to be given to the SBE Advisory Committee. They will be considered for future recommendations. And so it's just very important that the fact also, it should be noted that because this is a new program, we also will be looking to come back to the board within a year just to provide the results of what's really going on with the SBE program. Now, how does Orange County SBE program parameters compare to other jurisdictions? And so what's in orange is Orange County in terms of what's being recommended, which is the construction 13.1 million, professional services 7 million, goods 7 million, services 7 million, 5.7 million. Reserve market this is a set-aside program, which Orange County currently does not have. There are, for the maximum number of employees is 500. You'll notice that Palm Beach County is comparable. What we have for construction is comparable with construction, professional services, goods, and services. They do have a reserved sheltered market program for $500,000, but they did not list any maximum number of employees. For Miami-Dade, and you see also the dates that they were updated. Miami-Dade, the GC is for general contractor. Their 3-year average for the gross receipt is 15 million. For heavy construction area, it's 12 million. and for trade specialty, it's 8 million. They break up their professional services into two categories. They first have architectural at a 6.5 million, and then they look at all the other CCNA categories, engineering, survey, and mapping services, and landscape architecture services as 8 million in terms of the gross receipts. The goods is 8 million, services as well. They don't have the shelter market, and then they have the manufacturers. They set a limit for manufacturers of 100 and for manufacturers for 50. Wholesalers for 50. Now, Hillsborough County, the construction gross receipt is 12 million, and then all of the other areas, professional services, goods, and services is 8 million. They have 1 million for construction for a reserve marketplace, sheltered marketplace, and they have a maximum of 50 full-time employees. Pinellas, the construction is 8 million, but then all the other areas are 3 million for professional services, goods, and services. And then their sheltered market ranges from 500,000 to 100,000, and those are set-aside projects for the small businesses, and they have 50 full-time. Broward, there's the 3 million for construction, 500,000 for professional services, and then there's no limits for goods. There is, for services, there's 1 million, and the reserve sheltered is 250,000 and 15 full-time employees. And then with the city of Tampa, there's the 8 million for construction, 3 million for professional services, 5 million for both goods and services. And they don't have a reserve sheltered marketplace, and they have 50 full-time employees. And I just want to make a note there. Again, we're talking about the gross receipts, which is a criteria for certification. And when we talk about the set-asides, our current procurement ordinance does not permit set-asides contracts. There is a provision that does allow for direct award for certified SBE firms. It gives the user department an option instead of actually the 3 bids, they can go directly and award it with as long as you're showing that they're competitive, and then that limit is up to $190,000. I want to also bring up the fact that the SBE policy does allow for reciprocity. Reciprocity allows the county to recognize a firm that's been a small business certificate from another governmental entity such as the City of Orlando or the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority when the eligibility requirements are comparable. A City of Orlando staff advised that they will present their SBE program at their April 6th City Council meeting, and their program includes a reciprocal provision, and their gross receipts recommendation options aligns with the options that we presented at the December 16th meeting. And then what will happen is, since their programs have not been once we will establish an interlocal agreement, and we'll come and present that to the board for approval once our partner agencies actually have their SBE programs adopted. And so here you have the 3 options of consideration. Option number 1 was the one that was recommended December 16th. That's the staff's recommendation. You'll see again, construction services, 13.1 million, professional services and goods, 7 million, and services, 5.7 million. You'll see the pros that are outlined there, aligning with Orange County, other state certification standards, which we talked about previously. Simplifies certification for firms working across the jurisdiction, and then it enables the reciprocity with the City of Orlando, and it reduces that administration duplication, and then increased competition and availability of the certified SBE firms. The cons include reduces the opportunities for our smaller firms, lower thresholds may exclude certain professional services and service firms. When we look at option 2 about the annual gross receipt that will be averaged over a 3-year period, you'll see with this one, the higher thresholds allows larger firms to qualify, expanding eligibility for our professional services, goods and services, which is that would be from 7 million going to 10 million. This one's option was supported by several professional services firms during the December 25th board meeting, and it increases, again, the competition of availability of our certified SBE firms. The cons include reducing the opportunity for our smaller firms. Higher thresholds significantly expands the eligibility, and larger, more experienced firms may capture a higher percentage of the SBE opportunities. And then finally, the third option is that which is the one that's aligned with our Florida Department of Transportation. If you see there, those higher thresholds, they align in the sense with those larger. There was the discussion about larger when it comes to equipment and different things. So if you look there, option 3, you have 25 million. You have professional services, goods and services, 10 million. And then you'll see here that for the cons, reduces the opportunities. Again, the same cons that were listed for those as the option number 2 also exist here for this option number 3. Now, the follow-up. It's important for me to just note that this section is going to address the board's December 16th concerns about the MBE program and how the county's SBE policies and procedures are going to address it. So there was the concern about certification processing timeframes. The SBE policies and procedures, there will be a streamlining of the certification criteria and implementation of a standardized review process, which again, when we start talking about efficiency and supporting the timeliness of the certification decisions. Certification integrity, verification of commercial useful function is allowed in the policies and procedures manual, so we can ensure that the firms meet the program requirements. And then utilization of the certified MBEs on contracts. So we'll be looking at when the utilization of those SBE firms, where there is provision that allows for contract participation monitoring and coordination with the user departments to support utilization support there, opportunities we have in the county. When it comes to the concern about the prompt payment practices, the policy will allow for the reinforcement of the county-wide prompt payment practices that we coordinate with other user departments and the fiscal staff to support the timeliness of payments to our certified firms. And then finally, business development's role with compliance. The policy allows for, the SBE policies allows for strengthening countywide compliance monitoring with participation and payment reporting and coordinating with procurement whenever we have to address a non-compliance when we identify it. The next steps. The next steps include we are going to be continue to work to ensure that we're ready for implementation. We are working collaboratively with ISS, procurement, the B2G Now staff, and legal. Our community-wide driven initiatives that we've been working with, we are responding to emails, we're responding to our phone calls, and we're just encouraging all the businesses to continue to look at the website, the SBE County's website, so that they can see the various updates. We've been hosting partner workshops that have been providing a lot of resources. We've been collaborating with PEDS to support the Business Resource Office, and that so that we can make sure we're providing resources for our small businesses as well as the workshops. We plan to work collaboratively with our SBE Advisory Committee, the various chambers of commerce, and the organizations that we have in the Central Florida area, including the National Entrepreneur Center. And then internally, we've been meeting with the divisions of department to inform them about the new program, SBE program. We wanted to introduce them to initiative and the collaborative opportunities that we would have. And then looking at their expenditures, talking about the potential direct awards, and then answer any questions that they may have. The next steps include notifying our community and local chambers regarding, if we're successful here, regarding the new SBE program, marketing the SBE program, updating the boilerplate so that we will be prepared for the solicitations, the procurement manual updating, and then updating the B2G Now online module. The SBE will, once we do all that, we were looking at start having the online certification application open up as soon as we can. We then will begin with the contracted CPA, because we've been talking about the gross receipt caps. They will review the gross receipt caps twice a week, beginning there in March, and then updating the B2G compliance module, which is that will be done there in April, and updating the Advantage so that we can again start looking at doing the reporting and collecting that information there. And then finally, after we have the portal open for certification, you'll see there that there's 120 days after that portal opens to allow for those firms, sufficient firms there. I shouldn't say sufficient, I should say just allow firms to be able to be certified so that they can participate on the various solicitation projects we have. And that will be August the 1st. And so today, the action requested, there are two. There's first the selection of the preferred gross receipts. And then once that is selected, then the approval and execution of the resolution regarding the adoption of our small business SBE policies and procedures, and allow us to make the necessary revision to the SBE policies and procedures to reflect your selected preferred gross receipt option. And so I'll yield now to address any questions, and then at this time here.
Thank you, Sheeta, for that comprehensive update. Just a couple of questions I have. After we sent out so many electronic surveys to our small businesses, and we ended up with 0.56%, less than 1% responded, that was a little disheartening to hear that the response rate was so low. What do you attribute that to?
Well, Mayor, first I'll say thank you for the observation there, because we too were disheartened, because we appreciate the fact that you all allowed us to go back and ask the small businesses. But we're hearing from our small businesses that they're concerned about the high, they consider those gross receipts as being high. Their comments have ranged from, I could barely get a contract when I was a MBE, and as a MBE we were talking about network, but now we're talking about gross receipts. Am I really going to be able to get an opportunity? I don't know. I'm out here, so now we've expanded it. That's fine, but a lot of them have just, expressed their frustration. Some have said they're going to be optimistic and they are going to still participate, but they just don't feel like that there is going to be anything in it for them. And that's that we're talking about the firms that were previously certified, as a MBE firm. Some of them now, they're my larger ones that are doing very well are talking and are participating, but those smaller ones, they say, I just don't see how. I I just don't see how. When we talk about bonding capacity, when you talk about employees, I'm still just trying to navigate. They've already navigated. They already have that. So that's what I'm hearing. And so that's the concerns that they have. And for that, they didn't even respond. And I'm like, okay, you didn't even respond to the survey. You don't, but when the ink dries and when we started, please don't come because there's nothing I can do. Let your comments be heard now. But they were like, no, they feel like they're out of it.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, I think our goal was to try to make certain that we heard from them as we would craft this program. And apparently, you know, there's a little bit of apathy that has set in there, but nevertheless, we still have to go forward with some type of program. And I know that the preferred option, I guess, that you all are recommending is, I see that as option one.
Yes, sir.
And we would, if the board approves this today, we will go forward and just evaluate for the next year, perhaps, to just see how this kind of in real life scenarios, how this plays itself out. And it'll be very instructive to us, perhaps, after we get into this. I believe that it is in our best interest and theirs to engage with these small businesses as we do business here within our county. I'm sure my colleagues on the board probably hear it from the community, small businesses, that they ask questions of me all the time. How do we do business with Orange County? And you all did yeoman's work with the various community meetings and presentations to try to engage and respond to that. So I hope that the small businesses are paying attention to the process that we're in now. When I look out into the audience today, I don't see a lot of small businesses who are represented. You know, I see mostly our staff who are here, but maybe they're watching this on television. So you've answered the question I have. Commissioner Wilson, I saw you hit the button and then it went off. You didn't? Okay. Oh, okay. So you do. Okay, Commissioner Wilson and then Commissioner Uribe.
So thank you so much. Again, lots of work went into this. I know that, and I want to make sure that I'm understanding that the reasons why I believe that I was supportive of option one back when we first discussed it included sort of that comparative metric and also that alignment with Orlando and Goa. Those things that is continuing to follow that track, right? There's not a...
So the city of Orlando, yes, Commissioner, but for Goa, no.
Okay.
The Goa limits are a little higher. Okay. With Goa being with the airport and looking at theirs proposed, they're doing more like the SBA. And so with that, that means they are looking at 50% of whatever the SBA commodities is listed, that item, they would be looking at that as being a gross receipt. But as it stands right now, it's just the city of Orlando would be the one that would still be, you know, aligned with us.
And honestly, that sort of makes sense when you think about their projects. Their projects are gigantic, you know, capital projects. I think I will continue to support what staff's researched and put forward for us, and that was my only real question. I would like, though, Mayor, to your point about the first conversation, is to circle back, you know, and make sure that the dynamic up here is going to change, right? But the effort to try to make sure that our small businesses are being scooped in it's a, you know, best interest to all, no matter what the board looks like in the next 2 years. So if we can make sure that we do have something that's sort of set for us to be able to circle back and see how this has worked, or you know, opportunities for improvement, or you know, or not, do maybe like a pat on the back for having gotten it right.
Yeah, you know, I heard a lot of noise about it as we were moving towards the presentation, the first presentation that was done to the board, and continue to hear some grumblings, as Sheena has indicated, but yet not a lot of feedback, not a lot of input. Commissioner Uribe.
Yes. So, Sheena, I think I got the information that you'd sent us. I do like the addition of the requirement of the region in there. I'm a little bothered that we didn't put anything. I know we talked last time good faith, but we really didn't put any teeth to good faith. And one thing consistently, if you do talk to contractors, I know we have one in the audience that I know of, but they have not been able to get their subcontracted work from the prime. And to me, just saying good faith has got us where we are now. There are plenty of contractors out there. I've brought up cases to you in your office where they have not gotten their proportionate share when they were minority businesses in contracted work at the convention center. And that's really to create an SBE and just call it good faith. Good faith hasn't gotten us anywhere right now. So I really had hoped I've talked to contractors that back in the day, when you didn't do right by a contract, the county made sure they knew and you knew that we knew you didn't do right. And we need to put teeth in that good faith. Secondly, I had asked you yesterday, I said, who did you send us to? And you gave me a very robust list. I went to 4 subcontractors that currently are doing work with Orange County. None of them had gotten this. They are currently subs. Sky Builders, Albu Constructions. They had not seen this. Jason Albu told me last night, I'm sorry, my wife had a procedure today. I have not been able to look at this. So that concerns me. When we talk about, we have reached out, and these are folks that are sub workers on the convention center, folks. So these are me sending it to them and saying, let me know your thoughts. And they're like, wow, we'll review it. I should have said it's tomorrow. The other thing that I will say is this whole point is for one of the things that I've reflected on in this time, and I believe you and your team try, and I believe that a lot of the chambers, their intentions are to help be a face to a lot of these organizations. But I didn't send it to Mr. Shinabi because I didn't even have time to send it to him. And he normally reaches out very aggressively. But one of the things I've always asked myself is how many of our MBEs, or now SBEs, have we helped them elevate to be primes? That's the question we should be asking ourselves today. It's not about the peanuts that we're giving these local businesses. It's how many have we lifted up to make them primes themselves? And I had a very robust conversation with Rick with T&G, who has now been ousted because he was successful. He was a small business that was successful and got boosted out of minority business because guess what? He did too well for himself. So now he focuses all his work in Miami-Dade. So I do not agree, with option 1. To me, I would be open to option 2 because the other thing I've asked is when we do look at small contracts, because we've changed the minimal with Ms. Carrie Mathis, I think it was a year or 2 years ago, about minimal contracts not coming in front of the county commission. They're very low-paying contracts, landscaping, cleaning. They're not robust construction companies, electrician companies, plumbing companies. And then when I've talked to contractors that do work at OCPS who have been successful at getting contracts and are now dipping their toes over here, we want to help people grow. We want them to be successful. They're our #1 employer locally. And while we do need primes and the Turners and the Hensel Phelps because they do carry the multi-million, billion-dollar bonds, I do appreciate how they're trying to lift these up, but we need to also help them lift up. We want them to eventually be a prime, not be stuck as a small business. And that's one thing that I just kind of reflected. How many primes have we created locally? And that's the real question that I have to say. And I only advocate like this because I've been on the other end. My family has been in construction. My father-in-law, who is African-American, refused to do the MBE program because my father-in-law used to say, if I can't get the job because of my skills, I don't want it. But that's not the reality we live in. We do want to try to open up
more opportunities for growth and success than just keep them here. And so I hope that we will consider option 2. I will agree that going option 3 is very robust. It could be something in a year from now that we could look at. But my goal is to help our small businesses be successful and eventually be primes in our community, and know that a prime will be a local prime. So I just want to say that, and I appreciate your due diligence. You absolutely try. I wish I would have known about the survey, because I would have gotten it out to, I had a list of everyone who came to my 3 town halls that I would have loved to have given them out to, and I didn't know, because I would have made sure these individuals that I got them to, I even sent it to Michelle over at ABC, and consultants who do work, who've represented construction firms, and they were just reviewing it yesterday. So
just so that I can comment to I want to provide, some perspective to what you're stating. When we did send out the surveys, we have it in constant contact. So you mentioned a couple of our firms. It's interesting because I also got emails from some of them stating about it. So again, I'm going to go back, my team and I, and we'll look, because we do have their emails, who it was sent to. We also did send it to the Commissioner's Aid. I don't know if they got it or what happened, but we did.
If they didn't get to me, then it's my fault, because I would have loved to. Those kind of things you could have.
Yes, we tried.
I'll make sure, but I would have definitely sent it to. I had over 120 people between all my 3 town halls that I would have sent it to myself. So,
okay,
I apologize on that. But I just wanted to just kind of give you that comment, because I listened to you, I've read on this, and I've been talking to small businesses. That's pretty much all I'm doing right now, is businesses that I've never met before. And I really do hope for the day when we have a local prime. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. And then when you talk about the good faith effort, I just want to mention that whenever we have our professional service firms, when those contracts come out, there are scopes, but then you have tasks, and you're correct. There are some firms that may propose them, but because the scope of services is not that one that is needed, it is a possibility that a firm, and I recall the firm that you talked with, and it was, several of them, they were proposed, but they did not get it because their services was not needed. And so we go to the user departments, and we will always ask our user departments, hey, you proposed them on this, what can we do? And we plan to do the same thing with the SBE, because we know what the concern is. So we are going to try to do the same thing and let them know, hey, can you let us get in on this additional scopes of services so that we can let you know what that availability is, so that when you propose them, it's more realistic. And so that's what our goal is going to be with this, because you are correct. There are some, but it's in those professional service firms that you mentioned.
Well, and like on TNG, Rick, obviously he started here in Orange County 30 years ago, and now he's getting ready to build a hotel on I-Drive. So he's prime enough to do something like that, not quite at the Hensel Phelps level, but clearly much more elevated, but got kicked out of MBE because he was successful.
He did, and you got to look at it, Commissioner. I remember him because almost 30 years ago, when the net worth was about 750, he was already in the millions, and he was doing good. He had the SBE of the year. He was awarded, and then that next year, you're absolutely right, he was, because he was doing good. But we had a lot of firms.
Yeah.
You talk about the landscaping, but a lot of our firms do well with those, and they're able to build their capacity.
Right, but also TNG is the one that made JCQ. And TNG is making other people. This is why I'm talking about how important that local prime and base is, because Rick has helped so many other contractors who've come behind him elevate. And I know JCQ's, their goal is to get to 500 million. That's
awesome.
Their goal. So that's
awesome.
why I think about, we have to stop looking at this as a just singular in a box, but actually, how do we get all these people out of the box? Because they're our number one employer in town. So.
And we've helped a lot of firms when you talk about getting them to be a prime. SGM is one that's doing very well as a prime. Cafe Construction, Potential Electric. Million Engineering, his farm was bought out by someone because he was doing so well. And we have several of those FDOT firms that used to do with the county, their firms, they'll tell us, don't even contact me for any, because we are primes now and we don't want to hear anything about it, but still, we have some firms and we are elated, and what we are doing is we're reaching out to them because one of the things we're going to have is a mentor protege, and we need them to help those firms, and so several of them are interested in that because all of them realize that what they have, the other smaller ones don't, and so they are reaching back to do that, and so that's going to be very well with that. So we really do appreciate that, and I do appreciate your comments, Commissioner Uribe. And then the last thing I should say, Mayor, we have actually a good faith effort section criteria in the policies and procedure, and that's different from them just, now they can do before they even get the solicitation award, submit the solicitation. We are now going to be looking at the good faith effort and saying they get a chance to do a waiver. And we get to review that before the solicitation is even turned in. So that's something new. But I just wanted to make a difference because when you talk about the good faith effort, that's their effort. But with that will be very helpful. And that's what we're planning on doing. And that was provided in the policies and procedures.
And for clarity, that wasn't what I was talking about. What I was talking about is these contracts that get awarded and they have a history of not being good faith effort. And and I know I've brought two that I can even bring up right now that were contractors at the convention center who were not given reasonable notice to be able to propose for their small business. And I'm talking about the after effect, because a lot of times once you give a prime, you have to trust, you guys don't have the capability of watching every single contract. So it's just after the fact, like if they're coming back to rebid and all that, to review that did they follow through what their local.
So the penalties and things that we have when we talk about turning it over to procurement.
I don't ever want to underestimate
Okay.
someone who's bidding and saying, are you really going to do it?
Correct.
It's more of, all right, so T&G got the contract, but when they did not fulfill 25% of their contract.
What are the provisions
that's what I mean.
and penalties? Okay.
Yes,
and
yeah.
we will turn that over to non-compliance to procurement, and then procurement then will make that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
when they go back to reevaluate with RFPs or renewals, be like, oh, wait a minute. You only did 10% on your last contract,
Okay.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get us out of here by noon. We do have 3 other commissioners with questions or comments. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sheena, for your hard work and putting a lot of hours in this manual. Also, I want to say thank you, to your team, to Suli for always being there for me with when I need you, doing my, bridging connection with small business in District 4. So thank you so much for that, and everything that you have bring is very valuable. Thank you. So I have 2 questions, very easy. One is the small business office, the one that we just opened here in Orange County, is included as the internal collaboration to ensure implementation opportunities and so for the small business? Or?
So we are working with the Business Opportunity Office, and our objective is to collaborate with them. Why? Because when business owners are coming there for the permitting and the other issues, we as Orange County want to make sure that they are exposed and giving information about all. So yes, we are collaborating with the office. We've been over there to a tour. We've even gone to some of the workshops, but we are collaborating because that's our goal. Our goal is to make sure that if they have a citizen there that needs something, we would step in and give the information as needed. And so that's what we're doing. And
Correct.
Yolanda, I think, is the one that we've been talking with.
I like that because that will give a very good, out there, a very good picture that, that we are all in the same page and so on, working together to help the small business. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other one, I think this is more, but, a community question. What is the difference between option 1 and option 2, and why you preferred option 1?
I prefer option 1 because if we look at my small businesses, my MBE firms that were the one before, the option 1 is the less of of what we have available. It's also one that is similar to the other states. Other states, those other programs within the state. And then the fact that we've been talking about reciprocity, it allows us to now have that in place. And then there are some other things that need to be done, I believe, when we talk about tiered, because if we have a firm, when we saw those gross receipts, if you have someone that's over 10 million, but then you have someone that is at 50,000, that's the best option as opposed to option 1 or option 2 for me. And that gives me the opportunity for us to really look and see what other things can we do. But that's the lowest option of the gross receipts. And so for those reasons, and the other ones that are listed there, that's why I really would recommend the option 1.
Thank you, Ms. Gina.
You're quite welcome, ma'am.
Commissioner Moore, then Commissioner Scott.
Yes, good morning. I
Good
think
morning.
all of us are endeavoring to find the right balance, and we're all grieving over the fact that we lost MWB, and we're just trying to help small businesses. But these numbers become a little bit challenging, and so I definitely would support that this would be reevaluated in a year, just to see, because the goal is to help them and get them to a place where they're independent. And I'm assuming you're going to continue with all kinds of training programs and opportunities to learn the procurement processes. And so maybe you could just speak to that for about 30 seconds of what you offer, because I am concerned about some of the firms who may be just over that amount that really still need help. What can we still give them if they're not in this amount in this program?
Well, we're going to have to do, as you stated, we are going to have to do a lot more things. Procurement now has, when we stop the program, procurement continues to have their how to do business with the buyers section. And so it'll be important for those individuals to continue to go to that. We're going to start doing how to do business as a certified MBE so that we can talk about some of the different things they need to do so that they can actually be productive. We continue to do the potential workshops. We've done one after certification, so what? We are also doing we'll continue to do our outreach that we've been doing with the City of Orlando at the National Entrepreneur Center, just so that they'll know about, the certification opportunities. We also will be collaborating with Business Resource Office so that they also can be there with our user department. So those are some of the things that we are putting together versus things that we're currently doing, because we want our firms to stay engaged. So we've been talking about marketing. We've been talking about insurance. We've been talking about bond capacity. We've been talking about, the different things. And then the other thing that we're going to be excited to do is our mentor protege program. We have been talking to some of the different larger firms, and even with some of the agreements that we have in Orange County with the different agencies, to say, what can you do? Because as you know, it's very important that we don't lose the firms. And so we have to give them the guidance. We have to give them those tools so that they can be successful, because we want them to be successful here in Orange County as a small business.
Right, so you talked about your newsletter list. So are you doing those at least monthly with all these opportunities so they're aware?
So the workshops right now we will be going back to resuming doing those monthlies. We've been doing quarterly with our workshops. We are aggressively working to make sure that we have our mentor protege up. So we've been talking with that. And so once we do that, we'll start that. But we have our website, we do the email. So there's a lot of things that we're doing, and there's not really the time frame yet, because once we then start it, we then will start looking at, okay, let's go and get this out there. And we may need to do it on a monthly basis. We may need to do it, differently depending upon what the need is for the small businesses.
Well, clearly the ones that are just slightly over these amounts, we don't want to lose that progress to getting towards the prime. And I know, I'm not going to mention names, but I do know some who have lost the ability to partner with some of these larger primes, and I know they're struggling. So, my preference probably would be to go in the middle, just because I'm concerned about this hard cap and then they fall off the cliff after we've invested, they've invested, everyone's invested the time to get them secure. But as long as you reevaluate within a year and we're keeping track of these slightly larger firms, we need to monitor how they're doing because, again, our goal is that they all succeed, they all improve, they all grow. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor and Sheena and company. Thank y'all. Just had a question about the statement at the bottom. So annual gross receipts averaged over the past 3 years must not exceed and then adjusted every 5 years per the Consumer Price Index. What are you adjusting every 5 years?
So what would be adjusted will be the actual limit, the gross receipt limit. And so that'll be adjusted based on, just like we do it now with the Consumer Price Index with our bidding goal that we have, that 190,000 was adjusted. It used to be prior to that 150,000. So the adjustment is the actual gross receipt limit. And the criteria for certification is an average, and we'll average it over 3 years. So we will be asking the businesses to give us their 3-year for their gross receipts. The CPA then will average that, and then we will look to see if their average 3-year annual gross receipts exceeds the option that would be, so in this particular case, if it's option number 1. If it's a professional service firm and they say that their 3-year average is 6.5 million, the cap there is 7 million, so they would not exceed it, so they then would be able to get certified as an SBE firm. And then the 5 years, after 5 years, based on that percentages, then we would go back and change that to 7 million and something. So that's what that bottom there is just reminding us that it's the annual gross receipt that's going to be average, and then this adjustment for the gross receipts are going to be changed every 5 years per the Consumer Price Index.
I'm good with the methodology and why. I just, given that, there could be significant changes, why not every 3 years? Why 5 years? Why not 3 or 2? That's my issue. Not what you're doing or how you're going about it, but I feel like every 5 years CPI adjustment is a lot can happen in 5 years. Oh. And so I'm just trying to understand why that
the
number
5 years
and not a 3-year or a 2-year mark, because CPI changes from time to time, especially lately. And so was there ever a conversation to do a lower?
At this time, I don't recall us talking about it being lower. We just said the 5 years, but no, that was not an option of consideration. But this comes up under the same option, which is that of the gross receipt. So if that's the concern, that, again, that would come under the adjustment for that.
So then, regardless of what option we select today, would it be a heavy lift for you to reduce that adjustment to every 3 years?
If that is the pleasure of the board,
looks like
it's in the same action.
County Attorney's Office has
okay, here you go.
on that.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm Heather Wallace, Assistant County Attorney. That 5 years is currently in the ordinance, so if you wanted to change that, that would require us to bring the ordinance back, is all I wanted you to know.
Never mind, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm good, Mayor.
All right, so Sheena has done a good job of trying to explain how we're trying to help them help us, and through this process. So what has been recommended was the option 1, that is the preferred option. If we want to change that, then that will require a separate, what we would do, the first action would be to take action on the preferred gross receipt option. And if we want to entertain something different than what has been proposed, then that will.
Do you want us to do a motion?
Yes.
I'd like to do a motion to accept option 2 with the evaluation of 1 year to make sure that it is in stride with what we're seeing and being able to include small businesses.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second for the preferred option, which is 2 that we're looking at this time. All in favor of that, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay. There's a no from Commissioner Wilson. Did I hear a no from Commissioner Scott? And Commissioner Simrad is voting no. I'm going to vote no on it. I think my preference is to go with the staff recommendation, particularly since we will evaluate this for a year.
Is that your motion?
No, I'm voting no. I'm just saying why I'm voting no on it. But so the motion fails, and I believe it fails. Commissioner Gomez, did you? She was a no. Okay, so the motion fails 5-2. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'll entertain a second motion, and I'm going to assume your motion, Commissioner Scott, is for option
Staff
one.
recommendation, option
Okay, okay. We have a motion for option one. Is there a second?
Second, Wilson.
A second, Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, motion passes 6-1. All right, so the next action, the second action is on the resolution. And this is the selection of the preferred gross receipt option, approval and execution of the resolution of the Orange County Board of County Commissioners regarding adoption of Orange County Business Development Division Small Business Enterprise Program policies and direction to staff to make any revisions to the Small Business Enterprise Program policies and procedures manual to reflect the selected preferred gross receipt option. With that, is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
And with that action, thank you. We look forward to, some of you will be here, I guess, in a year, and when it comes back. With that, we are going to go into recess, and we'll return at 2 p.m. for the afternoon session, and we have a lot to get done during the afternoon session as well, so we'll try to start right on time. Thank you all. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome all of you back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of March the 24th, 2026. We're now in the afternoon portion after a brief recess from the morning session. As we begin this afternoon, I'm going to call on Ms. Lakin O'Hara, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, who will be presenting our Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations from March the 5th. With that, Ms. O'Hara, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. On March 5th, 2026, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 8 cases. 6 cases were recommended for approval, 2 cases were continued. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, March 20th, and no appeals were received. So with the exception of cases VA 26-03008 and VA 26-03010, which were continued, we request that the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
All right, with that, do we have
So
a motion?
moved, Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we'll now move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item number A1 for this afternoon, which is a shoreline alteration, dredge and fill. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hull, our Environmental Programs Administrator, will frame this item. With that, Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm presenting an after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit request for Simon Living Trust, and this is for a replacement seawall. Here's a location map. The property is located at 7012 Lake Ola Drive in Mount Dora, Florida. And as you can see, it's on the northern shoreline of Lake Ola. And here's an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in yellow. And some background for you on this one. So there's a little bit of enforcement history. On April 2nd last year, EPD received a complaint concerning clearing of shoreline vegetation and unauthorized shoreline alteration. EPD confirmed that shoreline vegetation was being cleared and maintained outside of the allowable access corridor, and that a replacement vinyl seawall had been constructed without a permit. On June 12th, EPD issued a notice of violation. The enforcement case was number 25-652945. The NOV informed the property owner that a permit was required for the wall to cease clearing the vegetation, and there was a penalty assessed of $1,499. On August 7th, the applicant submitted an after-the-fact SADF permit application, and on September 10th, we received their payment of the $1,499 penalty. Here's a before photo of the pre-existing concrete seawall, which was provided by the applicant. EPD could not find a permit for this pre-existing concrete wall, but it does appear on aerial photos as early as 1987, as well as on a property survey dated December 28, 1990, that they had submitted with an application for a building permit. Here are some photos of the current conditions. With the new vinyl seawall, it was installed less than 12 inches from the pre-existing concrete wall. The new wall is 124 feet and 6 inches in length with 8-foot returns on either side. There is a seawall on the property to the east, and the property to the west does not have a seawall. Here is the site plan and cross-section. And some considerations. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 15, Article 6, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Riprap and native aquatic plantings will be installed waterward of the seawall. Notification of this hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and we received no objections. Our finding is pursuant to County Code, Chapter 15, Article 6. EPD staff has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents and has made a finding the request is consistent with Section 15-218. And lastly, our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of the after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2508024 for Simon Living Trust, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 2, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present? Would like to make any comments?
Good afternoon. Joseph Kovashesh, Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Yellow Drive. The applicant, Mr. Simon, is here to answer questions We agree with the factual statements in the staff report and the recommendations and respectfully ask that you approve our permit. Thank you.
All right, stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept the findings and recommendations of EPD and approve the after-the-fact shoreline alteration, dredge, and fill permit.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you, sir, for your presence. We're going to move to the next item, A2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, another shoreline alteration, dredge, and fill. Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This next one is another shoreline alteration, dredge, and fill permit request for applicant Carol Riles for a replacement vinyl seawall. Here's a location map. The property is located at 7020 Willoughby Lane in Belle Isle, Florida, on the shoreline of a canal leading to Lake Conway. And here's an aerial photo with the subject property outlined in yellow. And here's some photos of current conditions. There's an existing unpermitted concrete block seawall along the shoreline that you can especially see in the right-hand photo. It is obviously dilapidated and falling down. EPD was unable to determine if that original wall predates the adoption of the code. It appears to have been in place since approximately 2004 and was installed by the current owner. EPD is currently pursuing enforcement action for the dilapidated condition, not the installation, just the falling down condition. No penalty was assessed because this wall has been there for over 20 years. Issuance of the SADF permit and construction of the replacement wall will resolve the enforcement case. Here is the site plan with the replacement vinyl seawall highlighted in red. The applicant's proposing to install approximately 84 feet of replacement vinyl seawall directly in front of that existing wall. The new wall will have 8-foot returns at both ends, also tying into an existing upland cut boat basin on the western end. The two adjacent properties do not appear to have seawalls. However, there are many other walls present along this canal. Here is a cross-section plan of the wall. Riprap and plantings, which are usually required, are not being required here because it is on a canal, and that could create some navigation issues. Considerations on this one: the project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 2, Section 3337D, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and EPD received no objections. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 2. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents. It has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 3337. And our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration, dredge and fill permit, SADF 2507020 for Carol Riles, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 3, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant, Ms. Riles, or a representative of hers here? And if so, would you like to come forward and make any comments? Okay, he's waving on making any comments. With that, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Uribe, for a potential motion.
Yeah. Motion for approval.
Second, Gomez.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is item A3. And I believe this is the final shoreline and dredge and fill for this afternoon. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Hall, you're recognized.
Yes, this is the last one of these today, Mayor, and this is actually not a seawall. It is a SADF permit request for applicant Land Trust Number 1, but it's for the authorization of riprap along the shoreline of Lake Mabel. Here's a location map. The property is located at 9123 Lake Mabel Drive, Orlando, Florida, on the shoreline of Lake Mabel. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property, which is outlined in blue. And here are some photos of the existing conditions. You can see there are some boards laying along the shoreline, but those are just laying there and they're not permanently installed in any way. They'll be removed prior to installation of the riprap. And here's the site plan. The proposed riprap is those gray blocks that are just beneath the green blocks where they're going to be doing some plantings. The applicant is proposing to install 99 linear feet and 8 inches of riprap directly along the normal high water elevation. Neither of the adjacent properties have any kind of hardening like this, but there are other properties with retaining walls and riprap on Lake Mabel. Here's a cross-section of the site plans based on prior board direction. Native plantings and riprap are normally required for these types of shoreline hardenings. And although there's no seawall here, the applicant will install native plantings directly in front of the riprap. The considerations are this project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. Notification of the public hearing was sent to property owners within 500 feet, and we received no objections. Our finding is pursuant to County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Section 33-129. And finally, our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit SADF 2510-028 for land trust number 1, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward? Okay, and she's saying no comments as well. With that, do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Wilson, for a potential motion.
Yes, I'd like to move for approval of the request.
Second,
action.
Moore.
All right, we have a second by Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move to the next item, which is B4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And once again, Ms. Lakin O'Hara, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, will be framing this item. With that, Ms. O'Hara, you're recognized.
Yes, good afternoon again. This is case SE 2511-068. The applicant is Scott Gentry for Discovery Church. This is a board called item. This went before the Board of Zoning Adjustment in December of 2025, and Commissioner Wilson pulled this for a separate public hearing. The zoning district is A1, and it has a future land use of rural settlement 1 to 5. This is in the Lake Avalon rural settlement, and then it is a corner lot on the northeast corner of McKinney Road and Rex Drive, and the tract size is 19.97 acres, and as I noted, in District 1. The request is a special exception and variance in the A1 zoning district as follows. The special exception to allow a 45,934 gross square foot religious institution, and then a variance to allow grass parking in lieu of parking on an improved surface. Here we have the location map. As you can see, it's west of Avalon Road, and it is that 19-acre corner lot there on McKinney and Rex Drive. And then we have the zoning map. As you can see, it's A1, some A1 properties surrounding it, and some AR, which are all kind of agricultural residential designations, and PD subdivision to the south. On the overall aerial map here, you'll see that there are some rib sites and conservation areas surrounding the site. McKinney Road there is the boundary of the rural settlement with Lake Avalon rural settlement largely to the north. That rural settlement is comprised of mostly large agricultural or residential lots. As I noted, the future land use here is rural settlement 1 to 5, which is 1 dwelling per 5 acres. And then we also have to the south, on the other side of McKinney, the Horizon West Town Center. So we see denser development there, including that subdivision directly to the south of McKinney. Here we have the overall site plan. going to highlight the building here. It's in yellow, and then you see there's some grass parking spaces. The remaining drive aisles and other parking spaces are paved. And then I'll also highlight they have proposed an orange grove and a native tree nursery. And then we'll go to the landscape plan, and I'll highlight on the sides there is proposed a 40-foot wide buffer, a 50-foot wide buffer to the north, and then a 35-foot wide buffer to the south. And this is something that I want to highlight because for the actual required buffer, it's pretty much the landscape strip along the front where the parking is, and otherwise it would be perimeter trees because there's no direct residential uses abutting this non-residential use. So they're going above and beyond what code would require. And then they're also leaving this existing tree stand here. The elevations are pretty rural in character. This is a large difference than previous applications, and so I'll just highlight those. And then the floor plan, just want to call out the sanctuary where there are 800 seats, and then calling out the other area of fixed seating, which is the student ministry. The primary sanctuary is what was utilized for parking calculation in the staff report, so that was highlighted for the fixed seating. However, there is also fixed seating in the student ministry, which is on the left-hand side of the screen. So just identifying that the parking calculation is still met with the inclusion of those seats. Site photos, as I noted, this is a corner lot, so we're facing north from McKinney towards the subject property. And then here you can see we're at the intersection of Rex Drive and McKinney. And then northeast from the Orange County property. And then here's just a bird's eye aerial from January 2025. You see that existing stand of trees, and then McKinney Road there, Rex Drive. So going through history, I kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier. We have seen a special exception for a similar request in 2022. It was a special exception for the construction of a 737-seat, 43,190 square foot religious institution. The acreage at that time, it was in part of the overall parent parcel, so it was 77.79 acre site. They were proposing 306 daily trips, 22 weekday PM trips. At that time, it was 4 buildings total, a main sanctuary, 2 student centers, and a bathroom building. It had a paved parking lot with 292 spaces, and it also included a sports field and activity field with lighting. Staff had recommended denial of the request at that time, largely citing those sports and activity fields generating dissimilar noise and lighting and potential intrusion to the area as part of that request. The BZA then recommended approval of the request. It was pulled for a separate public hearing and was then denied by the BCC. Now, the current request, as I noted before, this is a 19.97 acre property, and it's currently vacant. It is in the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement, so just talking a little bit about what that means. It reinforces the rural character of the community. It restricts non-residential uses to those that support the existing residential uses and serve the residents of the community, and it includes some limitations on non-residential square footage. So what's proposed is the special exception and variance. It's a 1-story religious institution, as you saw from the elevations, and as I noted, it's a main sanctuary with 800 seats, the student ministry with 162 seats, a kids auditorium, some offices, and some classroom spaces. The parking area is a mixture of paved and grass parking stalls, and so that is another main difference from the previous application to this application, is that in order to have more impervious surface area on the site and to have more rural character, they've added a lot of impervious grass parking area in lieu of doing all paved. So that's what the variance is for. And then we also have just some additional features that they've added to the site, leaving more open space, such as the butterfly garden, orange grove, native tree nursery. They're showing kind of an observation deck and that existing stand of trees, a hardwood grove, and then, as I noted, that existing stand of trees, which was that circular area that we saw on the aerial. With this plan, there's 2 ingress and egress points proposed along McKinney Road, And then, as we were talking about the parking, they have 962 total fixed seats plus 24 employees, which results in 345 required parking spaces. They're proposing a total of 353 parking spaces with improved surface for all ADA parking and drive aisles, and 169 of those are proposed as unimproved, which is that variance request. Planning provided comments that the proposal is consistent with the provisions of the Rural Settlement and Comprehensive Plan policies. And then the Transportation Planning Division provided a transportation concurrency analysis, noting 365 daily trips, 24 p.m. peak hour trips. They did cite that there are failing roadways in the study area and a traffic study may be required in the future, and then a capacity encumbrance letter will also be required. Public feedback, staff mailed a total of 567 notices to owners in 900-foot buffer, which was then expanded to include the entire Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. 2 correspondences were provided in favor, which are unmapped, and then 43 correspondences were provided in opposition, 18 of which are unmapped. There was a community meeting held on November 4th, 2025. There were 37 attendees. The primary concerns related to traffic, institution size, and noise. Going through the special exception criteria, 1, the use shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan. 2, the use shall be similar and compatible with the surrounding area and be consistent with the pattern of surrounding development. 3, the use shall not act as a detrimental intrusion to the surrounding area. 4, the use shall meet the performance standards of the district in which the use is permitted. 5, the use shall be similar in noise, vibration, dust, odor, glare, heat producing, and other characteristics that are associated with the majority of uses currently permitted in the zoning district. And then 6, landscape buffer yards shall be in accordance with section 24-5. And then the variance criteria, number 1, special conditions and circumstances. 2, not self-created. 3, no special privilege conferred. 4, deprivation of rights. 5, minimum possible variance. And then 6, purpose and intent. So going through the recommendations, staff recommended approval of the special exception as the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, specifically FLU 6.2.1.3 and FLU 6.3.5 through FLU 6.3.12, which pertains specifically to the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. It meets the performance standards of the district, and it's providing landscape buffers in accordance with section 24-5. Staff also recommended approval of the variance request as it meets the purpose and intent of code and results from special conditions and circumstances. The BZA agreed with staff's recommendation and recommended approval of the special exception and variance requests, subject to the 12 conditions found in the staff report. Those conditions are the standard 3, which are basically just development shall be in accordance with the site plan, the Florida statutes disclaimer, and then any deviation not specifically identified by the BCC shall be resubmitted for the board's review. Number 4 is permit shall be obtained within 3 years of final action. Zoning manager may extend. The number 5 is the hours of operation, which is proposed by the applicant. Number 6 is no more than 4 outdoor special events, which is consistent with code. Number 7 is noise regulations through Chapter 15. Number 8 is signage consistent with Section 31.5. Number 9 is development shall comply with Chapter 24 and Chapter 15 related to tree protection and landscaping. And then number 10 is a lighting condition requiring it to meet dark sky standards. Number 11 is that the grass parking spaces shall be fitted with wheel stops and that all drive aisles will be on an improved surface. And then number 12 is that the seats in the sanctuary shall not exceed 800. Staff is proposing the following modifications to the conditions. Just the first one is that we had site plan and elevations with the same date, so it's just a duplication, just shortening that up. And then the next change is, as I noted before, there's a main sanctuary and a student ministry. Both of those have fixed seats, so just clarifying and restricting so that they don't go over their parking. So requested action is to deny the applicant's request or to approve the applicant's request with conditions. And then there is the request just as a reminder, and that concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? All right, we invite you to the mic.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your work and what you do for us. And I thank you for the staff and all the work you've done and recommendation of approval. And I thank you to the homeowners and everybody that we've met with over this time period that we've dealt with. I thank you very much for all your feedback. I want to walk you through a little bit of a journey of the project just so that you know where we began and where we're at and why we ended up where we're at. This was the property that we had looked at originally. You can see it was a burned out orange grove, and the property, the reason we looked at it was on the southern end of the rural settlement. It was surrounded by water conserves left and right, had a water treatment plant from on the front side, on the north side, and then behind it was some vacant land. On the left, it had the landfill, and what we could see was, this was the look of the land, was just this, what they call ghost groves. When you look at the land, you can see the areas that I'm talking about with the landfill. And then since then, the RV park has been approved, which is going up there on the left. And you can see the surrounding vacant land. This is looking off to the northwest. Same thing, the water conserve and the RV park. Southeast corner of the rural settlement. That's the furthest southeast corner of the rural settlement there where the arrow is pointing. Next to us is a nursery. And then there's the water conserve, and then the road that separates the two. And then Horizons West Town Center is to the right that you'll see it south of us. This again is looking north where you see the water treatment plant. So in looking at this and trying to evaluate the property, we looked at it and thinking, where are we at in relationship to other things in the area? And this map, what it shows you is we're about a quarter of a mile from the nearest home. Just the nearest home is about a quarter mile away from us within the rural settlement. Now, there are homes closer to that across the street, but within the rural settlement, this kind of shows that area. This is the boundaries of the rural settlement, showing you with a blown-up scale. This is, if you ask why here, why this location, this is our address mapping of just the people who attend or have been affiliated with Discovery Church over the years in the Winter Garden area and through Oakland, through those areas, through Horizons West. And this shows a bubble map of where the need is and why we believe that this was a choice to select this piece of property. In addition, when we were looking at it, the property was purchased for us, and so when we looked at that land and felt like we were blessed to have the opportunity to do this, we looked at it from that perspective of we see our demographic, we see the people that we have in the area, where we've outgrown the current facility that we have, and so it seemed like a perfect location for that. You will remember the first time, I'll bring this up, is this was what we had presented the first time. This was the floor plan and the site plan. And in the site plan, there wasn't a lot of consideration towards what's the karst, which is the depression in the land that has those trees that she showed you in the circle. And so we were looking at this as just a flat ground, thinking that we could grass it, maybe make activity fields and things like that. We didn't get involved and we didn't get engaged with asking the neighbors in 2022. We just looked at it and thought, under special exception, we have 50,000 square feet we can do. This property fits that. We felt like we could do what we needed to do there without really having any kind of objections at the time. The elevation that we put together for that at the time was this one. And of course, this one was the square footage was about 2,000 square feet less than what is currently being applied for, and I'll explain to you why. After going through that process in 2022 and 2024, I reached out to the community and asked if I could meet with them and to see if we could just open up the process. We started with a blank slate of paper and just started having conversations. The conversations were around how can we do this? Is there a way to meet some of the things that you would like? This was one of the things that came up out of that meeting was this karst, and it was requested that we look at rewilding it and making it more preserved. we agreed to do that, and it's incorporated into the new floor plan. From there, from their feedback, we started some black line sketches of just some site plans because their concerns were, are you going to expand this building? Can you expand it to the left? Are you going to take up more of the property? The karst itself obviously blocks that one piece of property behind us. The karst is bigger than the actual building. And then to the left, there's the hardwood forest that they talked about, the hardwood grove. That is to say, hey, we're not going to go to the left any further. We're not. This is it. We're fixed on this. And then the orange groves was something to just try to bring back something to the character of the land that was lost, and that me as a native Orlandoan, I miss the orange grove. So we just thought it would be a nice thing to add back in. We then did some sketches showing that we would have mature trees. These would not just be small little trees that we would put in. Lakin highlighted that the buffer would be bigger than normal, and so that's why we wanted to show them some bigger trees. And with that, and after that feedback, we came back with an elevation that we wanted to present. And let me see, it's this elevation here. And this tied more into the rural community and to the settlement, we felt. And they liked the floor plan, but when I say they, the people that we have met in the community, but the square footage is something that has been something that we've been discussing. In order to get the square footage, why it's where it's at is to put a square box building. It's very hard to do unless you take a floor plan, which, let me find that slide. This one, you can see how the floor plan itself had stretched and got stretched out to a long strip on the left. Rather than having it all boxed into one box, it creates more square footage to stretch it out and to spread it out so that you end up getting to the elevation that we currently have. That is why the square footage, to us, the square footage is something we did not go in and say, hey, we're allowed 50, let's go 55 and see if we get 50. We didn't try to do anything like that. We presented the square footage that we believe is the best ROI and what we know we need to do it. We weren't trying to ask for more to try to go down in less or anything like that. We went to that number, and that's how we got there. So we worked backwards. The remaining 15 acres, this project could be done on 5. We've committed to make that a buffer and to save that land forever so that it will be completely preserved forever. That is from this. I went to them, presented to the board, to the HOA, showed them everything before we even submitted to the county. We wanted them to see what we were submitting to the county, and then once we submitted it to the county, we had the public meeting. At the public meeting, it was asked, consideration for some traffic going down McKinney or to Rex Road, driving through there. And it was just asked if we would consider possibly putting in something. This is just a mock-up. It's not anything that we're doing without y'all's approval, but it was just asked, to be able to defer people from driving down that road to cut through the community. So that's our plan, and that's what I wanted to present to you and explain to you how we got from where we were to where we are today. I'm sorry, Rob Garrett with Discovery Church, 881 Sand Lake Road.
Sir, did you sign in? If not, can we get you to sign in?
Okay, Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
If you will stand by for a few moments.
Yes, sir.
Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have about 18 speakers for this item.
Okay. All right. We're going to give each person who will speak a minute by which to plead their case. Is there anyone ceding their time to anyone else?
We only have one individual seating time.
Okay. All right, then we're going to stay with the 1 minute. And you can call them perhaps in the order in which you received the names.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along that back wall, approach the podium in the order called. Please begin with your name and address for the record. Our first speaker is going to be Marlon Hutchins, followed by John Parrott, Bob Harrell, Aisha Laws, and Patty Garrett.
My name is Marlon Hutchins. I reside at 13125 Lake Butler Boulevard, Windermere, Florida. And I would just like to address the commissioners and the mayor and say, you know, it's certainly a different project today than it was 4 years ago. Certainly went back and took a look at things that were maybe missed as far as site plan goes, as far as interaction with the neighbors go, and trying to make sure that we become good members of the community. And we have really tried to go through, met with planning, met with zoning, and hit the things that need to be taken care of. And quite honestly, I read through all the notes from the last time around, and I think we've tried to do our best job to address all those. So thank you very much for your consideration.
And so, Mr. Hutchins, what capacity are you here? Are you?
I'm a member of the church, Mayor.
Okay. All right. So. All right. Thank you. All right. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is John Parrott, 2241 White Feather Loop. I am a resident as well in District 1. So I've been a part of Discovery Church for 30 years. Met my wife there, raised my family there, got grandchildren now. And my 30 years there, I can testify that Discovery Church is a place that loves well, cares well. It's not a place that's seeking to impose its will. It's a place that's seeking to be there if and when the people of the surrounding areas desire to come and be a part of what we do. I think the unique opportunity that the residents of the rural settlement have is this. When I move in my neighborhood, maybe when you move in your neighborhood, I don't get to pick my neighbors. I don't get to know who they are. I don't get to know what they like, what they dislike. Am I going to like them? Are they going to like me, etc.? I think the unique opportunity here is that we've done everything we can to introduce ourselves to the residents and try to convey the heart of who we are. Not here to impose. We're here to be a blessing to the degree they want us to be a blessing. And so I can testify to that because not only have I been a member of Discovery Church for 30 years, but I'm the lead pastor of the Winter Garden campus. Thank you. I'd ask that you would please approve this project.
All right,
Sorry,
thank
can
you.
we get a name and address? I didn't get name.
Did you give your name?
John
you gave
Parrott.
his name, but maybe not his address.
John Parrott, 2241 White Feather Loop, and I'm a resident of District 1. Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please. Okay, Mr. Harrell is not, he's waiving his time, so he's not going to speak, although he's here. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Aisha Laws. I'm a resident of District 1. My address is 1264 Hull Island Drive, that's in Oakland. My husband of 32 years and I have 2 daughters and had been snowbirds for several years before we found Discovery Church. We were looking for a church that had faith-filled support for our preteens at the time. They're in their 20s now. And Discovery was definitely what they needed. Truly, Discovery was what our family needed. So much so that we stopped snowbirding and sold our home that we loved in Maryland to move to Florida. And we gave our realtor a 20-minute stipulation from Discovery Church. Since that time, we have been sustained through illness and grief, supported in our marriage and parenting, loved by these wonderful newfound family members that are unmistakable blessings in our lives. Our family members have followed us not only to Florida, but also to Discovery Church, and have found support in their faith and God-given gifts.
Time does go quickly.
I ask you to go in favor.
All right. Next speaker, please.
My name is Patty Garrett. I reside at 4161 Court, Orlando. So I've had a front row seat in this entire journey as I am Rob Garrett's wife, and I just want to share a perspective that you don't get to see. I've watched my husband lead this effort with humility, patience, and genuine care. I've seen him build relationships with people who initially opposed this project, not by pushing an agenda, but by listening, truly listening. I've watched him pray for those who disagreed with us. I've seen him drop everything on a Saturday morning just to meet with residents, to hear their concerns, their desires, and what matters most to them. And what stands out to me in this is what I've witnessed in Rob, is his desire to relate, to learn, and to listen. And it's not just his heart. That is the heart of Discovery Church. Discovery's heart is not to impose or take away anything, but it is to be a good neighbor, one who shows up, who cares, and who is there if and when the community needs us. This isn't just a project for us, it's personal. Years ago, Rob and I were home builders here in Central Florida, and we actually lived in a rural settlement. I ask you to please vote for this.
All right, thank you, Ms. Garrett. Next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Dale Ward, followed by Al Laws, William Shireen, Denise Martinez, and Mark Fox.
My name is Dale Ward. I live at 5803 Majority Trail in Zellwood, and I'm actually reading a letter on behalf of one of the residents of the rural settlement. He writes, "Good afternoon, Orange County Board members. My name is Charlie Weiner. I have lived at 4252 Windy Acres Road within the rural settlement for 23 years. I've been a member of Discovery Church for 21 years. Due to a medical emergency, I'm unable to attend today and request that my statement be read. On March 11th, I received an email from the Avalon Homeowners Association that included both accurate and misleading information. The message characterized the proposed Discovery Church sanctuary as a 45,932 square foot mega church, suggesting significant negative impacts. As a resident, I understand how this framing could create unnecessary concern. In reality, the proposed Discovery Church sanctuary is 15,757 square feet. For comparison, the existing Korean church is 15,444 square feet, and the LDS building is 16,728 square feet. Charlie asked that this be approved."
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Al Laws. I live at 1264 Hall Island Drive, and I live in District 1. I am married to the beautiful young lady Aisha Laws, who was up here earlier for 34 years. In the Book of Wisdom, it says, "What is desirable in a person is their trustworthiness. Can they be trusted in a world where trust is not assumed like it was before? Can I take a cup of sugar or cupcakes over to my neighbor? Will they trust me in my motives, or will they think I'm being nosy, or at worst report me to the HOA? How do I trust?" Jesus said, "Like a fruit tree. By their fruit you shall know them." As my wife said before, we were looking for a community in church that we could trust, shared our general values, and believed in the fruit of the community that we would like to share in. And in this community, we believe they share in the fruit of love, joy, peace, goodness, kindness, tenderness, and self-control. We found these fruits in the District 1 community, and we're proud to be part of that community.
All right, thank you, Mr. Laws. You almost got through it. Next speaker, please.
I'm not sure if I'm in the right order.
You can go ahead. We'll figure it out. Just give us your name and address.
Denise Martinez, 16065 Sand Hill Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787, Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. Mayors and commissioners, approving even one mega facility will have far-reaching consequences. It will trigger additional applications, and the cumulative impact will fundamentally and irreversibly transform the character of our community, undermining the very purpose for which rural settlements were created, and rapidly and permanently shifting from rural to urban. This places Orange County's 21 rural settlements at risk, determining the very purpose for which they were created. Introducing urban service area appropriate projects in inappropriate areas is how rural communities are lost. This decisions made now will determine whether our rural settlement remains protected or begins a steady path toward urbanization. The community has been clear. A smaller capacity, community-sized facility consistent with existing sanctuaries, which we have 2, is appropriate in a low intensity rural settlement. Please deny this request. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Martinez. We'll move to the next speaker.
William Sheeran, 2450 Williams Road. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. There are numerous institutions and on A2 rather, right to build parcels surrounding our rural settlement that are within the urban service area that could take a project of this size. Right now, our rural settlement doesn't have the infrastructure to support this with road capacity, sewer, and water. Our rural settlement can absorb the level of intensity without lasting consequences. Once this precedent is set, it cannot be reversed. Future approvals will be difficult to deny. Efficiency, dismantling the protections are preserve our community character and integrity for generations to come. Please support the rural settlement protections and vote to deny this application. Plus, this is prime farmland. Someday we're going to need more food. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
My name is William Martino. I'm going to concede my time.
Okay. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Mark Fox. I live at 5227 Wincy Groves Road in the Wincy Groves subdivision, just adjacent to the Rural Settlement District. I ask that you deny the applications. Let's focus on zoning. A lot of speakers have talked about the benefit of the church, but this is a zoning application. It's the same zoning application as in 2022. And in 2022, this commission, in terms of its findings, found that the size was incompatible and did not meet the standards that you need to approve. So what's the applicant's solution? Propose a bigger site. It still remains incompatible with the rural settlement district. As their use map showed, it does not benefit the rural settlement residents in large measure because most of the churchgoers are from outside the area. I ask that you deny on the basis of size, on the basis of benefit to the rural settlement district, and if it were to be approved with conditions, the McKinney Road and the Rex Drive would need substantial improvements to ensure that traffic does not negatively impact. Vote no, please.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Rosanna Mallerby, followed by Jacob Mallerby, Art Slow, Lori Forrester, and Lori, you're going to get that extra minute, and Mark Mansfield.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosanna Malherby, and I live at 4302 Rex Drive in the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. My husband and I were first invited to a meeting last year with some of our neighbors and representatives from Discovery Church. Before that meeting, I wanted to see for myself what this church was like and what they might be like as neighbors. So my family and I attended a Sunday service in February of 2025. What we experienced that morning truly changed our lives. The warmth, the sense of belonging, and the genuine heart for the people were unlike anything we had found in many other churches we had visited in the past decade. Since that first visit, my husband, my daughter, and I have all become members, and Discovery has become our spiritual home. Discovery Church has also shown real respect for our community and its rural character. They've listened to neighbors, heard our concerns, and looked for ways to grow alongside us, not over us. They are not coming in as a big institution trying to take over. They are coming in as people who want to be part of this community, side by side with places like Special Hearts Farms and our local land and homeowners, working to preserve what makes this area special while still welcoming thoughtful growth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Malherby. I live on 4302 Rex Drive, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. The exact road that the church wants to build on. I'm a member of the Discovery Church. Here's what I would like the board to consider today. There's already an approved church in the settlement, the Korean Presbyterian Church, that is 3,600 36,288 square feet. It's 3 buildings, and it's operating without issue in the rural settlement. Discovery Church is asking for 45,934 square feet. On November 19, 2024, Commissioner Wilson made the motion to approve Rex Grove RV Park. Directly across the street, 199 RV sites, 133,000 square feet, 700 daily vehicle trips, generators running 24 hours a day, every day of the year. Discovery Church, I would like for you to approve Discovery Church. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mallory, we'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. My name is Art Slow, 17160 Sand Hill Road, Winter Garden. I stand in opposition. And this is a hard one. I like these people. They're my friends. They're my neighbors. They have listened. They have taken our considerations to heart. They have been kind and generous with their time. The one place where they would not bend is on the size, intensity of the use of this facility. And that is incompatible with the rural settlement and its existing development patterns. Nothing said here today changes that. The wonderfulness of their mission, the kindness of the people involved, the friendships developed, and the decency of their mission. None of that affects the effect of this project on the rural settlement. And this project, make no mistake, has the opportunity and the possibility of killing the rural settlement permanently, all of them in Orange County. If this passes, this will provide a lever for large organizations to enter rural settlements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Our community, I'm Mark Mansfield, 16362 Sand Hill Road. Our community met with Discovery Church numerous times in small groups and community meetings. We reiterated that we don't oppose the usage, we oppose the size and intensity of the project. Although they made some architectural changes to the building and landscaping, which we appreciated, they disregarded our primary concern, the size and capacity. Through our discussions, we were hoping they would be on the same page regarding being good neighbors. We explained the cause, effect, and implications of the project would have on our community. They were committed to building what they submitted and wouldn't consider any modifications to the size or capacity. Capacity of 800 attendees at each of 3 Sunday services can accommodate 2,400 attendees. The common definition of a megachurch is one that can accommodate 2,000 attendees or more, so they fall within that definition. This makes it a regional church, not a community church, meant to attract people from outside our area, creating pass-by traffic. Please deny this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Next speaker, please.
And there's actually one more speaker on the list, Maria Stella Casanova-Baker.
Thank you, Nick. Lori Forrester, 16050 Sand Hill Road, Winter Garden, Florida, 34787. Hello, all. Believe me, what Art said, we really appreciate Discovery Church's engagement this time around, and they have become our friends. And we like those folks. But we tried to get to yes. We really tried to get to yes, but they were committed to the capacity and size. And we are, like everybody's saying, we've never been opposed to the use. What we're opposed to is the capacity and the physical side of the size of the facility. So I have heard some comments from folks, and I have a little handout I'll give you afterwards, about the square footage and the and probably the FAR and things like that about the existing churches. Plus, I have added Discovery Church, and I've added the Crossroads Impact Church, which will be the next church that will be coming here to request approval. But I have to tell you, I attended the BZA meeting, and I was baffled. I was baffled at the justification that they used to recommend for approval. They continue to say that we're going to let the BCC make these kinds of decisions. I could not understand their thought process or statement, since the recommendation for approval would have placed this on the consent agenda, which basically does not let the BCC make these kinds of decisions. The only way to let the BCC make these decisions was to have the county commissioner pull it and send it to this public hearing. So here we are again, 4 years later, fighting against what was denied. The difference this time is that their application is for a larger facility. So we're sitting here saying to us, we're sitting here saying, what is it going to take for rural settlement protections to be implemented and to be adhered to? A community church we don't have a problem with, but a church that can accommodate 800 people per service is too big. Thank you. Can I pass
All right,
these out
thank you,
now?
Ms. Forrester.
Or do you pass those out? Thank
All
you.
right, we'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Stella Casanova Baker. I live in 16112 Sand Hill Road. I am a resident of the rural settlement. I am here in opposition to this proposal. The claim that this project has broad community support is not accurate. A significant number of Lake Avalon rural settlement residents have been consistently showing up, spoken out, and opposed this. This is not opposition to a church. It is opposition to the size and intensity of a mega facility that does not belong in a rural settlement. It is indisputable that the people representing Discovery Church are kind and respectful. But this is not about being nice. This is about the impact, the scale of development that just disrupts the integrity of the rural settlement. And let's be clear, approving this will set a precedent. That is a fact. Once a project of this magnitude is approved, it becomes the standard for what comes next. Future applicants will use it, and it will become harder to deny similar or larger developments. This is how rural communities are slowly turned into urban. Can I have just 30 seconds? Just
No,
30
ma'am.
seconds.
I will have to do that for everybody, so we're going to hold you to the time. All right. All right. Next speakers.
Hello, my name is Shanique Davis, address 105 Seville Road, Auburndale, Florida. And I am here asking that you vote in favor of this. I'm just here to give a personal testimony of what this church has meant to me as a single divorced mom. This church has been there for me in difficult times, offering me counsel, offering me emotional and financial support. For my 11-year-old son, he's found a community within the youth group. He has older men teaching him what it means to be a man, teaching him to be a man of support and integrity. But today I want to highlight that this church is something that would be a benefit, that has been a benefit not only to me but to the community. I've watched this church be there in times of loss for people, in times of difficulty in relationships, in times of many different times where people need healing. And I believe that this church is a benefit not only to myself, but I've seen it be a benefit to the community. So I'm asking that you vote in favor because it offers opportunities for people like my son and myself in the community to be blessed by the presence of this church. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker if there are any.
Mayor, I believe that was our last speaker for this item.
All right. We have one person waving. Would you like to speak, ma'am? Okay, come on in. She says she signed in, so maybe we missed her earlier or something. Just come on. You give us your name and address if you don't mind.
Lisa Combs, address is 5103 Rex Drive. I'm a resident of the rural settlement and will be just north of where the building is. And my biggest concern is the impact it would have on the community.
You ceded your time to Lori. That was the extra minute. I'm sorry.
I did?
That's what it says here, yes.
Okay. Deny.
Okay.
That's why I didn't call her.
All right. So, okay. Are there any other speakers that didn't see their time? Okay, you can do it afterwards. If you want to speak on this item, come on. Or right after him. Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, Mick Floyd, 16128 Sand Hill Road. I've lived in the rural settlement now for 7 years, and all we're getting is every few months a new application, church after church after church. It's a rural settlement. We have nothing against churches. Have your churches elsewhere. We don't want a religious settlement. It's slowly getting chipped away. There's going to be nothing left. Do you know what I mean? So I object. I'd like you to object about the church. And if you are going to approve it, make it a lot smaller than what they've applied for.
Okay, Mr. Floyd, thank you. All right, if, Mr. Floyd, if you didn't fill out a card, would you fill one out? Okay, thank you. All right, come on.
I'm Thad Trogger. I live in the residence at 17307 Old Country Lane. This rural settlement exists for a reason, to protect the law for density. Allowing this is going against what we're supposed to be protected for. Your vote should be based on compatibility and consistency of the current development patterns. This is detrimental to our area, and its precedent it will create for the other churches that have already bought land trying to go after these. We shouldn't be voting on if they're nice people. You know, they are nice people. We should be voting on what our rural settlements should be, and we shouldn't be voting for what they can do for you. If this applicant would consider a compromise to modify, like we asked in all the meetings, saying go smaller, then we wouldn't be against it so much. If this changes, it's just going to open up to more and more for us to fight and have to be here for our community. So I deny.
All right, thank you, Mr. Trogger. Are there any other speakers for this item? Okay, if there are no other speakers, then we're going to go back to the applicant or representative for any rebuttal comments. And
thank you, Mayor.
It looked like we're going to tell you how much time you got left. Looks like 6:53, 6
All right,
minutes.
I'll go fast. Mayor, thank you so much. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of Discovery Church. And I'm happy to hear that many of the comments have been that they don't have a problem with the use, but the problem is with the size. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time explaining how we got to the size and the request. And one thing I want to point out is this is not asking to remove land from the rural settlement. This is not a future land use map amendment, and this is not a rezoning. This use is allowed as a special exception if we meet that special exception criteria. So when it comes to looking to size, the first place we looked was in the Orange County Comp Plan, which sets forward some general standards for sizes within rural settlements. So it says that there's a maximum in a rural settlement of 50,000 square feet. We're less than that. When it comes to commercial and office, it allows up to a 1.5 FAR. It didn't say religious, but those certainly have higher usage than religious would. So we sort of used that as a benchmark. I'll also note that in the staff report for Special Hearts Farm, that staff also used that as a benchmark. So comparing to the other churches and to Special Hearts Farm, which was more recently approved, the LDS church is on 5 acres, and when I looked at their site plan from their approval in 2019, their entire church is the sanctuary at 16,000. There is no student ministry. There are no classrooms for adult outreach and for offices. With Harvest Church, which has been referred to as the Korean Presbyterian Church, its combined size is over 36,000 square feet on 11 acres. So what you'll notice about both of these is they're at about an 0.07 floor area ratio. Special Hearts Farm, it's a little over 40,000 square feet on 18 acres. And then we're asking for 45,934 square feet on the almost 20 acres, which then comes in, again, at about a third of the FAR that is allowed in rural settlements. I also want to point out that when you go back and look at what we requested initially, and if you guys remember that, I was here then too, this building was a very compact building, which gave a mass of a larger church or building. And so what we attempted to do was to make the building look more agricultural, as if it were a barn or something built over time, which then required us to pull the building apart and add additional corridors. And so part of the question is, well, why didn't you just make it smaller? Well, I think that answer is twofold. First, if we build it now to a capacity that is less than what we know we need, we are going to be back here again asking for a larger church. And second, if we're not able to serve the people in this area that want to come to this church in the services that we've agreed to limit ourselves to, we're just going to have to add more and more services during the week and on Sundays, which adds more trips. So that's why we got to this request. There also seems to be some concern about precedents, that there are other churches that are in line either here or in other rural settlements to come in. A special exception, and I defer to your legal counsel, but a special exception does not create a precedent. Everyone has to be judged on its own merits. But I would offer to you that if we are setting a precedent, it's a pretty good one. We're putting 15 acres of permanent green space. If this were developed at 1 unit per 2 acres, you wouldn't have 15 acres in permanent green space. You wouldn't have these large buffers or the other promises we made. We are over 2,000 feet from the nearest residential home. So part of the special exception criteria is to be compatible with the surrounding development. We've got a dump. We have 4 units per acre to the south at Horizon West. We have conserve around us, and there is also an RV park. So it is not as if we are surrounded by single-family residential. With regard to traffic, we are within the rural settlement, but we are on the edge, which allows us to have our traffic come to and from the 429 and down to McKinney without having to travel through the rural settlement. You don't have to take my word for it that we meet the special exception criteria. Your staff independently reviewed this and found that we met every single criteria of the special exception and therefore deserve to be able to continue forward with development of this church. I've got 1 minute left, and I'm happy to take any questions, Mayor, that your board may have.
All right, stand by for a moment. We're going to close the public hearing at this time, and I'll open it up for any questions by the board before we go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. We'll start with Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, followed by Commissioner Michael Scott, Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Martinez-Simrad. All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. I'm Becky. In the pictures, it says that they have around all those trees that they're going to leave, right? But then I have a picture here that they have other, like, buffers. That's different? They're going to put that buffer there, too?
You're exactly correct. So we have agreed to keep the karst feature that is existing, which is that amount of trees. Okay. We have agreed to build a buffer all the way around all 4 sides. We have also agreed to insert an orange grove along Rex Drive. And then we've also agreed in the center, I don't know if you can see where I point, but in the center right here, this is where we agreed to plant new hardwoods, which would create a hard edge here and make sure that our promise to not expand further west is fulfilled. And so you'll see as the very first condition of approval is that we have to build exactly what we're showing you here. And a lot of that was what we believed was the trade-off for the size, is that we were agreeing to do all of these things that you don't see on any of the other churches in this rural settlement.
Okay, and then my other question is, in the presentation that Mr. Garrett did, he said, he mentioned, no, it wasn't him, or whoever it was, but anyway, About the parking in the grass, and they had to put the wheel stoppers. Where will that parking, where will?
So the parking, what we asked to do is to, and I'm sorry you can't see it, but,
No.
but on the south side where it's green, we asked to leave this as grassed parking with wheel stops. And so that way, they say you build a church for Easter Sunday. This way, this is the least used parking. And so as you're coming down McKinney Road, it would continue to be green, but it would be appropriately maintained for parking. And so that's the variance that we're requesting. Certainly, if this board doesn't want to grant a variance, we can build that parking, that's asphalt as it is on the north side. But again, this is just an idea that our group had in trying to keep more green space on the south for those traveling on McKinney.
Okay, and then the entrance and the exit. I see that they have two in McKinney Road. One is an entrance and the other exit, or the both can be entrance and exit?
They are built to both be entrance and exit. They have a pretty sophisticated way in which they get traffic in and out when they're after their service. So it may be that on a Sunday we have someone directing traffic with an in only and an out only, but they're built to be two-way right now.
It's like, will we have faith there? Okay, thank you, Ms. Beck.
Commissioner Michael Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Becky, how you doing? When we met, you all talked about the traffic management plan, and so has that been finalized? Is it going to be off-duty law enforcement, church staff, a combination of the two? Like, how are you guys going to manage the traffic?
I'll
I know
defer
you
that to
did.
Rob.
You did talk about the service time. So how is that going to be managed?
Law enforcement, off-duty law enforcement, we will hire.
Okay, and so then, in the conversations you've had with the members of the community relative to the adjustments you've made, some of them said about the size. What were the conversations about the size?
I was not personally in those. Rob was, so I would like to defer to him.
Sure.
Yeah, when I was asked about the size, even though everything we did together, it was the size that always came up. And what I had said was, I know based on our numbers and what we do, we just know that the best way to do this in the ROI for what we're doing to commit 15 acres to a buffer, we would need this size to support such a project. To maintain a project like this, just landscaping and things like that, and the services it takes to maintain a project like this, it takes a lot. So they are correct when they said, he always stood firm on the square footage. I did it respectfully. I just told them, right now I'm going to hold to that, and I just need to hold to that based on the numbers that I know.
Are you firm on the service times? And the motivation behind the question is, let's say this project moves forward, and then a year from now, maybe even 2 years from now, there are traffic concerns that are expressed to the commissioner. Would you be amenable to, one, changing the service times to mitigate that, and two, would you be amenable as an additional condition of approval?
Yeah, for future?
For the future.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, because even the service times that we put in for, we believed were at our worst case of what we thought it would be. 3 services would not be full. 800 seats, 80% full at a church is considered 100% full because not everybody wants to sit next to each other.
Right.
So you plan on 600, so you have to have 800. Based on what we know, those services would not be filled, but we would hope that they would fill over time. But to answer your question directly, yes.
So but I'm saying, I know you're amenable to it. Would you be amenable to it as a condition of approval?
Yes.
Okay, so a year from now, there's traffic concerns either through expression from the residents or maybe it's verified through a separate traffic study. You would be okay with adjusting those based on the feedback or whatever the studies show?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore. Ms. Wilson.
I just wanted to kind of finish responding to the question about the size. There has not been, that I am aware of, a size by the neighbors suggested other than the 16,000. And 16,000 is not possible. If it's 16,000, then we find a developer for this piece of land, right? So it's not 16. If the question is, is there a corridor that could be shrunk or something like that? That has not been discussed. But again, to us, it's because it's just been an arbitrary make it smaller. What's the purpose of making it smaller when we're trying to give you 15 acres of open space?
I got you, but that 15 acres of open space, is that something that can be utilized by the members of the community, or it's just open space? Like, what was the plan?
There wasn't a plan other than to protect and preserve that land.
Copy that. As far as the additional condition of approval, like I'm not suggesting that's a condition of approval relative to traffic, but I'm just simply putting an option in there for the district commissioner to consider should she want to. That's all. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes, Ms. Wilson, with McKinney Road, I see a substantial tree buffer, and I think I heard you say something about the size of the trees going in there. So ultimately, as these trees mature, how much of the building, because I will be seen from the street with this tree buffer?
Well, unfortunately, we think very little of it, right? So when you look through the staff report, when it compares the buffers that are required versus the buffers that are being proposed, you see that we are giving pretty significant buffers. So from the front, code requires a 35-foot setback. We're proposing 238 feet. So we're going to be pulled very far back from McKinney with a significant treed buffer in front.
Did you say 35 feet is what's required?
35 feet is code.
And that's code in the rural settlement?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you answered it with Commissioner Scott. Is it 75% of the site will be open space?
I believe it is 70%.
70% open space. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Lakin, can I have you come up to the podium? So I wasn't at the BZA. I understand it was a unanimous, and the staff had recommended approval. Can you walk us through a little for us? I know you did your presentation at the beginning, but we've now heard theirs, and we've also heard public comment. Can you walk us through why staff was more in agreement with what this project was proposed as opposed to 3 years ago?
Absolutely. Miles, could you jump back to the staff presentation? So just a comparison here. Essentially, on the left-hand side is the 4-building proposal with that large activity field and sports field. Those had lighting associated with them, and then we have the large parking lot with fully paved, and then we have there's a lower buffer from the sports activity fields where the lighting's proposed to Rex Drive, and then on the right-hand side is the current proposal. So essentially, we were looking at a much larger site before. We were looking at 4 buildings, the activity fields, the paved parking. So really, staff had large concerns related to that sports field and activity field with its lighting being a nuisance and generating traffic that would be outside of the regular kind of religious institution operations. Whereas this time around, those kind of additional features that they've added are less of something that would bring people from outside to outside of operational hours. And then the unimproved parking is really growing more into the rural character of the area. It's, providing the necessary facilities that are for the site, but still having that unimproved parking spaces available. So that's kind of the major differences. And so staff was really looking at those kind of atypical uses associated with the religious institution back then and really noting kind of that as the difference between then and now.
Okay. And if I could, so we start hearing about infrastructure, right? So even on daily trips, that's pretty significant on McKinley Road. Is the applicant going to be contributing to any infrastructure improvements along that area? I know that obviously ingress and egress is, they're going to have to because it's going to affect their property, but just curious to know any other additional improvements.
Yeah, so there are a traffic analysis would be required at time of permitting, as well as a capacity encumbrance letter, which would look to, the trips that they're putting on the road, the impact on infrastructure, and see what their prop share is.
Okay, and if I could have, Mr. Garrett, I have just a couple follow-up questions. Sorry, I don't know if it's Ms. Wilson, but I will share. I'm a little torn on this because 3 years ago, I can't believe it's been 3 years, I was not supportive of the project because I felt it was too much when we looked at the rural settlement area. But then I'm torn because one of your main campuses is in my district. And I have partnered with you all on many occasions. I have visited your facility also many, many times, and I've gotten to know these, many of your folks are my neighbors at the same time. But I was worried when you all submitted this 3 years ago, it was just too much. And I didn't feel that it really went in there. And now I feel you came immediately and met with us. I don't know how many other people, but you met with me numerous times along the way and kept us updated. I want to ask on if we could possibly go back to their proposal, the rendering one of theirs. I apologize for having to go back from county to this one. No, back. That one. Can you share what part of this is going to be conservation area? Because I think that's the question, and you're admitting to a condition on not building any additional structures on this property, and we'll leave it as is. Can you specifically share, besides that humongous circle, which, how many acres is that, by the way?
It's as big as the building. It's big. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
45? 45?
I don't know how big it is.
Okay.
It's big.
Well, you said as big as the building.
It's
so
as big as the
I
building.
was taking you on that.
Probably an acre. Yeah. Say a couple acres? Scott says 2 acres, the engineer.
Okay.
So it's big.
Okay.
That was, if you don't mind, I know, we're limited on time. I want to explain that. That was an important part because I had learned about rewilding for the very first time by meeting with the neighbors to talk about it, and that's why we kept it, because we kind of fell in love with the idea of keeping it natural and keeping it preserved. As far as a buffer of green space, when you look at that area all the way from the beginning of that, the karst area, all the way back, all protected to the right, all the way to the left, all the way down, all that area that says open area, the hardwood, everything to the left, all of that is planned to be completely left alone and preserved. Everything, all the big buffer, we made the buffer probably twice as big as what's required because we knew that was an important part. You saw the picture I showed you of what it looks like now with the ghost groves. I mean, it's awful looking at this moment. So we wanted to really, really bump up the landscape. I've had landscape guys look at this to give price, and they said, well, we don't want to give you a price because it'll cost us too much to even do the estimate at this moment. But we know we're going to have to put in a lot to do this because we think it's important to bring some of this area back up. The area, that piece of land is not in good shape right now.
Right. And I will say, for the lot that's in my district on Sand Lake Road, you all took I believe it was not A2, R2, which could have been multifamily, and actually turned it into open space.
Correct.
And so you did the opposite of what people think. On a very urban area, you actually created green space. So I tend to believe that when you say you're going to leave this, and you're going to protect it, and you're making a commitment not only in front of us, but in front of your own members, there's a lot of weight to that because there have been opportunities where you could have gone a different way and you didn't. All right, and Lakin, one last question on that. When the transportation study is completed, I think all of us, we were just commenting on Sundays, we have roads in our districts where there's a lot of churches. Chickasaw has 7 churches. on the north side of it, and every Sunday you don't want to take Chickasaw. But excuse me, but what are we expecting? Is there some sort of kind of, when you guys sat for DRC, what were some of your thoughts on that, on McKinley Road, and what that impact is going to look like?
Lakin, this is John. I'll go ahead and jump in. Commissioner, at least in terms of the typical traffic analysis that would usually occur for a PM peak hour, not necessarily for a Sunday, when you look at ultimately what would be the site plan and the engineering work, the development engineering team at Public Works would be looking at the egress and the operations associated with the driveway connections more so than the off-site transportation network. So you would see that, so at least in terms of, and of course, the applicant's spoken to, off-duty deputies to assist with the operations of what would be, stop-controlled, driveway connections, et cetera. So at least that part of it would go through a typical engineering review associated with the site plan, but the concurrency and the operations evaluation of the broader network would remain a PM peak hour weekday type of analysis.
All right. Do you feel like there's going to be any requirement, additional?
So
I mean, I know we don't have the study, but you guys have been seasoned enough to have seen projects like this. So
yeah. So Lakin's answer on the capacity analysis and the concurrency review, there are deficient roadway segments. We're still trying to advance via partnership projects on the segments of 545, especially to the south.
Right.
Those the applicant, should the concurrency study come back and show an adverse impact, they'd have to do a proportionate share payment. And of course, that's in addition to, or as part of, they're always going to have impact fees that they would have to come in and pay for transportation and for other services as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Got it.
Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Lakin, I had a question for you, please. Thank you. So in Orange County, right now, per our code, can a church buy Ag 2 land that's zoned A2, and basically get a right to build permit as long as setbacks and height and things like that are met?
So in the A1, A2 zoning districts, it is P/S, so that refers us to a condition, and the condition essentially says that if you are within the rural settlement, then you must obtain a special exception. So it's a
right,
yes
but I mean,
and...
with the exception of in a rural settlement, throughout
Correct.
all of Orange County, a church gets a right to build permit on agriculturally zoned land.
Yes.
Yes. So what I really hear in this situation is an unusual situation because it's actually a win. Because we have a community that is saying, and I ran a thematic analysis, by the way, of this board's discussion from the last time and public comment to see what were the major themes that were discussed. The number one major theme was size. It was the size of the church. And the number two major theme was they didn't mind the use. So two themes was the size is too big, but we don't mind the use. So there's willingness to compromise there. And if the church, I hear from the church that the business model wouldn't work to go smaller. I hear that, but then this piece of property is just simply not a fit for that church because it has special policies around it to protect it because it is within a rural settlement. But because of that, the church can go on any other parcel of land outside of a rural settlement and get a right to build permit. That's great news, and it's an option for the church. Another option is to reduce the square footage size, and the community is loud and clear with it being the second number theme. We don't mind the use. We're okay with the use. The size is just too big. What I'm surprised about was when staff said, that the change in the architecture and the way that it looks, that was kind of a deciding factor because there wasn't a single comment that said, I care about the way it looks. Nobody said that. So it's a nice concession, but it wasn't actually answering a request for the community. Additionally, this board has also made another important vote regarding history. So not only did this application come before the board before, but now it's here today and it's bigger. So it didn't address the root issue that the community was really asking for. So it's coming back even bigger. There are alternative sites for them to go to have a church this size with a right to build permit. That's important to recognize because Discovery Church is a good church, and nobody is saying that this is a bad church or that they don't do incredible things. It's just we're talking about does it work on this property? Another vote that this board took was Vision 2050. And if Vision 2050 had been operationalized, the requirement on this land would be something different. The seats would be at capacity at 400 with parking spaces at 191. And the square footage would go from 50,000 to 35,000, which is less than what is being proposed today. So not only has this board voted this exact package down when it was 2,000 square feet less based on the premise of it is too large, they also voted to support Vision 2050 that required, well, the board, I'm referring to the board, what the board has voted in majority, that would require this to be smaller in size. And the win here is that the community is saying, we have no problem with the church. We just are asking for it to be a size that is acceptable to our community. Not as defined by a FAR, which is actually not a measurement of size, it's a measurement of how big the footprint is on the piece of land. That's actually not a measurement of the size in how the community is defining it. So I think it's a little bit of a disingenuous approach because it doesn't capture what the community is saying, and you know it, we know it, and they know it too. So I think that the good news is that we can get somewhere with the community because they're saying we don't mind the use, it's just too big. But they do have a vision, and we can make that vision work, and we can have a great church. And if it doesn't end up being that property works for the business model, then maybe the community just misses out on a really great opportunity. But we hear from them over and over again, that's a risk they're willing to take because they believe that the size is too big, and we have special policies to protect rural settlements for this purpose, and we have a great policy that allows them to build on any other A2 land in the county. So I cannot support this today, and I think that the board should uphold the board's majority decision to deny it in the past, as well as to support Vision 2050 that would have required this to have been much smaller. Thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
No, I'm good, Mayor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to the district commissioner. Okay. Commissioner Uribe, one more question, and then we'll go to the district commissioner.
So I was going to say Commissioner Wilson, sorry, but different one. My apologies.
You're cursing me.
So
this side's more fun, guys.
So I was part of that no 3 years ago, but it was for different reasons, even though that was one of them. And so we hear the size situation. Is there absolutely any at all, and I don't know, this is up to you guys, any flexibility on that size?
Let me answer that in two parts, and partly addressing Commissioner Simrad's statement. So you are correct, FAR is a ratio of the size of the building versus the size of the land. If the board's direction is to stay at the not implemented orange code, which is the 35, then we're not going to be in a position to set aside 15 acres of land as open space. If it's 35, then we can build 35 on 5 acres and sell the other 15. The compromise we were looking for and that we were spending time with, although we didn't quite get there, was trying to add from and by the way, we all thought we were going to be sitting here and that was going to be our max, right? I mean, I watched you guys vote that in. So did Rob. We thought that was going to be our max. When it didn't go through, when things got sideways, we were looking for a way to get the extra square footage we believe we need in exchange for basically giving this rural settlement 15 acres of protected land. If what you all are saying and they are saying is that you would prefer this look more like a suburban or urban church where we use up every bit of land, then you guys have the right to give us that direction. The second part is there flexibility? Yes. I mean, there is flexibility. Like I said, what we were told was 16, right? 35, if we're going with 35, which is orange code, then again, we probably have a very different site plan because we're not able to do the things that we've promised the community if we're being reduced by about 9,000 square feet. Is going back to the size that we were a possibility? Absolutely. We can look at that and we can move around some of the corridors. Maybe some of it is no longer, building and instead it's a connection. We can do that. We can massage it down. But 16 is not something we can go down.
So, in good faith, if there is something that can be done, right? Where do you all feel comfortable being able to massage, as you call it, massage this?
I don't want to give away Rob's square footage, so.
Well, I want to say the square footage number also, when we looked at it to try to come to this, we looked at other projects. We used the chart that she did to show that, we're following within other things that were approved. So that's why when we looked at the Special Hearts Farm and its square footage, they asked for 53.4 and it got down to about 41, I think, 40 plus. The other church they reference a lot is 36,388, I believe, which is the one that they refer to as the Korean Presbyterian. So I believe that we would probably end up working somewhere in between those two numbers. I believe that that's fair. I believe it's compliant with other things that are
So
out there.
Rob, if I could, I do like the leaving the 15 acres to be conserved and never developed. That's very, very attractive because I would not want you to sell those off and someone else try to do something else. Do you all have a point where you would feel comfortable at some sort of reduction with still maintaining that proposal that you have? I know that Becky just mentioned some covered connecting areas or something. It's your project. I'm not that in depth to it, but is there somewhere where you could be that could bring a little bit of satisfaction to this board?
And understand that I'm doing this on the fly. So I will tell you.
Maybe you should ask the engineer.
So what I would say is I like that. I would prefer to leave the property. I think in the end of the day, when people drive by, they're going to say, wow, it's amazing. But as far as the footage of the building, when I looked at the other projects, Special Hearts is a little over 40,000 on 18 acres. We're at 20 acres. If it was a little higher than that, I think that that's a reasonable place to be at 42, 43.
42?
I think so.
So you would be willing to do...
With that square footage, based on that ratio, it's comparable to what that comes
So
out to.
that's literally almost taking 4 acres off of buildable square feet space. Well, that's okay. Thank you. Okay. So, and I don't know where the board sits, but could that be a condition of 42,000 square feet?
Why not make it the same as the other sites then? Like, that's what the people are asking for, to make the size of the building be the same as the other largest facility that's there.
Well, but Ms. Wilson just referred to, if they go that small, they're giving up the other acreages. That was the reason why. So considering this is almost 20 acres, that one's smaller in acreage when you look at the comparison and the farm. It was all being comparable there as far as the acreage, but them saving 15 acres, actually it'll be more now because it'll be less square footage. I
Correct.
mean, so less buildable area to save 15 acres in the rural area that they're not gonna touch at all. Or second option is they go smaller and they sell off that other part of their acres.
Well, I think instead of us negotiating on behalf of the community, maybe it's like a community meeting where the community can, have the opportunity to speak on that.
We've done that.
It's been done.
Is there a
yeah,
size
it's
that
been
the
done,
community-
because I mean.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we go to the district commissioner? Commissioner Simrad, I think you got in what you were saying. Commissioner Uribe, you got in what you were saying. I'm going to go to the district commissioner.
Yeah, and I really do appreciate the conversation. I appreciate my community coming out and weighing in again and again and again on this project. But I do think it's really important to distinguish this application and this project. I think to hear the comparison with Rex Groves, which, by the way, under state law, that was considered agritourism, so you can't do a comparison with the special exception criteria that we have to walk through for this, right? That is part of what we're supposed to do. And then, of course, if you recall Special Heart Farms, that was a land use change. It's not, you can't do this in apples to whatever bananas comparison. So I think it's really important that we look at this in terms of the other uses in the rural settlement that are religious institutions and what they have been held to. I think you all, some of you, I know staff, a lot of staff were here when the LDS church came through. It was very controversial. We are still having a hard time enforcing some of the conditions of approval that were negotiated that day. And I wasn't here for that, but we are dealing with the fallout. And so having the understanding of trying to make sure that whatever conditions of approval put in are things that can be enforced that fall within our jurisdiction are really important. That's why I gave you a funny look when you had the condition of approval idea. I did want to ask the applicant team about their plan for water, wastewater. The rural settlement doesn't have Orange County water. We cannot build additional connections to water or wastewater. And for a building this size with this capacity, what is the plan there?
Great question. Yeah, the comp plan says that you should use septic tanks and wells on the site. I know the residents don't want that. We actually have capacity. I actually work on the projects across the street. We have capacity for water and sewer right across the street. We can actually make those connections. We don't have to extend miles or anything else. We can make those connections right across the street. But that has to be approved by you. We have to come back and ask you guys. And not today, but we'd have to come back. But if you don't want to do that, we could always do well and septic.
Well, but the reason why I asked about it wasn't just for the reality of that challenge. It is actually that to hear the threat that if you all deny this today, we can just sell this off to a developer. No, it's still a rural settlement. It still isn't set for suburban sprawl in the description that I think we're feeling from the applicant team. And I'm not saying this because they have done a great job communicating with us. And I mean, over this last year and a half, I'm really grateful for that. And I agree, we want you in Orange County doing the great work every single day. That said, we were here having this exact conversation in 22. And back then, so we've got 22, same parcel, 43,190 square foot was the request, 737 seats. Interestingly, there seems to be some weird description change on the track size. I had in the presentation notes that I had, including the PowerPoint, back then, 20 acres for development. Today, you're saying 19, give or take, but now all of a sudden there's sort of this mathematic metric that includes a 70 acre. But it's still 20 acres of that is for the development. That has not changed. That hasn't changed. And then the 2022 conversation was really based on the size. There was very little conversation about the sports fields. There was some concern about it in the lead up, right? There was a lot of concern about that. But the conditions of approval that were actually in the report included kind of having that part in. So that the crux of the staff report, because I think Lake and you were not here, but the staff report
said, the scale and intensity of this proposal will be detrimental to the intrusion of the surrounding area. And it says, based on the overall generate traffic that's not similar to the adjacent single-family residences. And it was based on scale and intensity. And so we go back to that size again and again. This wasn't just about a layout. This was about the size and the number of people coming and going. And so I agree with my colleagues that have said, can we come down in size? I don't think knocking it off to where it was rejected in 22 is sufficient, understanding that's still twice the size of the LDS church. So if we could come down to that LDS size, I think that we've got a conversation, but I just don't know if it's not compatible with our comp plan.
I appreciate where you are. We're not coming to 16,000. And so when I say sell to a developer, I don't at all mean that it's a threat. I mean, I've done this for 20-something years, and every piece of land will eventually be something in Orange County.
It is now. It is now. A lot of it is agriculture now.
Yeah, it's not a grove that is currently being
No, I
used.
understand, but I'm just saying to consider it being.
Yeah, so it can go, right now it's 1 to 5, and it can go under the standards, it can go 1 to 2 and be developed as homes. And I think that would probably be the next request that would come. And current future's 1 to 5, but per the policies in your comp plan for this particular rural settlement, we can request 1 to 2. We want to leave here today and never have to talk about this 20 acres again. We want to leave and not have the neighbors have to come down and talk about this 20 acres again. So 16 just can't be the number. That isn't, we're not doing 16,000 square feet on 20 acres of land. And that is some other church, or that is we just sell
But that's
this.
why the rural settlement isn't the right spot. You're making my argument for me, right? So in our comprehensive plan on FLU 6.3.5, that Orange County shall establish Lake Avalon rural settlement, and the permitted densities and intensities of land use within the rural settlement shall maintain the rural character. If we are hearing that something is so grossly outsized from that rural character, then from the offset, the comprehensive plan speaks to that. And this is our existing, the one that hasn't yet been pulled from us by the state, but the idea of us not even following that by zooming past every other size, it just isn't, it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan.
So you're using LDS, which is the 16. The Harvest Church, which is referred to as the Korean Presbyterian Church, is 36,000. Its sanctuary is around 15. But like our sanctuary is around 15, it also has other buildings that provide other services, and it's on half the size of land.
But even your argument about the Korean church being close and it's separate, first of all, it's been there for a long time. But the important
10 years.
But the important piece, the Korean church has been there 10 years. The important piece of it that I think that I want to articulate is even that's down the street. These approvals, if this is something based on our comprehensive plan that's supposed to be there to serve the rural community, do you not see like a threshold issue of saturating the rural community with all religious institutions on any parcel that could have been used for something that is of a rural nature? And I'm not saying that's...
So Commissioner Wilson, that's a completely different conversation than I thought we were having. If we're back to use.
Okay. It is a different conversation, and I appreciate that. The compatibility and consistency is where we do need to come back and land. And I do think that we have not moved from the project in 22 other than the beautiful facade, and it is beautiful. It's the same project. And so that compatibility and consistency that this board determined back then did not meet the standard of our comprehensive plan and the protections for the rural settlement, it still exists. And so, with that understanding, I'm going to make a motion to deny this project.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for denial. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay. So I heard multiple voices, so I'm going to have to do it differently. Okay. Commissioner Wilson, you voted aye. Right?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
Commissioner Uribe?
No.
Commissioner Gomez-Guerrero?
No.
Commissioner Simrad? Voted aye. Commissioner Scott?
No.
Okay. Motion passes.
Mayor.
Motion failed.
Motion fails.
Mayor.
Okay.
May I ask a question of Commissioner Wilson, right, before we potentially entertain other motions? Or let's say the votes aren't here to move this forward as is, potentially. Rob did say that he did not engage substantially as it relates to size. You engaged substantially in other areas.
No, they didn't negotiate size. We've all been, what did I say? The first thing that came out of my mouth when we met last week was, I'm like, are we ready to get it down under 20? Because it's literally the thing I've every time we talk, I've said, it does not fit. It's a beautiful idea. It's a beautiful concept, but it is not for the rural community. And that is, it has been a ask of the community of the District Commission.
Okay.
Can I?
Okay,
I have
I'll
also-
entertain another motion.
I have a question. I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna be a little biased here, Rob, okay? Because the motion to deny was lost, but I do want to know if you would still be open to the reduction if we do support the motion for approval. Okay, so I would like to make a motion for approval with the condition of the reduction of the square footage to 42,000 square feet, if you all will agree to that.
Oh,
I know,
all right.
I've done it.
Who was asking the
Commissioner.
question? I voted no.
No, okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. There's Commissioner Uribe is making a motion for approval with a condition.
Yes,
Reduction to
the square footage
to
to 42,000.
to 42,000.
All right, I'll second.
Okay.
Can County Attorney clarify what condition of approval would that be?
I think that if we modify condition of approval number 1 and note development shall be in accordance with a modified site plan showing a maximum of 42,000 square feet, and then a modified landscape plan and elevations.
Georgianne has a statement.
Sorry, go ahead.
The request before you is to approve a special exception and variance that allows, the way it currently is 42,934 gross square foot religious institutions. So you would be approving a special exception and variance to allow 42,000. That's the way I understand the motion.
Wasn't it originally 46?
No, that was this
I have
one.
45,934.
45, okay, yeah.
So you would not be approving the 45, you would be approving 42, based on what I heard from Commissioner Uribe.
And are you guys still okay with accepting that? Okay, and then all the other conditions would remain of the 15 acres, correct? I just want to make sure nothing else is deviated from those conditions.
I think just the modification to condition 1 to remove the date and say site plan as modified and elevations as modified.
Okay.
Mayor, we're about to move to voting, right?
I didn't get a second yet. Well, I'll take it back. I got a second from Commissioner Moore. So we're going to move to voting if we got all the legal.
I had a question. I don't know if it would be for either one of you. Size has consistently been a concern. Would you all commit to another engagement with the community? I'm not sure if it will yield any results, but
Awesome.
it doesn't address the core concern of the size. I mean, it's a smaller change, and so I would want to know if you guys would at least have some meaningful interaction, because there may be a compromise in some way, shape, or fashion that we're just not thinking of here.
So we appreciate that 42 would be the maximum that is being approved. I think our commitment is to go look back at the building, and if it can be smaller, it can be smaller, but you all are setting a 42 max. I don't want to leave the podium promising that we're going to meet with the community, and if they say we want it smaller than 42, we're making it smaller than 42.
That's not what I'm asking, because I'm not asking that as a condition of approval. What I'm saying is effort. You know, you're going to be a neighbor, and you should at least make an effort. And in that effort, maybe there'll be some subsequent conversations where you may get to a point. Maybe it's 35 or 36 or 37, but what I don't want to happen is you guys get this approval and there's no additional conversation with the community.
Or how about that those conservation areas actually get transmitted as a conservation easement?
So,
Because that sounded very squishy to me, that we have all this conservation space, but that's not a legal designation.
can I answer both of these? I try to keep them in my brain. Absolutely, we're going to do outreach and continue it because we want the members of this rural community to love this church and use this church. So you 100% have that commitment, especially if this moves forward today. They are 100% going to be our neighbors, and we commit to do that. Commissioner Wilson, I agree with you. The word conservation is being used a couple different ways. My understanding is there is 15 acres of open space, and there is one karst feature of conservation. And we would...
But I think one of the selling points to this group, at the very least, that seemed to have been a difference from 22, because 22, I think those were fields, is this idea that those would be considered preserved. But nothing prevents the church from selling tomorrow.
Oh, no, it does.
So just one moment.
No, but I was going to say, is there a way...
Just one moment.
Is there a way...
We did have a motion, okay, and we had a second. Now...
We have a discussion.
If we want to clarify what the motion was, we can clarify what the motion was. But we do have a motion on the floor at this point. And Commissioner Uribe, you were the motioner. Are you interested in amending the motion?
Yeah, yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
So let's be specific about that. And if the seconder of the motion is in agreement with that,
Okay.
I'm interested in hearing what your amended motion is going to be.
So, Ms. Wilson, if you could answer Commissioner Wilson's.
Yes. So the condition of approval number 1 requires that we cannot modify the site plan without coming back here. So the
That's
site...
not a... That is... We get them every week. That's not
how would you
a transmittal of it, or some kind of a conservation easement, some kind of actual determination that says that what you're saying is in conservation or is preserved or open will be maintained in perpetuity. Getting back over here and saying, well, you know, we didn't know at the time we were going to get bigger as a congregation is not.
Well, I haven't said that.
No, but that's not necessarily.
So I can't put a conservation easement over things that are not conservation. So I can put a conservation easement.
You can dedicate development rights
over.
Commissioner Wilson, can we hear either from the county attorney or planning staff to get specifics? Because
sure.
What would, like, legally and procedurally, how would we accomplish a conservation easement?
I mean, I'm listening. I don't know that we've got a consensus yet on the negotiations between the commissioner and the response from the applicant. She's correct. Conservation means that you couldn't cut it. You couldn't mow it. You'd have to leave it in its natural state. There is a legal difference.
You come back here.
So it seemed, I don't know their plan to know, you know, what the objections are. I can't negotiate this. I just write what you guys decide.
I got you. Thank you.
I think the question is about the developability of it, right? Without coming back here. I mean, we understand that that's a layer, but it's still something that I think is possible and pretty easy to get done based on the number of those that we see here. So what would be, you know, if there's a dedication of development rights or some other...
Well, I think she just looked to her client when you read, but I didn't see a response from the applicant. So dedication of development rights is different than a conservation easement. But I don't have an opinion yet because I don't know if she's objectionable to it or what.
Yeah, I mean, this just coming up, we have committed per the site plan that area will be open space. The same way we do with all the other developments that come through here, our open space area doesn't then also give away development rights. For the area that is conservation, and I don't remember my client using the word conservation, but for the area that is conservation, we can give a conservation easement.
All right, Commissioner Uribe, do you understand what you're trying to amend your motion to? No, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I want to hear from Commissioner Uribe.
I would like to allow Commissioner Semrod to say something, and I do want to make at least that designation that we can put, the conservation area that we can put into, if we can do the language with Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe. I really feel, you guys, this deal is so clearly not baked all the way when we're up here and we're trying to talk about negotiating this and doing this and mending and it's all on the fly, and it's all with the community just staring at us and hoping that we vote the way that this board voted when it initially came to this board and was determined to be too big. So they're hoping that they don't have to keep coming and fighting the same fight, and it's hard to believe. And then even with Vision 2050, which this board voted to support, would have required this to only be 400 seats, which is exactly what the Korean church is as well, and the others. Again, it has nothing to do with the church. The people support the church. They're just asking that the size is too big. And just going down to what the board denied 3 years ago to 42,000, that was already denied because the board listened to the community. How can we vote otherwise today when the same people are standing before you asking and begging, please uphold your vote?
All right, Commissioner Uribe, you want to withdraw your motion?
Just as a last point, the conservation area, you are going to allow that to be acknowledged and set as the conservation area.
Yes, we've been asked to remove invasives from there and rewild it, and we're happy to do that and then put it in a conservation easement. I don't know who the easement's in favor of. Orange County?
Commissioner, can I hear from staff? Because my head is spinning right now, and I really need to not have my head spinning.
Hi, Jennifer Moreau, zoning manager. There was some discussion amongst ourselves back here in terms of a restrictive covenant or some other type of thing that might allow them to, maintain the land while ensuring that it doesn't get developed. And I don't know, looking to you as well, if that's a better possibility.
I'm sorry, Jennifer. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding. I bring site plans here and PDs here and development plans to DRC on almost a weekly basis. And when we show open space, my clients who are developers are not then asked to put restrictive covenants on. And so I'm kind of wondering why a church is being asked to do that.
Because the assertion was that it was that space was part of the conversation.
It is.
Back and forth with the community.
It is.
And so what we know and what you know is that open space can include a drainage ditch. That's not what the negotiation was. The negotiation really I feel like some of that compromise was that it was going to be something valuable into the community. But that's not articulated, and it's no longer you there next week, next year, 5 years, then how is there anything here that will provide that?
I respectfully disagree with you. Every buffer we negotiate for a multifamily deal is the exact same thing. We agree to a 150-foot setback of open space. I'm not then turned around and asked to dedicate that as an easement to the neighbor. So we have in good faith negotiated this. It is shown on our site plan. To get a building permit and to get a CO, we're going to have to provide that. I don't know why a church would be asked to be treated any differently.
Okay.
And then just one other, if you are going to make a motion or vote on the motion, I'm not sure where you guys are right now. We just wanted to clarify the revised condition of approval based on, I think the motion you made, Commissioner Scott? On the
Commissioner Uribe.
42,000 one, sorry. Miles, can you put on the overhead? So we just redrafted it to try to make it clearer. And just wanted to put it in for the record.
Can you blow that up
We're trying.
more? Oh, you had it the right way. Yeah, there you go.
So essentially, both the site plan and the elevations will need to change, but they'll need to change to just be modified in order to reflect the maximum square footage.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we having, is it a restrictive covenant or the easement? Which one are we voting on, just for clarity?
All right,
So we're
so,
going to the original motion?
With the amended 42,000.
all right, so are you amending your motion to include the language that staff is proffering
Yes.
at this?
So I want to officially amend my motion to include the 42,000 square foot area, and I believe Commissioner Moore.
Second.
With the modified condition?
Yes.
I'm just checking with legal. You're okay with this language?
Yes,
All right.
with modified condition number 1, as Jennifer showed on the overhead.
And then modified condition 12 is shown on the screen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and with that, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Okay. You were aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, so in this case, the motion passes 5-2. Yeah. All right, thank you all. All right, we're going to move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. And this is item C1. And we ask that you be as silent, quiet as you can as you leave. We're still in session. All right. At this time, we're going to move to item C1. We're going to call on Assistant County Attorney, Mr. Scott Chevano, to come forward to make introductory remarks for an impasse hearing that we are now going into.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
So we are now going to conduct an impasse resolution hearing pursuant to Section 447.403 Florida statutes. The county and the Orange County Firefighters Association Local 2057 have reached an impasse in negotiations for a collective bargaining agreement for fiscal years 2024-25 through 2026-27. The current collective bargaining agreement between the parties expired on September 30, 2024. The parties have already appeared before a special magistrate to resolve the impasse. The special magistrate's hearing and subsequent recommendations, however, did not resolve all the issues at impasse. The parties are now appearing before this board for the board to resolve the issues still at impasse. By law, the board will be acting in its capacity as a quasi-judicial body for purposes of resolving the impasse. It will conduct a hearing at which the parties will explain their positions with respect to the special magistrate recommendations that were rejected. It is the board's duty at this hearing to act as a neutral, unbiased decision maker. After hearing arguments from the parties, the board shall take such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the public employees involved, to resolve all disputed issues at impasse. The board's action will be final and binding on both parties. It is important to understand that the only issues before the board for resolution are IAFF A Unit Articles 22.18, which is known as leapfrog language, Article 31, insurance, Article 40.03, paren D, step increases after contract expiration, and Article 53.02, paren D, step increases after contract expiration for dispatch employees. The board may only act on these outstanding issues. The hearing will be structured as follows. The union will be able to present for 60 minutes. The county will present for 60 minutes. Rebuttal for the union will be 15 minutes, and then rebuttal for the county will be 15 minutes. After that, there'll be board discussion and action.
All right, with that, we're going to begin. I'm going to call on Attorney Rich Sawicka from the Egan, Lev, and Sawicka, PA, to present for the next 60 minutes on behalf of the IAFF.
Turn your mic on.
Is that how you do it? I had a preliminary issue, Rich Sawicka, thank you, for allowing us to present our case today. I had a preliminary issue on behalf of the union regarding how the case was going to be presented. The union had requested a couple of alterations from the way it was described just a moment ago in terms of how it would be presented. And I'm not quite sure who made the decision how it would be structured in terms of the presentation. As far as we understand, it is the board's decision to decide how you're going to conduct business. And with that in mind, we have asked that there be a couple of alterations to what we've just heard as to the format. The first alteration would be to present the open issues separately and have you vote after the presentation of the individual issues. The alternative way to do it would be to have both parties present their entire cases and then vote separately. Now, what our concern is that you might be, and I'm not quite sure if this is contemplated by the description of the procedure, you might be thinking about voting all the issues up or down rather than voting them separately, separate and apart from the presentations. So we would ask at the least that you decide to vote on each of the 3 open issues, well, 3.5, which you'll hear, vote on those separately. In other words, you'd vote possibly for the county on issue number 1, for the union on issue number 2, or the county on issue number 3. Something like that rather than everything up or down. There's a lot of technical reasons for that, primarily that everything up or down promotes, we think promotes log rolling, as that term is commonly understood. And it fails to realize the interrelationship between the various issues, or absence of a relationship depending on the issue. So we would ask, at least as a preliminary matter, that you bifurcate or separate your votes on the open issues at impasse.
Okay, I'll look to first the county attorney and then perhaps counsel, Mr. Mandel, that was retained on behalf of the county.
Mayor, Mr. Sawicka had received an email from Scott Chevenel, Assistant County Attorney, setting forth what the process was that you had decided, Mayor, as the strong mayor for this community. And the process was that, has been mentioned by Mr. Chevenel, 60 minutes presentation by the union, 60 minutes presentation by the county, and then yeah, I just want to make sure I had the order right. 15 minutes rebuttal for each, for the union and for the county at that point, and then you would move into deliberation. It is perfectly okay during that deliberation phase for you to take up each issue individually and vote upon it, as opposed to making one vote on all 3 issues. So that's fine. That's certainly permissible.
All right. And with that, Mr. Mandel, you concur?
Yes, Mayor, and I just want to start by apologizing to everybody that I'm sitting
right now. I had knee replacement surgery. And I very much appreciate you accommodating me by allowing me to sit. And I just wanted to make sure that, my not standing to address you isn't being viewed as disrespectful in any way, because it's not intended. So with that said, my primary concern is following the announced process of the 60 minutes each side and the 15 minutes of rebuttal, because that's what we relied on in putting together our presentation. And to be able to, it's impossible to adjust it at this 11th hour when we've already put together the PowerPoint presentations. So with that said, how you all decide you're going to vote on the issues that's a board decision, whether you decide to vote it individually or together.
So as long as you don't stand in objection, Mr. Newton, the county attorney, has indicated that he's okay with us. When we get to the point of voting on the actions to be taken, we'll vote on the separate and distinct issues separately. And if that is the case, that is what Mr. Sawicka, I understood what he was advocating for. If he's in agreement with that.
That is what you would call in my business half a loaf. The other half we had asked for was the presentation on one issue, vote. Presentation on the next issue, vote. I did lump those kind of together in my brief remarks, probably due to a combination of my age and the time we have been spending to get to this, and with respect to the time you all have been actually working. So there's that other part to it, and we would ask that you would consider that too. In other words,
I think we'll, as we announced, each side will be given 60 minutes, and then the rebuttal 15 minutes, each side, and then we'll take the votes up separately. We'll move forward in that fashion. Okay? All right. With that, we're going to call on Mr. Sawicka first to present, and then the clock will start running.
Would it be acceptable if we just made our presentations from here, or would you ask that
I think we're comfortable as long as we can advance the slides. We have the slides here. Okay, so go, please.
All right, the first and lengthiest article we're going to present to you is the issue of insurance, which is Article 31 in the collective bargaining agreement. And we have some materials we would like to share with you, as well as a PowerPoint presentation that would go along with that. And I'm going to ask Paul Riccardi to my left, Union Vice President, to initiate that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
Everybody. My name is Paul Riccardi. I'm the first Vice President for Orange County Local 2057. Been in the union for multiple years, and where we sit before you today has been actually years in the making. For years, Orange County has told us as firefighters that we are one team and that we're part of the healthcare plan, and it's a matter of solidarity. But the evidence that we ended up finding throughout our journey to actually get here today found us that we're just not another department. We're actually one of the revenue engines that actually keeps fire rescue afloat. One of the things that we've been doing is we've been finding out through the testimony that ended up happening at the special magistrate's hearing is we found that monies that were budgeted for healthcare were found to be utilized for things other than healthcare. Again, some basic history of what we ended up doing. To get to our healthcare article that we did right now, you'll see in your packets that you have in front of you, you'll see number 2, or the documents in number 2. That document that you see in front of you is actually the settlement of an unfair labor practice. When we as firefighters settled our last contract, we wanted to make sure that our firefighters were receiving what we would consider good quality health care and actually have the ability in return for a better or seek improvement on it. The county was not forthcoming in the information.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but we don't have copies of what was presented.
Okay, let's just pause the clock just momentarily to try to make sure that council does have a copy of it.
I gave all the copies to the lady over there.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, I thought you got one. I apologize. What the document that you see before you was, we were not able to get information from the county. The information that we asked for was de-identified information. We didn't want people's names. We didn't want anything other than the raw aggregate data that showed us how the healthcare system was actually performing, specifically for firefighters. It took us years to actually get to the section where we are now with the data and the information. Once we actually got the data from the county, who actually gave the information to the Gearing Group, which is one of the experts that we have actually hired to actually help us navigate through the past. Part of the reason we chose the Gearing Group is they actually represent the Orange County Sheriff's Department, they represent the tax collector, and they also work with Lynx right now for their current insurance. And Miss Anna Maria, who is behind us, was able to go out and actually, on the next slide, you'll see that we, again, did a due diligence. The due diligence that Miss Anna Maria was able to do was actually take the information once we finally had the settlement from the county, and that they would share the information only with our healthcare consultant. They wouldn't share it with the union, even though it was de-identified data. The settlement actually gave that data to Miss Anna Maria. And what Miss Anna Maria was able to find out is when she took it to the marketplace with a request for proposal, is that the firefighters could actually do much better in cost. She actually went out to Cigna, United Healthcare, and Aetna. And one of those things that's actually strange is Cigna is the current county's provider. The current county's provider actually bid against itself and actually said that the firefighters, with their risk pool, could actually do much better. They gave us, and you'll see in the next particular slide, and again, this is one of the slides that we ended up getting from the Gearing Group, that says that our insurance would be at a 13% premium discount, as well as richer benefits at a lesser cost to the citizens of Orange County. Knowing that we had some problems with this and actually getting to where we needed to go forward and go forward from here, we actually hired Matt Mirswa, the gentleman to my left. Matt is one of the premier attorneys that we have actually had in the state for representing and actually forming healthcare trusts. And I'm going to turn it over to Matt really quick because Matt has a small presentation, and inside of your documentation you'll see it's actually labeled 2.5. You'll see that from Matt.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Mirswa. and I'm with the law firm of Mears and Floyd, and our firm represents over 50 IFF locals in more than 100 counties and cities and districts throughout the state. And we also represent somewhere around 25 to 30 welfare trusts like the locals proposing here. My goal here is to at least attempt to convince you that what we're proposing is legal, and in everywhere that I've been involved has been successful. Briefly, 50 years ago, the Attorney General of Florida issued an opinion stating that welfare trusts, health and welfare trusts like this, were a proper subject to bargaining. 40 years ago, the Public Employees Relations Commission, which administers labor law for public sector unions, like Local 2057, ruled that insurance programs are a mandatory subject to bargaining. And funds subsequently, trusts were created. And just to some idea, these trusts that the unions negotiate with public sector employers involve a creation of a trust where it's regulated by and gets its tax exemption under 501c9 of the tax code. Just a quick 501c3 are like charities you may have heard are exempt. I don't know what people, I apologize if I'm insulting anybody, but 501c3s are basically charitable trusts. Union gets their tax exemptions from 501c5, and this is 501c9 in tax exempt listings in the Internal Revenue Code. And so it's for the creation of of a trust to provide health insurance type and other related benefits. And so that's the derivation or the tax code that's applicable once this is created, if you rule and it was ratified in our favor. And essentially, I've heard in many places when we're attempting to negotiate these trusts, we hear their union slush funds and even the mayor's proposal for resolving this reference it as a union administered trust. And I just want to make it clear for everybody that if you ruled in our favor and the contract was ratified, the union would create the trust as a separate legal entity. Remember, under the tax code, the union's a 501c5 organization, and the trust is separate in part from the local. It's totally independent of the local. So it's not union run. The only way that that could actually change is if in further negotiations between the union and the county that some changes were made to expand or limit or the existence of the trust. So it's important, at least from our perspective, or from my perspective, is that this is a separate legal entity from the union once it's created. And it's governed by not only the Internal Revenue Code, but every other, almost all other federal law, Affordable Care Act, HIPAA, all the federal laws, almost all the federal laws applicable to health insurance plans are applicable to the trust. And additionally, various state laws are applicable. Most prominent would be, for example, Section 112.0801, which requires governments, in this case we would, to provide health insurance, offer health insurance to retirees. So that would be binding. And the trust itself, most of these trusts have monthly meetings, and they're governed by the Sunshine Law. It's determined by the Attorney General that they're governed by the Sunshine Law, so the public can, they have to be noticed, and anybody from the public can attend and participate in the same way they participated here, but not as long as you were here today. But it's open, and the Public Records Act applies too, so all the records, in the same way all the county's records are available with certain exemptions, so are the trust records. So that it isn't, it is a very, for unions, it's a very sophisticated process. They're run well. And additionally, the trustees, the Board of Trustees that run this fund, who are all going to be employees, and they're advised by consultants like the Garing Group, an attorney, accountant, actuary, investment manager when necessary for funding, and the trustees are bound by fiduciary obligations to the participant. They can only make decisions in the overall or specific interests of the participants, meaning the firefighters, retirees when that happens, and their dependents. They have to make their decisions in the interests of the firefighters. And I've been, in the decades that I've been doing this, we've never even had an allegation of wrongdoing on the part of any of the boards of trustees that I've been involved in over the years. So it's legal and it's sophisticated, and trustees are allowed to do this in the same way with proper advice from professionals. And that's, they work. And just from my perspective, at least coming from the South, Miami-Dade has a trust like this since 1984, and they have just, they do it well. They have $50 million in reserves, and they have another $150 million in reserves to help retirees with their health insurance. And these are all basically, they got monies the same way the county is paying for their own employees. They paid into this fund. It worked well. If you go up the coast, Broward had a similar fund. Palm Beach County has a fund. St. Lucie County, going up the coast, the counties, these are all firefighter negotiated trusts. And although those are all that our firm's been involved in, but additionally, more recently, in the last 10 years, Tampa Police and Fire started their own fund. It's operating somewhere in the neighborhood of less than 10 years, 5 to 10 years. And same thing in Jacksonville, Police and Fire have started their own. I know during the course of the proceedings, the county had argued that those are different because they're police and firefighter, but they're basically large, somewhat similarly sized, at least entities that have functioned well. And also in some of in the presentation that we did, I guess I used the term Palm Beach County Firefighters Insurance Trust. I guess it was I referred to it as a shining star. And their department is about the same size as this department. And 13 years ago, they formed their own clinic. These are all out of reserves. They get the same money that the county pays per person. They get the same amount into the fund. And through building reserves over the years, they have a clinic. They started 13 years ago. The clinic actually employs more than 60, has more than 60 employees. 3 locations spread around Palm Beach County. And additionally, they have 5 full-time doctors. These are only for firefighters, retirees, and their families. And 2 of those are psychiatrists, which was a special need for, I think, everybody in society, but firefighters and police, it's a special need that they found. They have 5 full-time doctors. They have close to 15 service providers and over 60 employees. Very successful. They have in their clinics, they have, it's urgent care. You can go for almost any service, and it's no deductibles, no copays. They have x-ray machines, CAT scans. They have their own pharmacy where all non-specialty drugs are free to members and their families. And this is all in a clinic developed by, it's by firefighters through the advice of their professionals. It's just concierge service. Now, when I made this presentation in front of the special magistrate, the special master bought in, but it was the county's attorney took the position and argued that they had an increase of 7% in premiums, which was true. It's 5 to 7%. And the answer is, number one, the fund has up to $50 million in reserves in 3 clinic locations. The county has not provided any funding over the last contract because the county commission in negotiations deemed the fund as having almost too much money. They didn't need any more money. So they were low on money, but they used the reserves. And the other thing about the increases, nobody complained about the increases. Because think about it, you're a young family, whether you're single, married, or children, your entire family can get full health insurance without, from urgent care to general, without any deductibles, copays, and paying nothing for pharmacy benefits. It's and nobody complained about the increase in premiums. It was not relevant because overall it's concierge medical service with no additional costs. Anyway, I called that the shining star, and it was argued and carried on. I guess what I'm saying is that this is legal and it's done well and it's been successful every place that I've been involved. Our firm's been involved, and some other places where our firm is not involved. And you probably won't hear from me again tonight, but I urge you to give careful consideration to this important proposal that the local has fought 3 years for, and I wish you your best judgment in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
One of the things that you'll actually notice is firefighters. We're different. We're different from every other county employee. Our demographics are different. Our work relations are different. Our exposure to toxic materials and carcinogens, our traumatic stress is different from any other employee in the county. What we sought to do when we were looking at a health insurance trust is customize it. Again, because we are the one plan of the county, does it fit firefighters' needs? We need specific things. We want to expand for cancer coverage. We want to expand for our mental health crises that we have. We want to expand certain other items that we have by providing dedicated mental health providers, as Mr. Mearswa has just indicated that they have in Palm Beach County. They've hired a psychiatrist at the clinic that is free for the employees to utilize. It is much better and superior then what we have in Orange County is EAP. We have the ability as a healthcare trust to actually innovate benefits that are specifically tailored to firefighters. Again, because we are different from any of your other population that you have in the county. I will say, except for the Sheriff's Department. And as you'll see, the Sheriff's Department has already extracted, and they have been extracted from the Orange County Healthcare Plan for multiple years. Why? Because as they needed, much like we'd need, our own health insurance trust. Having the ability to control and actually work with the firefighters to get them a better health plan is something that's necessary. And again, what we relied on for that is Miss Anna Maria, and I'm going to have Anna Maria come up and actually take over for a split second because she's actually going to help me out on a couple of different slides.
Oh, you
I'm
want
off.
me to?
You're on.
Okay. I didn't know. Anna Maria Studley. I'm with the Gearing Group, now also Brown & Brown Public Sector. I am the National Vice President for all of public sector for our agency in Florida and out. I am very pleased to be in front of you. I too can echo the sentiments of Mr. Meserat. We do work with quite a number of unions, special taxing districts, counties, cities. In our office currently in the state of Florida, we handle over 140 health plans. Some have a trust, as was mentioned. That includes the Sheriff's Office. Hi, Mayor. And it also includes your tax collector, and it includes your links transportation. We have the privilege of working with them and Children's Service Council, but we do work with unions and we do extract them. What we did, as Paul said, is due diligence. We went in, we looked at the data, we looked at the historical data, and we looked at more than just 1 year. Because anybody can have a good year, anybody can have a bad year, and it would be irresponsible to move and make decisions on just a short period of time. As you heard, that data showed consistently that the firefighter, when we compared the funding going into the plan for each enrolled firefighter, including retirees, and the expenditures went out on claims and fixed costs, which are administrative costs, the firefighters consistently, year over year, outperformed the county's health plan with the fire better risk in it by anywhere from 10 to 20% in a given year. So that we took to the market. Through our due diligence, through public documents, your health plan at the county, being self-funded, just like any other public entity, has to file an actuarial certification every year to make sure that the funds are being managed properly and going in and reporting out for surpluses, deficits, and to make sure they have adequate funding should you disband your self-funded program. The trust would be subject to the same governance if they are self-funded. But what's important is we found that because of the better performance in the firefighters and their claims, not only of themselves, but their dependents, that their claims experience was lower. Even in bad years, they were still lower. And that was proven when we went to market, where everybody came back with lower pricing because they knew the risk was lower. So the first surplus is that the firefighters are paying payroll deductions and you are paying the same employee contribution as you are for other employees, but they're performing better. So they're paying their fair share and they're paying extra to leverage the overall performance of your county plan because they don't get that money back for that better performance when they're with the county's program. There's pharmacy rebates that are in the millions of dollars that come back to this plan, and through our due diligence, we were happy to see they were invested back in the health plan. But a large portion of that comes from the usage of the members of the firefighters. Firefighters, as I said, pay the same payroll deduction. The second surplus that we just identified and more clearly understood in the latest hearing with the special magistrate is that the county budgets $19,000 a year per full-time employee. The actual expenditures for the health plan are only counted for enrolled. So there's a gap. That is the number of open positions full-time versus who enrolls. If a position's not open, if a position is filled and they have coverage somewhere else, and there are monies that are slated through your budget process for healthcare for these firefighters that at the end of the year, when there's a surplus in excess of millions of dollars, it is not, based on the testimony and the conversation at the hearing, being used for healthcare. It's being used for other expenditures of fire. So that is the second place that the fire service and the money that is budgeted for them for their health care, any overage is not coming back to them. Where if they were on their own, they would be able to keep that in the health plan.
All right, I'm going to jump in really quick, Anna Maria. In the document that you see in front of you, it's actually document number 3. And there's a highlight on the first page. And one of the reasons why I've got it highlighted, and part of the reason it's highlighted, we received a copy from, I'm going to say the mayor, with the mayor's recommendation. And at the very end of the recommendation, there was actually something put together by counsel on the other side. The counsel on the other side actually said that our healthcare trust is potentially illegal because we were bargaining for non-union or non-bargaining members. I'd like to call your attention to lines 17 and 18, and please read those lines. It says participation in the trust is mandatory for all active fire department personnel or bargaining unit employees. Participation in the trust is optional for all active non-bargaining fire rescue employees. What that means is that they're not held to that standard. They are not, and we are not bargaining for them. We are bargaining for our bargaining unit members. The reason that language is in there is if we have an individual who is a battalion chief and he gets promoted to an assistant chief, he should have the opportunity to stay with a better and richer healthcare plan and have that opportunity to stay with the plan that is actually better for him as a firefighter. So this gives them, in the language, the opportunity to do it. One of the things that you'll see on your monitors in front of you, and also see what you have up top, is that the county is currently budgeting $19,000 per employee per year. Our trust that we have, looking at the funding that we would require, is actually $17,850, which is millions of dollars less than what the county is currently paying for health insurance. And what we found out, again, through this in the testimony, if you look through the transcripts, you've probably got the transcripts that have actually there, you'll see Deputy Chief Vida actually was quoted in that particular hearing at impasse in saying that they used the extra, either $3.9, $5.6 million to handle overruns. Well, I'm sorry, you guys as commissioners just voted a $0.6 mil increase that gave the fire rescue department an extra $69 to $70 million. Are they continuing to run inside their own budget, or they're still continuing to dip into funds somewhere else? Because that's what was actually disclosed that day when Chief Vida says that they buy fire trucks. They do other things with the money that's slated for health care, then provide health care for their members. We found it kind of shocking that we didn't find that out, even through due diligence and everything else, until the day of the hearing. That tells us that when we're looking at, and again, let me find my remote control here. Firefighters' loss. We actually don't have as much insurance claimed as some of the other people. And again, the funds that are actually gathered, and again, you'll see it in Mr. Mandel's title that are there. You'll have 5.9 or 5.3 million and $3.9 million in the next 2 years that are actually slated and actually inside of Fire Rescue's budget to do as they want and not use it on healthcare. Again, that's concerning for what we have. So for us as firefighters, knowing that we could actually obtain a lower rate from our insurance provider, the same one that the county's using right now, and actually do it at a less cost, which would mean that the Orange County government and the commissioners, if they decide to vote for the trust, would actually spend less taxpayer dollar. They would save Orange County taxpayers millions of dollars by allowing a trust to happen. Why? Because we can do it better. We can tailor it to our firefighters. And we can actually do it less expensive. Again, you heard what Mr. Mearsworth said about doing clinics, doing other things. We can tailor that for our firefighters. We even invited throughout the legislative process and the bargaining, we even offered at the table, and we're not sure if this ever made it up to you as commissioners, but we offered the deputy county administrator or the county administrator or mayor a seat on our board in full transparency, whoever they wanted to designate to be on our board as a trustee to see what we're doing. And we were told no, because they were afraid of a liability. It's not a liability, it's public funds. We have a fiduciary responsibility to do the right thing. And as county commissioners spending taxpayer dollars on health care, when you just voted to actually give the fire rescue an extra $69 million, do they really need that $3.9 million or $5.6 million or whatever it is that is budgeted for health care and not spent on health care? Do they need that money? We were willing to go through the lower rate to give it back as a credit to the Orange County taxpayers, to save money for the county. And again, they have a budget. They have a capital improvement budget that buys fire trucks, that buys fire stations, that has the ability to do bonds for both of them. So fiscally responsibility, that in itself is part of the trust. I have to live within my budget. If I could have an extra $3.6 million, I probably would have gave our firefighters that extra mental health day that they needed. But we didn't get that, and we're not here for that today. One of the things that you'll see, Ms. Adamarie is going to jump back into this one, and I'm seeing what we're pushing for time, so.
Yeah, I'll go quick.
All right.
Just a snapshot. Remember I told you that we talked about the budget and the differential. What actually runs through your health plan and the actuarial filing is capturing the membership that is enrolled in the plan. So if it's a full-time position, it's not filled, it's not reported on this. If it's somebody who's eligible but doesn't take the coverage, it's not reported on this. This is truly the enrollment. This is the employees, and it is their families. And you'll see on the top, so you're a January 1 plan year. I checked yesterday. You have not filed for 2025 yet. You're still in your grace period for filing. So all we have is most recent is 2023 and 2024. If you look at the top section, it's the surplus statement that an actuary certifies based on the documentation and the financials that are provided by the staff at the county, and also reported by your third-party administrator. You'll see in 2024, if you go to line 4, that top box, the overall change in surplus presented in the plan year, one plan year, 2023, was over $11 million for all participants of the county. So the amount of money going into the fund versus the money spent to float the boat per se and pay the claims, the county retained over $11 million. That $11 million surplus was added to the prior year. So line 5 at the end of 2023, the county surplus for health care for those enrolled, not talking about what's budgeted versus expenditure, was 57 million and change. If you go to the second section and you go to line 4, it's a quick summary that at the end of the plan year 2024, the county program retained for just that 1 year, again, over $11 million. That includes money that comes out of your budget, and it includes payroll deductions for ancillary for dependent coverage. If you add the 11.3 million from the last reported year to the 57 million and change, at the end of 2024 in the healthcare fund, based on the actuarial and the government's filing to the state, it has $68,500,000 in it. Now, we know there's going to be some years you might run out of deficit, but when you look consistently over the years, your plan is done well, even within itself. And we submit to you that a large portion of that is the very well-performing membership claims of fire.
Jump to the next slide.
This is just a detail. What I want to call to your attention on this, because this will come up if you look in Article 31, the union is asking for that set funding from the county if you approve the extraction, for them to establish a trust. And in the article, they've asked for a 6% bump each year. That correlates with what we heard in testimony at hearings that your own finance department does for your funding for each full-time employee. But what's really interesting is this is another page of the state filing for the actuary and the soundness of your government Orange County government health plan. If you look at the bottom, first column, current year for 2025, which we're in. This was a projection on the 24 filing. If you go down to the trend, item number 2, first column on the left, you'll see that you're reporting to the state an anticipated 8% trend, which is an increase. Even though traditionally, budget-wise, you go 6%, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that the 6% that the union is asking for in Article 31 to be increased in funding every year is well within the norm. It's below trend in your region, and it's below what you're reporting on trend of inflationary costs to the state on the health plan filing.
One other thing I'd like to point out on this particular slide that you see in front of you. You'll look at, for current year, January 25 to December 25, the surplus at the end of the year in the Orange County healthcare system has increased another $11 million to $76 million in reserves. In our article, you'll see that we've asked for a portion of that reserve. We did an aggregate math on it, and our firefighters over the last several years have put in almost $2 million every single year into that reserve as their aggregate portion of what they've had. We've asked for a dollar figure in our article to give us the ability to be out and be on our own reserves, so we can have actually a health care plan that is tailored for firefighters and yet saves the Orange County taxpayers millions of dollars. That is actually here before you today. That's one of the things that we're going to ask from you as commissioners. One of the things that you'll see on the slide that you see in front of you right now, as we've gone through this process, we had the Board of County Commissioners originally give us their one digital Robinson Bush report that said that it would be $2.735 million if we were to extract. Well, one of the things that we ended up doing is Gearing Group did their estimate. Gearing Group's estimate was $1.7 million. Well, the amount of money we're actually saving the county is more than that by lowering the premium price. So we're saving what the county says that they're going to lose. We're giving it and remitting it back to the county. by way of taking a lower premium in it. We're saving our Orange County taxpayers money. If you guys decide to do nothing, or you decide to vote against us, the costs are going to continue to rise for all, including the taxpayers of Orange County. The benefit levels, and as you'll see in ours, I mean, if you use Orange County healthcare, I don't know if you have or you haven't, but one of the things that I'm going to say Patrick Peters started years ago was let's raise your out-of-pocket. Let's raise what it costs to go to the doctor. I'm going to say many years ago when I started, I'm going to say late 80s, early 90s, when we started in the fire service, guess what you did? You paid $5 to go to the doctor. You paid $5 for a prescription. Now, you're going to pay a $50 copay to go see that same doctor. The thought and theory behind it when we actually sit through the public meetings is that they're attempting to defer the employees from utilizing the health care. One of the things that Cigna came up with is, guess what? The clinic model. If you treat a disease in its infancy, or you treat something while it is still, I'm going to say, at a stage 1 versus a stage 4 in cancer, survivability rates go up. Guess what? We can do that. You guys can do that to help us. And again, we've actually given the opportunity to have you guys sit on the board, but yet that was rejected by your negotiating team. We thought if you'd sit on our team and see how we did and see how well we performed, you could take that back to the county, maybe emulate it, and pass it out for all the other county residents that are out there. And actually the other county employees. Again, what we're going to do is, because we're going to be pushed for some time right now on it, we're going to jump from healthcare, but what we're trying to do with it is actually retain firefighters and actually keep them here. I've actually showed data to you guys previously that we've got a firefighter retention of about 3 years. Kind of dismal. We've got over a 10% rate for our employees actually leaving our department. We're hiring them faster or as fast as they're leaving. They're leaving for better benefits, better wages, and things that we're trying to improve. All right. That's going to be it for healthcare. Right now, we're going to actually jump into, we're going to call it the hiatus period.
Let's do leapfrog.
Okay, we'll do leapfrog. So I'm going to jump to, I think I could do this. Okay. Leapfrog is going to be relatively easy and simple. You'll see in front of you, you've got a piece of paper number 4.
Before we get to that, real quick, I think it's important to recognize that the special magistrate didn't recommend the insurance proposal that we're making, primarily because he recognized that it was, legal, it works, it's likely to work, all those types of things, but he thought it was a change in philosophy and concepts, so it really is something you guys gotta make the decision on. So here we are. Now back to leapfrogging, and I can't resist myself. When you say firefighters are different, only firefighters would have something called leapfrogging in their collective bargaining agreement. So we're going to explain what it is to you. And I'm going to force the firefighter to my left to explain what leapfrogging is and why it became a problem.
Okay. Again, you'll see in front of you, it's our union proposal that we gave to impass. And there's actually a little sticker on there, and that sticker will actually take you to the language of 2218.
It's item 4.
It's item 4, page 17 and 18. Now, the language that you see here that is in that contract, or it has been on our contract for a while, was actually proposed by one of our previous fire chiefs. And he actually brought it up. He actually said, hey, hold on a minute, because we brought a problem to him and said, hey, chief, I'm going to say if Lieutenant Ritchie is promoted and he's newly promoted and I've been in the rank for a while, I've been on the department longer than him, how come he's making more money than me? It doesn't seem like it works out. What's going on? Then Fire Chief Drodes actually came up with this language. And that language in itself was placed into the contract. It was ratified. It was actually approved by the Board of County Commissioners. One of the things that this language does is it protects the people that are, I'm going to say, senior or tenured in their rank. It takes an individual and makes sure that the newly promoted individual, if I have I'm going to say, a commissioner who comes in and you've been a commissioner for 5 years and you had an increase in wages over the years, well, are they going to make the same dollar figure as you? I don't know what your pay scale is, but for a firefighter, if you're making the same as me, and I've been on the job longer than you, and I've got more experience, and I've got tenure, and I've got the rank and held in the position, why are you going to make the same amount of money? I've got the experience that you don't. So the fire chief actually gave us this language. One of the things is right after this happened, guess what? Management violated the contract. We filed a grievance. And Mr. Mandel, you'll see it in there. And actually, I think he uses the term is they got burned because they didn't understand it. Well, I'm pretty dang sure that the fire chief knew exactly what he was doing when he negotiated. The Board of County Commissioners understood it when they signed the language on it. But I can tell you the people on the other side of the table fought tooth and nail to actually try to change the interpretation of it. And the language is simple. It says, no employee within an existing pay grade or rank shall be surpassed by a newly promoted employee with equal or less longevity, i.e. time on the department, if both employees follow the same grade, rank, and held the same. So realistically, Chris has to follow the same career path that I do. Now, in the fire service, we have the ability to skip. And I'll say we have an individual as a firefighter can jump over the rank of an engineer to become a lieutenant. Well, that individual would not be eligible for leapfrog compared to another individual. So, or if Chris was an individual who jumped from firefighter and I was an individual who went from firefighter to engineer, then to lieutenant, because I get a 7.5% minimum pay increase every time, guess what? I am actually going to make more money than him. And he's ineligible. And that's what this arbitrator actually found. Because not only did we bring people in, but there was another member who thought he was leapfrogged. And in that hearing in itself, that arbitrator found against one of our union members. And we agreed with it. It says that you have to hold the rank. You have to have a personnel order. And there was parameters that were set out by the arbitrator. And that language has been there. We've heard at the impasse hearing that it's cumbersome and that human resources has to do this. And I'm sorry, part of the contract is you got to follow the rules. Kind of simple. What happens mostly for our people out in the field is that they believe they're leapfrogged and they'll actually approach me as one of the union vice presidents because I get a whole lot of data from the comptroller's office on a regular basis. And what happens is they'll actually reach out to me and say, hey, Paul, I think I've been leapfrogged. I'll actually do the research. I'll pull the personnel orders. I'll actually verify one way, shape, form, or another. I'll look at their pay because we have the employee's pay. And if they have, in fact, been leapfrogged, we serve that up to the county HR department and say, this individual has been leapfrogged. Can you please take action? And they do. It's been a while, but knowing that we're actually changing our pay scales and different things that are coming on, there's a possibility it could happen again. So we're asking you to keep that same language to give our people the protection and actually help their morale. Because, God, it stinks if you're actually in that rank and the new guy is making more money than you. Mm-hmm.
The employer's proposal is to eliminate the language that they originally wanted in the contract. And our proposal is to maintain it. Did you have something you wanted to? No. Okay. The next issue, the third and fourth, but really the same issue, is what we called hiatus, maybe status quo, but the language in question is in Article 40 and Article 53. And specifically, document number 5 at page 2 and document number 6, page 119 and 48.
I think
Is
it's
that
actually,
correct?
I think it's lines.
Lines.
There's an orange tab.
Okay, good.
And the language in itself is highlighted. The language is identical in both articles. What we have, and again, if you look at the language that is struck through in yellow, and it says, any future increase to the employee's base rate or incentive beyond fiscal year 24 shall be subject to collective bargaining process. Well, in speaking with our attorney and through the impasse process, there was some discussion about it. I know the special magistrate cited one case. We actually used a case that was presented by the FOP, and the FOP was victorious in it. That says that that particular language cannot be imposed by the Board of County Commissioners.
Well, let me jump in here.
Okay, you're the attorney.
It involves a little bit of background. Under Florida labor law, when there's a hiatus period between contracts, the employer is required to maintain the status quo during that hiatus period, unless the parties have agreed that they don't have to. So if the status quo is that you get something on the classic cases are factories used to give turkeys on holidays, and they stopped doing it, and then there's all this litigation. Well, in the public sector, we have that same principle. When the contract expires, the status quo must continue unless the parties have agreed that the status quo will not continue. Now, in Orange County, the FOP, the deputies, had a case that said that when the parties agreed a language that says whatever you get after the contract expires, you get it. Whatever you negotiate, you get it. And the Public Employee Relations Commission interpreted that language to mean that the union agreed not to enjoy the status quo vis-a-vis wages after the contract expired. So the Orange County firemen have that language in their contract, and they want to remove it. And our simple position is language that truncates the status quo, like the language saying whatever happens after the contract expires is negotiated. Because that language truncates the status quo, you can't require us to agree to it in impasse resolution. So in other words, it wasn't really proper for the department to go to impasse over that language, because it truncates the status quo, and the only time you get that if both parties agree. Just a standard labor law thing you learn in the first year of 5 seconds of labor law class. So the union wants to get rid of that, and at the same time, just so there are no problems in the future, we want to add language that says the status quo will continue. And we're talking about the status quo vis-a-vis wages. And so we want to cut the language out that says we don't get the status quo, and we want to add language that makes it clear that we get the status quo. So that's the gist of that language, and gist of the proposals that appear to remove language and add language that appear in the part of the wage article dealing with rank and file people. That's Article 40, and for dispatchers that appear in Article 53.
Right. Go for it. It's the identical language. And one of the things that the language that is currently there actually causes a little bit of confusion. And I'll say causes confusion. When we look at the duration of our article, which is actually Article 2, and it hasn't been disputed by either side, it's actually called the duration of the agreement. And it has language in there that says, upon its expiration, this agreement shall automatically renew from year to year unless either party notifies the other in writing by the first Monday of February that is desired to renegotiate this agreement. So that means all of the terms, I'm going to say, from our incentive pays, from our wages that we get, everything that we have automatically renews. That means that management rights renews. That means that the grievance and arbitration procedure automatically renews while we're working on a successor. The only thing that we're asking you guys to do as a commissioner is stop holding your firefighters hostage. And I say this by holding us hostage. Other people in the county actually receive a wage increase. And what happened to us, as we are here today, we haven't had a wage increase in years. And that's one of the things that actually puts us in the hiatus period. And again, if we were able to move through the hiatus period, one of the things that the county would have a benefit on is not having to pay the state the percentage and penalty that you would have to do for retroactivity. If the wages are already taken care of and we can sit down and not have to argue about our wages, it becomes a heck of a lot fairer to negotiate a contract.
All right. Two quick things. The hiatus period, which I neglected to mention, is a period of time between expiration of a contract and the beginning of the next contract. It's the hiatus between contracts. And again, the status quo continues unless the parties have agreed to truncate it, typically via contract language. And another thing is that Jeff is going to say that, oh no, it's illegal for the union to have language that says that the contract language will continue, the wages will continue in the hiatus period. The answer to that is, of course it wouldn't, since we're proposing it. That means we agree to it. And the case involving Winter Springs has nothing to do with this scenario, which was mentioned by the special magistrate.
All right, so at this point, the IFF, you've had your 60 minutes, and we'll transition to the presentation now on behalf of county administration. And as soon as Mr. Mandel is ready, we'll start. But let me just check something, commissioners. I don't know about y'all. I've been sitting up here for a while, and I need to, do what I have to do. So we're going to take is 5 minutes good? 10 minutes? Let's do 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We're going to go into recess for 10 minutes. Uh, we'll see. Welcome back, everyone, from a brief recess from the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of March the 24th, 2026. We're now in the evening period of time, and our discussion agenda item regarding the contract with the International Association of Firefighters, Local 2057. With that, we are at the point where the county administration outside counsel will be presenting for the next 60 minutes. And then after the conclusion of that, we'll go into the rebuttal period of time in which both sides will be given 15 minutes by which to give rebuttal, and then the Board of County Commission will have discussion and deliberate after that. So with that, are we ready? All right, Mr. Mandel.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you on these very important issues. I'm going to start by turning it over to Deputy Chief Michael Vida, who is going to provide a brief opening statement.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mike Vida, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations for Orange County Fire Rescue. Since September of 2023, I have served on the county negotiation team as a representative for the department, working with Local 2057 to develop a union contract that takes care of both our firefighters and our citizens. From the beginning, our stated goal was to negotiate a contract that focuses on recruiting and retaining the best firefighters in the business. While striving for this, we were also keenly aware of our responsibility to maintain the budgetary capacity required to manage the other areas of the fire department. The special magistrate recommendation before you does exactly that. It provides historic wage increases for our firefighters, in most cases exceeding other departments in the market. It rewards firefighters for making a career at Orange County, with top-out pay for senior firefighters and officers far above the market average. The proposed paramedic incentive is among the highest in Central Florida. The union would become a voting member of the Medical Oversight Committee, gaining a seat at the table as the health insurance benefits are developed for county employees, including firefighters. This negotiation team worked hard to get the firefighters the pay raises they need and they deserve. It was our desire to get this money to the firefighters well over a year ago. We asked the union to allow the firefighters to vote on the contract proposals multiple times to let the firefighters' voices be heard. Unfortunately, even with the unprecedented pay raises that are on the table, we were unable to come to an agreement with Local 2057, and the union ultimately decided to not allow the members to vote. As you're about to hear, the suggested remedy from the special magistrate struck the perfect balance between all of these needs. It takes the care of our firefighters and gets them the wages they absolutely deserve and gives them voting input on their insurance benefits, all while preserving the department's ability to meet its operational needs. Quite frankly, rejecting the special magistrate's recommendations will jeopardize Orange County Fire Rescue's capacity to meet its other financial and infrastructure needs for years to come. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll now go into the recommendations in detail.
Thank you, Chief Vida. Let's just start with how we got here. So on September 8th of 2023, we began bargaining for new 3-year contracts for both the A unit and the B unit, beginning fiscal year 24 and 25. On March 28th of 2024, the union declared impasse for the A unit, following a week later with a declaration of impasse for the B unit. Importantly, in November of 24, November 27th of 2024 specifically, the parties reached agreement on the B unit contract, the battalion chief contract, which was ratified and has been implemented. With respect to the A unit, on July 11th of 2025, we had our 22nd and last bargaining session for the A unit, and we were very, very close to reaching a resolution at that time. And one of the ways that we got there is that the county backed off almost all of the things that they were asking for going into the negotiations, such as a reduction in the work hours and some transfers. The only major ask that we didn't back off of was the removal of the leapfrog language, which is in front of you. So that was one of our priorities. On November 6th of 2025, special magistrate hearing was heard before Special Magistrate Nicholas Taldone. Mr. Taldone is a very highly respected and unbiased arbitrator who also has spent the last 46 years as a seasoned labor attorney. It was really important that during the course of this impasse that the issues, and the issues that are in front of you as well, be heard by a neutral and unbiased special magistrate, especially when it related to the pretty complicated issue of the health insurance. He had the ability to use his experience and expertise to analyze all of the materials and evidence presented to him in light of the statutory factors. And of course, we haven't gone through the statutory factors with you, but there's a statutory provision that identifies exactly what the special magistrate is supposed to go through. And the goal was to provide you all with reliable recommendations to assist you in making the decision here. On January 16th of 26, Mr. Taldone, the special magistrate, issued his recommended decision. And hopefully you all have had an opportunity to review it. It was part of the packet that was sent pursuant to the statute. It consists of 43 pages analyzing the evidence and making detailed recommendations for resolving the impasse. And there is no doubt, as we've gone through this process and you were hearing from one side telling you their position with respect to these issues such as health insurance, and the other side, the union saying one thing, the county saying one thing, and it left you all at times in a position of who do I listen to? What are the true facts? Well, that's what the special magistrate did. The special magistrate went ahead and considered all of the arguments, all of the evidence, everything you've heard here today. There's nothing new that has been presented by the union here today that the special magistrate did not consider. And the special magistrate was uniquely positioned to consider and make those recommendations. And it's important to understand what the special magistrate actually did to reach the recommendations, the 43 pages of recommendations. We had 10 hours of a hearing before the special magistrate. There were over 6,600 pages of exhibits that were presented at the hearing. There were 414 pages of transcripts that he considered in making his recommendations. There were 104 pages of post-hearing briefs that were submitted by both sides, raising all of the arguments that you're hearing today. And unlike you, who have to try to listen to what both sides are saying here, and frankly, each side is giving you, their position and the way they see the world, and you're supposed to make a decision after hearing 2 hours of a presentation. The special magistrate had 2 months to review all of this material to come up with his recommendations. We believe it's almost impossible for you to do justice to the special magistrate's recommendations here based upon the snippets that you're hearing today. And it's one of the reasons why we believe that the appropriate way to handle this is to accept and adopt the special magistrate's recommendations. And that's exactly what the county has done. Look, we didn't agree with all of them. And as you read the special magistrate's recommendations, he didn't recommend in our favor on everything, such as the issue of retroactivity. However, when we looked at this, it didn't make any sense in spending the inordinate amount of time and resources that we did in presenting all of this to the special magistrate to get an unbiased expert recommendation and then turn around and not follow the recommendation, good, bad, or the otherwise. Moreover, part of our analysis on here is that we were hoping by accepting the special magistrate's recommendations, we could just go ahead and implement immediately the contract, and we could get these folks their well-deserved raises. The union turned around and they accepted the special magistrate's recommendations that they were happy with, and they rejected the ones that were in favor of the union, and that's why we're here today. So what did the special magistrate actually recommend? Well, with respect to the Article 22.18, the leapfrog language, he found, after listening to all of the evidence, all of the testimony, considering all of the evidence that the union did not provide a compelling justification for keeping the leapfrog provision while the county offered convincing reasons for its removal. Again, same arguments you're hearing today. On the insurance extraction, the special magistrate recommended that the county's proposal be adopted, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, that keeps the firefighters on the county health insurance plans with a slight modification for retroactivity of the increased retiree subsidies that we agreed to provide to the firefighters. When it came to the main group step continuation after the expiration of the contract, the special magistrate recommended the continuation of the long-standing practice that we've had here, the long-standing contract language, that wage increases after the expiration of the contract are subject to negotiations as part of the successor contract negotiations. The contract itself has two separate parts with respect to wages, one for the main group and a separate one, Article 53, for the dispatchers. The same issue exists with respect to Article 53, and the special magistrate's recommendation was the same, maintain the status quo. We are asking you here today to adopt the special magistrate's recommendations. We've provided you with a book that includes both the PowerPoint slides that we're covering here today, but also letter tabs A, B, C, and D. Exhibit A to the book that you have in front of us is the actual contract language for Article 2218 that incorporates the special magistrate's recommendations. Exhibit B is the language for insurance that incorporates the special magistrate's recommendations. Exhibit C and D contain the language on Articles 40.03D and 50.01D, incorporating the special magistrate's recommendation with respect to the step continuation. I think it's very important to understand here, and it might not be obvious to folks that are just tuning in on this and haven't been part of this, that even if you adopt all of the special magistrate's recommendations, the firefighters are still going to be receiving historic pay increases, the largest that have ever been given in this county to any group of employees. And it is thanks to you. Your actions have given us the ability to make a historic investment in our firefighters. You've given us the ability to greatly enhance our recruiting and retention of quality employees, which was one of our main objectives in these negotiations, and to preserve the long-term financial stability of the fire fund and our ability to meet our public safety obligations. So what are we talking about as far as these pay increases? This chart shows you what the pay increases are that the A unit bargaining unit employees will be receiving retroactive, fully retroactive to October 2024, as the special magistrate has recommended and we have agreed to. And what this shows you that for the first year of the contract, which is fiscal year 24-25, that the bargaining unit employees are going to be receiving on average a 28% increase, anywhere between 25% and 31%. Now you might notice that dispatch, it says 10%, and the reason why dispatch says 10% is just because we previously gave them a 20% increase. When it comes to the three-year average with compounding, it's a 41.1% increase to the firefighter pay. Again, this is a significant investment in our firefighters, and as part of this, we agreed to reduce the number of steps so folks can get to the top of the pay scale quicker, and we agreed to increase the steps from 3% to 5%. So where before they would only get a 3% increase when they got a annual step increase, now they get a 5%. So what does this look like in terms of real dollars? Because we're talking percentages. In terms of real dollars, here's examples of what some of the firefighters will be receiving. So what this chart shows us is firefighter paramedic. So for firefighter paramedic, somebody that's currently at step 5, they're going to receive $25,000 in total increases over the course of this contract. Somebody who is a step 20 firefighter towards the end of their career, when they're earning their money, that's going to dictate what their retirement benefits are going to be going forward, they're going to be receiving a $37,000 pay increase. Now, I'm not suggesting in any way, and please, nobody take away that I'm saying these folks don't deserve it. I'm not saying that whatsoever, and I think, speaking to fire management, we're thrilled that we're able to do this. But the point is that we really have made a significant impact, a significant investment in these folks, regardless of what you end up doing with respect to the impasse items. And just to let you know, the minimum firefighter pay increase in year one is $12,000, and the minimum firefighter increase over 3 years is $18,000. So these are significant increases. When we look at the captain medic, so I took the firefighter, which is the entry-level position, I took the captain, which is the highest ranking position in the A unit, to just give you an illustration of what these increases look like. And for somebody that's currently on step 4 as a captain medic, they're going to receive $34,531 over the course of this contract. Somebody that's currently step 11, they're going to be receiving $46,853. And one thing to keep in mind when we keep talking about the 3 years of the contract, this coming October 1 is the third year. So basically what we're talking about is very, very quickly, folks are going to be receiving these pay increases. And what does that do for us? I know that you all have heard a lot with respect to recruitment and retention. And I'm not here to suggest that we haven't had issues with respect to recruitment and retention. In fact, that's the reason why we went ahead and agreed to these pay increases to remedy that. This is a list right here. It's called the automatic or mutual aid agencies. These are the jurisdictions in the greater Central Florida area that our firefighters are regularly out in the field running calls with. And in some cases, these other jurisdictions are actually providing fire rescue services to the citizens of Orange County on our behalf. So you could see here, why have we had a recruitment and retention problem? Because currently our starting pay is $47,258. It is the lowest by far in the local area. So yes, it should come as no surprise that we've had trouble recruiting and retaining with the numbers this low. You can see here when you look up top what the pay adjustments that we've agreed to does with respect to where we stand in the market. Now, one of the things that we did with respect to the city of Orlando, we adjusted their numbers because the firefighters there pay 4.49% more towards their retirement than our folks. So we took that into account here. The other thing that's very unique about us is that the new hire firefighter has a 10-week orientation period. And after that 10 weeks, they automatically jump to step 2. So as a practical matter, a new hire firefighter under this contract is going to be coming in at $62,000 a year, which puts us, top of market. And when you look at our paramedic incentive, and this is the paramedic incentive for the second year of the contract, we're going to be hiring paramedics at $73,900, basically $74,000. You all have done a great job in giving us the ability to put these folks where we need them to be to address recruitment and retention. Now, you'll notice here that we've only identified the maximums for engineer, lieutenant, and captain. And the reason for that is that when it comes to the minimums, typically when somebody promotes, they promote in the range, they don't promote to the minimum. The maximums are the important part because that is your ultimate earning potential. And again, that signifies what amount of money you're going to be making during those years where your pay counts towards what your retirement benefits are going to be. And you can see our top ends in every area they're really, really good. And that is part of our recruitment and retention strategy. We are now favorable towards the city of Orlando, which was a goal here, But it also should be noted that our incentives are far better than Orlando's. And the reason why is that we actually do our incentives as an hourly rate, where Orlando, for most cases, they do it as a lump sum. So when our firefighters work more hours, their incentive goes up. In Orlando, they work more hours, they still get the same flat amount. Moreover, and importantly, is that most of our incentives count towards their final average earnings for retirement here in Orlando, here in Orange County. They don't in Orlando. So our incentives are really good. We're increasing the paramedic incentive to $13,000 October 1, which is a 33% increase over the current incentive. When you look at where we stand with respect to this expanded market, and you'll note I have Miami-Dade and Broward sheriffs below because the special magistrates said that they weren't valid comparators. But either way, when you see after our 10-week orientation, we're favorable, with respect to our minimums, and our maximums are really top of market, again, the things that really count for us. These increases came with a cost. And again, not saying that they didn't deserve it, but the incremental increase, meaning the increase amount year over year is $50 million. However, keep in mind that when you increase your costs, your personnel costs in year one, in year two, you have to have the money to bring you up to that, and then above. And so it compounds. And when you look at it from the standpoint of the cumulative cost, it's $122.5 million. Again, not saying that they don't deserve it. They surely do deserve it. But there is only so much money that we can safely allocate for pay and benefit enhancements in this contract. And as I said before, this is all you, because you agreed to increase the millage for the fire fund in 2024, which made this all possible. But it's important to keep in mind is that money generated by the millage was meant to cover, I'm sorry, this didn't, how come that's not going? Oh, there we go, I apologize. Is that this money was meant to cover multiple community needs. And while we do support our firefighters, we have responsibilities to citizens and to taxpayers that we also have to support. So that money was meant not only for personnel costs, but for apparatus, fire station replacements, new growth fire stations, and to shore up our reserves. And the point of this is that the additional money we spend on the union's asks in this contract and thereafter reduces the money that we have for these priorities. It's our position that this is not the time to commit additional funds for this collective bargaining agreement or for years after the collective bargaining agreement. As we all know, we're facing property tax reform, and it looks like in a special session that they're going to be moving forward with House Joint Resolution 203, which gets rid of the property tax on homesteaded property. First year cost is estimated to be $112.5 million. And under what they're looking at adopting, we cannot reduce funding levels to offset these costs. There's also a huge push, and some of you may be aware, to reduce firefighter hours worked down to 42 hours. And we know for a fact that come the next contract, and we're going to be sitting down probably within a couple of months to negotiate the next contract, the union is going to ask us to implement a reduction to get us down the 42-hour work week. That estimated cost is $43 to $45 million. We also have potential economic concerns, as we know, the price of fuel and the markets are, in flux right now due to what's going on globally with the conflict in the Middle East. But also importantly, keep in mind that, back in 2008, when we had the economic meltdown and nobody thought the housing bubble was going to burst in 2008, there were jurisdictions here in Central Florida, some that I represented, that weren't prepared for it, that had overextended themselves, and it resulted in them having to lay off and furlough employees. And that's one thing that we never want to do. And so we think that given all of that and the fact that we're going to be sitting down in a couple of months to negotiate the next contract, this is not the time to commit more money than the significant amounts that we've already committed. So I'd like to turn to health insurance. And during the course of negotiations, and it was a priority for us to keep this, the firefighters on the health insurance, which I'll explain to you why, we repeatedly increased our wage offer in an effort to get them to agree to stay on the health insurance. And ultimately, when we agreed to the wage package that we've covered here before, the union actually gave us a written proposal under which the union employees, the firefighters, would stay on the county's health insurance plans. And as of July 11th of 2025, that last bargaining session that we had, the parties were in substantial agreement on the union's proposal that would keep the firefighters on the county's health care. However, what happened? We didn't reach agreement on it because the union refused to sign it. Why did the union refuse to sign it? Because the union insisted that, well, we'll sign it if you give us an additional 3% increase, or if you agree to step continuation after the expiration of the contract. I would suggest to you that the mere fact that the union was willing to go ahead and stay on the county's health plan for an additional 3% speaks volumes and puts into question as to whether they really need to be extracted from the health plan like they say. And we don't believe so, and I'll cover with you why we believe that. Exhibit B in the book that's before you is where the parties were as of July 11th of 2025. The firefighters will remain on the county's health insurance plans with contract changes that benefit the firefighters. Currently, the language, the longstanding language, is they get the same thing as everybody else, and they have no ability to negotiate any of the changes. We've agreed to give them the right to negotiate over any changes. Now it says any changes in excess of normal medical inflation. It's in there because that was their proposal, that was their language, that's what we agreed to. It also gives the union a voting seat on the Medical Oversight Committee, which is the committee that makes insurance recommendations to the board. It was something of significance to them, and we agreed to do it. And it also gives the retroactive increases to the retiree health insurance subsidy that the special magistrate recommended. The important thing is that we addressed every single thing that the union raised at the table with respect to staying on the health care. All of the conditions, we addressed every single one of them. And the special magistrate recognized that. And in recognizing that, he did recommend the county's impasse proposal for them to remain on the county health insurance. And in doing so, again, he considered every single one of the arguments that you've heard today. Nothing is new, and came to his opinion with respect to that, recognizing that our proposal properly addressed the union's concerns for staying on the health insurance. Now, what are our reasons for opposing the extraction? It's legal. We do not believe, as written, that the union's proposal can be legally imposed. It's philosophical. We believe that the union's proposal is inconsistent with our fiduciary duty to the taxpayers. We don't believe that the union has shown compelling reasons for extraction, and we've agreed to give the union what they were asking for to stay on the county's insurance. Financially, we believe that the union's proposal has negative short-term and long-term financial impacts, which I will explain to you shortly. With respect to the legality, and just to make sure that we're clear on it, I'm not saying that the idea of a health insurance trust is illegal or that the concept is illegal. What I'm saying is that there are provisions in there that cannot legally be imposed. Mr. Mirzwa or Mr. Sawicka had mentioned 3101 that speaks to non-bargaining unit employees. They don't legally have the right to bargain on behalf of non-bargaining unit employees, and you can't have provisions in here that apply to non-bargaining unit employees, whether they are voluntary or not. But what the union hasn't told you is that in Article 31.05, it says that the county shall contribute an amount equal to $1,487 per month per full-time fire department employee. So the union's not asking that the county contribute per bargaining unit employee. It's every single person in the county, in the fire department, that we would be contributing to under the union's proposal. That is not legal. In 3106, participation in the fire trust plan shall be mandatory for all active eligible fire department. I noticed they crossed out sworn in the last thing that they gave you. So it reads all active eligible fire department employees. Again, that by definition includes non-bargaining unit employees. You cannot legally impose that language. We also have some other issues with their proposal in 31.02G2. It gives the trust the right to audit the county's health insurance plans annually. There's absolutely no reason for them to do it, given the fact that they're not going to be on our health insurance. 3103 requires the county to notify the trust within 5 working days of various changes, such as a change of address. We're not necessarily going to know that an employee has changed their address within 5 days of its occurrence. 3110 requires the county to defend, indemnify, and hold the fire trust harmless. There's absolutely no reason why we would ever do it, and I question whether or not we can legally do it by statute. And 31.13 allows the firefighters to come back, I believe it's on 60 days notice, to the county plans any time that they want. There are compliance issues and insufficient details throughout the union's proposal, and we believe that agreeing to the union's proposal as is, even if you agree to extraction and concept, is going to cause issues down the road if these provisions remain unchanged. But as mentioned before, our opposition to extraction is in part philosophical. The union wants us to give control of over $30 million in taxpayer money to its insurance trust that we cannot oversee. We have a fiduciary duty over these funds, and we believe that it's not consistent with our fiduciary duty to give $30 million plus to a third party to administer as they believe to be appropriate. Also, we're one governmental entity. We're not an alliance of 9 separate department and divisions, and we offer the same exceptional health insurance to all, I believe it's 8,000 BCC employees, regardless of their departments and their office. And while we can allow for variance among certain classes, we're not going to be able to maintain group health insurance if we allow the firefighters to carve out and we allow corrections to carve out. And how do we turn around and say yes to the firefighters and no to corrections or any other group of employees that unionize and decide that they want to split out? The special magistrate recognized the county's reluctance to cede control to the union, millions of dollars to fund a union-operated trust, is understandable. And he recognized that the specific language contained in the union's proposal says the trust will have the exclusive, it says actually Local 2057 has exclusive discretion, will administer the trust and its respective benefit plans. It doesn't really matter whether it's the union or anybody else. The fact is that a third party is going to have exclusive control to use that money as they believe is in the best interest of the plan members, even if what they believe to be the best interest of the plan members is contrary to what we believe to be in the best interest of the taxpayers. We already provide, and we're willing to provide, additional benefits for firefighters. We pay upwards of $1 million each year to provide firefighters with comprehensive annual medical exams. We don't do that for any non-public safety employees. We have agreed in these negotiations to give them paid time off for mental health treatment. We don't do that for anybody else. We're willing to offer them a position on the medical oversight board. No other union has that. And we're willing to negotiate over future changes to the firefighters' health insurance benefits and costs, and we don't do that for anybody else. Everybody else, all the other unions have the me too language. Now, Mr. Riccardi identified additional needs that the firefighters have due to the nature of the job. However, the union has never asked for us to address any of that at the bargaining table. Their proposal doesn't have any of the things in it that when they gave us the proposal on July 11th, they didn't include in there any of the things that they've identified now that are firefighter-centric benefits that they want to see. They can bring those to the table, and we are happy to have that conversation with them to see if it makes sense. The unions failed to show a compelling reason for extraction. We provide outstanding health insurance benefits to all of our employees. There's absolutely no showing that extraction would improve recruitment or retention. There's no fire agencies in the greater Central Florida area that have a firefighters health insurance trust, and our firefighters are not, contrary to what you heard, significantly subsidizing the rest of the county's workforce. And with respect to our outstanding health insurance benefits, the employee premiums for the high deductible health plan have not increased since 2021. For the low deductible, those premiums, employee premiums haven't increased since 23. We added in 25 a SureFit plan with no annual premiums for employee-only health. And contrary to what you've heard, since 2023, we haven't made costly plan designs. In fact, most of the plan design changes that we've made were those required by law. The county employee premiums, our employee premiums are less than those in Orlando, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, Jacksonville, and Hillsborough. I mean, it's almost unheard of in this day and age to keep employee premiums flat for as long as we have. You know how we've done it? We've done it because we have healthy reserves. And the reserve numbers that you've seen, we've used money from that to keep from having to increase employee premiums. Our health insurance comparison, here's just very quickly our premiums for 2025 and 26 in green versus the City of Orlando's 2025 and 2026 in red. And you can see in just about every category we far exceed what they provide. I know the union has claimed that, you know, they can get a plan that has a 13% reduction in premiums. They didn't present that at the special magistrate hearing. I haven't seen it in front of you. I've never seen those premium numbers that they're talking about, so it's impossible for me to respond to. The fire market comparison, there's nobody in Greater Central Florida that has a firefighter health insurance trust. There are some agencies outside, for example, Palm Beach County, but Palm Beach County never extracted from the county's health insurance. The Palm Beach County firefighters were never on it when that department was created shortly after they created that trust. So it's a far different scenario than has been, you know, than our situation. And the reality situation is that most of the jurisdictions that, you know, Mr. Mirza has identified, they're not comparators. I mean, St. Lucie County, first and foremost, is a fire district. It's not the county. Of course, they have their own insurance because they're a fire district. The sheriff, it's a separate employer, but they haven't turned over their insurance to an independent trust for their unionized employees. And I'm not sure that the sheriff's office insurance has been a shining star. I understand they had to transfer $15 million into their health insurance fund. As far as recruitment and retention, Special Magistrate heard all of the evidence that he heard here today and said there is no evidence produced at the hearing that having a union firefighter trust would improve recruitment and retention. And Mr. Riccardi provided pages upon pages of spreadsheets showing why folks have left Orange County over the years, and not a single one of them has ever identified that they left Orange County because of the health insurance benefits. Regarding the opposition on financial grounds, the union proposes that the cost to the fire fund would automatically increase 6% every year. This continues after the contract expires and would persist indefinitely unless changed through future negotiations. We're not sure that you can legally oppose it, but the problem is that we would be required to pay this additional 6% in years where we keep our insurance costs flat. So, for example, there were no increases in either the county's cost or the union's cost this year, but yet we would have to increase the amount of money that we gave them by 6%. Also, the union's comparator agencies that they identify, don't increase employer contributions after the expiration of their collective bargaining agreement. So they're asking for us to do something that other jurisdictions don't. Again, we don't believe this is the time to be guaranteeing recurring costs, and we don't believe that you should saddle future boards with this automatic increase. The union's proposed extraction would cost the fire fund an anticipated $3.9 million in fiscal year 26. What the union wants is $30.7 million to be paid to their trust. The fire fund is expected to pay $26.8 million for healthcare costs. With the union's 6% increase and additional positions, that cost differential is $5.6 million in 2027. At the hearing, Ms. Studley agreed. We all stipulated that the cost to the county health insurance trust of the extraction would be $2.3 million annually, plus the union wants a one-time $2 million reserve transfer. This is going to have an impact on the county health insurance trust. Yes, $57 million, as the union showed you, but one of the things to keep in mind, statutorily, we have to keep 2 months of claims in our reserves, plus we always keep a 10% of medical claims expenses as a contingency. That's $45 million out of the 57. So our reserves aren't out of whack. And again, our health insurance reserves are the reason why we've been able to keep our health insurance very low. I want to talk very briefly about this issue of saving money. It doesn't save money. Every department budgets $19,000 per employee for the employee portion of the health insurance. But however, the amount that is actually spent by each department is based on the actual employees enrolled in the healthcare plans. That's budgeting 101. You have to budget for your maximum expenses or you're going to potentially be short. So everybody in the county does it the same exact way. In those cases where we don't spend all of that budgeted money, we use that for unbudgeted expenses. And there are unbudgeted expenses, costs such as leave payouts upon separation from employment. We have increases in the Florida retirement system that we can't anticipate based on how the legislative session falls. We have unanticipated overtime costs, and we have to have cash brought forward from our reserve allocation. This isn't a slush fund that the fire chief uses. It's the same way every single department handles it. But importantly, if you give the union this additional $3.9 million from the fire fund that's projected to be budgeted but not spent for health insurance in 26, the unbudgeted leave payouts, FRS increases, overtime, and other expenses don't disappear. They have to be paid. So that money is going to have to come out from somewhere. The 3.9 could potentially come from somewhere else in the fund, which would result in us having to delay community needs. And just to give you for example, 3.9 million is 3 or 4 engines annually. 5.6 million is 5 engines annually. Considering this, and in full disclosure, the special magistrate didn't see things as we did with respect to the immediate cost, but specifically said the union's proposal may not have sufficient guardrails against future burdens on the county, and ultimately determined that this issue of availability of funds militated against the union's proposal, was part of the reason why he recommended rejecting the union's proposal. Real briefly, the firefighters aren't significantly subsidizing the rest of the county. When you look at the premiums that they have paid over the last 5 years versus their medical claims, when you actually look at the percentages that they pay, because we pay 85% of the insurance, they pay 15% of the insurance, is that on average, they're paying $640 more than their claims. And keep in mind that's on average, because there are some folks that are high users of the medical services that are paying way less than their claims, just like there are folks throughout the county that have have lesser claims than their premiums. Also, you have to keep in mind is that their medical claims are artificially low. We spend about $1 million each year on comprehensive medical evaluations to help identify issues early and keep their costs low. Workers' compensation insurance covers medical claims for firefighters under the prevention laws, heart disease, hypertension, and the rest. And for example, in 2023, the amount just for firefighter cardiac presumption claims was $2.44 million. So when you add those costs to the medical claims, it becomes much more balanced. And we're still going to have to pay for the comprehensive annual medical evaluations in the workers' comp if they extract. Our position is don't fix a system that's not broken. There's no valid reason for extraction. It poses short-term and long-term risks. It gives the control of significant amount of money to third parties, but ultimately we're going to be financially tied to the outcome. And there are legal issues, and there's nothing that the union wants to do that we can't try to address at the bargaining table. At least let's try it first before we go ahead and engage in this major extraction. The increases after the expiration date, we want to maintain this longstanding language. It's existed in the contract since 2006. It was invaluable again in the 2008 economic meltdown when we didn't have to lay off or furlough folks when some of our sister agencies did. Their proposal to continue the step, the 5% step after the expiration of the contract, in the first year after this contract, 27-28, it would cost us $8.1 million, and it's going to establish the floor from which we negotiate. We seek to preserve the longstanding status quo and have any increases subject to negotiation. Special magistrate agreed with us and said that he found no compelling reason why the union's proposal on step continuation should be accepted and recommended our language. And I urge you to go back, if you want, go look at page 26 of the special magistrate's recommendation, where he discusses in detail the Winter Springs case that myself and Mr. Sawicka's office handled up in front of the Florida First DCA, where the Florida First DCA said what we are proposing here in this contract is absolutely 100% perfectly legal. The union's proposal, we believe, improperly extends wages past the 3-year limit, committing an additional recurring $8.1 million for fiscal year 27 and 28 beyond. We believe would be fiscally imprudent in this environment. The union can negotiate any increases they want for fiscal year 27, 28 as part of the successor agreement. The thing is that once the county goes ahead and gives the 5% increases, the step increases, we can't take them away, regardless of what our financial position is or regardless of what we need that money for. And again, keep in mind is that we're going to going back to the table looking at reducing hours of work down to 42 hours. You know, that's going to cost us upwards of $48 million. We may ultimately decide that instead of doing the step increase for that year, we'll use that money to reduce the hours of work. That we lose that option if we automatically have to pay them the $8.1 million. None of our collective bargaining agreements have automatic increases, corrections. FOP and asked me when we had the LIUNA contract, the blue collar, we didn't have continuation. The sheriff's office, the FOP, doesn't have the continuation. And importantly, the B unit contract that I told you that we all agreed to specifically says any future increases to employee-based pay or incentives beyond fiscal year 26-27 shall be negotiated. Exactly the language that we're asking you to impose with respect to the A unit. When it comes to the comparator agencies, the district is the only place in Central Florida that has continuation of step increases after the expiration of contract. Nobody else does. It's my understanding that that language led to them not having a contract for 6 years. Our request, adopt Exhibit C and D, There's no compelling reason, as the special magistrate said, to change the longstanding contract language. The union's proposal creates an unacceptable financial risk. Union can always negotiate a retroactive pay increase in a successor contract if it's not resolved on time. And if the union has automatic 5% increases, they have less motivation to reach a deal on a successor contract. So with the time remaining, I'd like to just talk about this leapfrog language. It was actually added into the contract in fiscal year 2015, 2016 to address an issue with the step plans that existed at that time. Importantly, those step plans are being replaced in this contract. The language has become outdated and is now more of an administrative burden than a useful tool. And it hasn't resulted in, over the course of the last years, in anybody getting any additional pay. However, every time there's a promotion, somebody has to sit down and chart the employment histories of the employee being promoted and the incumbents. We are very much concerned with the interplay of this language and the new 5% step increases proposed by the union. Keep in mind, we agree to their slotting of everybody in new plans, which in theory should take care of any concerns that they have regarding leapfrogging. However, it's uncertain. And Paul mentioned before the issue that occurred back when we originally implemented this language. I was at the bargaining table. It wasn't negotiated by the chief. The chief came up with the language. I had it negotiated along with Chief Vida, and we were specifically told, hey, this is only going to come up every blue moon. It's just an insurance policy. It's not going to have a huge impact. And as Paul told you, the minute after the ink was dry on it, there was an arbitration hearing, and it ultimately cost us about $1 million due to what we believe were the unintended consequences of this language. And we're very concerned about those unintended consequences coming up again with respect to the new pay plan that we're agreeing to. The union agreed. The union stated at the bargaining table that if we agree to the step plans, that they would agree to delete this leapfrog language. When we agreed to the step plans, they then said, well, no, this is contingent upon the continuation of the steps. One has absolutely nothing to do with the other. And, you know, since it was mentioned before about holding something hostage, it's our belief that the union's holding this hostage to get one of the other things that they're looking for, because they were more than willing to give it up because they understand that it's really not necessary. And the special magistrate recognized that as well. Union didn't articulate any justification other than general claims that protects the interests of tenured employees without any detailed support, exactly what you heard here today, while we've articulated compelling reasons to eliminate the language. Based on that, the special magistrate recommended the county's position and the removal of this language. We request that you adopt our impasse proposal. It's tab B, exhibit B in the book that we gave you. Again, no justification for maintaining the leapfrog language. We've given you compelling reasons to eliminate it, and the union agreed to removing it and should have honored that agreement. So, in summary, our position with respect to this. The special magistrate recommendations and the proposals that we've given you, exhibits A, B, C, and D, should be adopted by you. As Chief Vida said, it's a balanced resolution that takes care of our firefighters, our fire department, and the citizens. It gives historic wage and paramedic incentive increases. It satisfies the union's conditions for maintaining the county's health insurance. It greatly enhances our ability to recruit and retain quality employees. And it preserves the long-term financial stability of the fire fund and our ability to meet our public safety obligations. Again, as I mentioned before, even if you go ahead and you adopt the special magistrate's recommendations, The firefighters will still be receiving the best wage and benefit increases in the history of the county. I think with your help, we all have done a great job to address the issues of recruitment and retention, and what the union is asking for isn't going to impact recruitment and retention. In fact, I'll go one step further since I have a couple of minutes remaining. The Shining Star, Palm Beach County, if you go on their firefighter hiring webpage, they don't tout any of the benefits that Mr. Mirzwa identified. They don't use it as a recruitment tool. None of the agencies are using this as a recruitment tool. The insurance is not a recruitment tool. With that said, I'd like to just reserve the rest of my time and thank you very much for your consideration of our presentation.
All right, thank you. We're going to keep the process moving. We're going to move to a 15-minute period of time in which the union will have the opportunity for rebuttal comments, and that will be succeeded by county administration having 15 minutes for rebuttal. All right, so with that, are you all ready?
If you could give me a minute, that's a lot to unpack. It's kind of like spaghetti thrown against the wall. We've got to unpack it for a minute. So if you could give me 5 minutes, if you could.
Okay, we'll give
Thank
you
you very
5
much.
minutes. All right, everyone, welcome back. We're going back live with the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of March the 24th, 2026. We're in the evening hour at this time during our discussion of agenda item C1, in which we're having conversations regarding the negotiations and impasse hearings related to the IAFF Local 2057 and county administration. We're going to move to the rebuttal period of time in which we're going to go to the IAFF. And Mr. Sawicka, will you lead off, or?
Let me start. And we have a crew of people that are going to want to chime in.
Okay.
All right. To the extent it wasn't clear before, the union's language regarding the hiatus period will prevent the employer from dragging out collective bargaining for years after the contracts have expired and prevent them from using that as leverage and otherwise deprive these people of wage increases. And it's critical that you recognize it in that way. The other thing I wanted to point out was that the comparables, there's two kinds of comparables, same size and local operating area. And the arbitrator, special magistrate, didn't say that our same size comparables were not worth considering, as was suggested. And I believe you heard today the president of the new union that replaced Reedy Creek saying, thank you for sending people our way. We love getting Orange County firefighters who come on by and take work and work with our people, and you're just a great source of employees. Now, probably the most interesting thing I heard before we move on was to listen to the special magistrate who spent all this time analyzing, looking at all the evidence that was presented. And so let's do that. Let's look at page 25 of the special magistrate's analysis, where he says, quote, the union did an excellent job demonstrating that the financial burdens argued by the county are overstated in some respects. For example, the county claims it would lose $3.9 million in 2026 and $5.59 million in 2027. But in fact, those lost monies would go to the fire department fund overseen by the fire chief for non-insurance purposes. Very important point. But when it comes to the essence of the insurance issue, that is whether we are going to recommend or resolve or not resolve an insurance trust, if you look at page 17 of the special magistrate's decision, you will see that he had no problem with it. And let me use his words. On page 17 at the top, quote, in sum, the special magistrate finds that although the health insurance trust proposed by the union has theoretical merit and would likely be successfully operated in practice, the county has philosophical concerns that make such conceptually unacceptable to the county. In other words, this is a dispute about concepts and philosophy. They don't like the philosophy. We like the philosophy for the reasons we've asserted. There's nothing in here about the special magistrate determining that this is simply a silly or inadequate way to change insurance. In fact, later down on that same page, the special magistrate says, further, health insurance is a complicated subject, and the special magistrate is not a health insurance trust expert like these folks. And he is hesitant to recommend a health insurance trust to the Board of County Commissioners when Orange County has never had such a trust for any public sector bargaining unit. In other words, the essence of that reasoning is, well, they don't have it in corrections, so we're not going to have it in the fire department. Now, what's particularly interesting about that is that Orange County has, in fact, had a trust, and it is the deputy sheriff's trust. Those people that are in their trust were extracted from the Orange County trust, just like we are asking for. Those deputies used to have the same insurance, they no longer do. So I think we need to appreciate the reasoning that the special magistrate, in fact, found it to be a viable, legitimate thing, but he wasn't expert enough to recommend it. He thinks that's something you need to recommend, and that's why we're here.
Over really quick, and I'm going to ask you guys to look at the board again. We had this slide up earlier, and part of the reason I got this slide up is when we were talking about, or I'm going to say management in their presentation was talking about the money that's in the healthcare reserves. They represented it and they said there was $57 million in reserves. I'm sorry, I can read. Looking at that, there's actually $76 million in reserves for healthcare. And that was what was filed with the state. So I'm not sure if we applied the wrong year to it or we're looking at it, but I have $76 million that's available for healthcare reserves that our firefighters have contributed to. That's one of the things I was going to bring up, and now I'm going to actually jump into some of the other things really quick. And again, we're talking in the hiatus period. Some of the things that we've heard management say is, oh my God, this is the largest wage increase that we've ever had. You know what? This is the largest pay correction that we've ever had. If you flip to page 15 in the county's own document, and I'm going to bring it up this way, and I'm going to say Mr. Mandel has negotiated the contract, and at the last time that they came up and they said that $47,000 was a great starting pay for Orange County. Guess what? It's not. When you look at the city of Orlando, it's $64,000 a year to start, and they did some little funky math in there, and I'm going to say they did some funky math, because one of the things that they also didn't compensate for is the number of hours that those employees work. They work 400 hours less than we do, and they make more money than we do. Realistically, we work a 29-20. They work a 24-76. They have a Kelly Day schedule. We don't. So if we're going to compare apples to apples and oranges, look at how we can progress through the scale. One of the things that you'll also notice on that page 15 is you'll see lieutenant numbers for 141 and captain's numbers of 151, and they say it's the top out pay. Well, those top-out pays are actually P-steps that management wanted to actually bring up. There's no way that an incumbent individual could actually obtain that step. It's an individual that gets promoted to that rank and would, in theory, leapfrog a captain or leapfrog a lieutenant, because management didn't want to give them the full step at the end. They came up with some other mathematical calculation that said, we don't want the full 5% step at the top end. We're actually going to do it. So the step that we have for our captains is actually 149 as a top-out step. The P step is the 151. That has to be a lieutenant who's topped out that gets promoted and will actually come up above that. But again, one of the reasons why we have these problems is because over the years, we have actually had a failed plan where we would actually move our firefighters up a 3% wage and actually adjust our base by 2%. Well, back in our 2006-2007 Special Magistrate Ken Starr, and that was included in the county's documents originally when we did it, Ken Starr ended up saying, we need to scrap the county plan and tie it to years of service. We didn't bring that up, probably should have, but we also know that the county did this thing called the Evergreen Study. The Evergreen Study went out, and you guys spent a whole bunch of money on it to look at where we sat comparable. You looked at everybody other than fire rescue. Guess what? I copied their homework. I looked at their Evergreen Study. I followed the same methodology and actually found our firefighters didn't get this huge raise. We got a pay correction. You'll see it from $47,000 to $59,000. That's a correction. That's a correction to make us competitive. We've been told through human resources that it takes between $30,000 and $35,000 to hire a single person just to onboard them. That doesn't count for their training. That doesn't count for anything else. And if we're hiring 150 a year, we're spending $3+ million to recruit people because we can't keep them here. And I'm sorry, management actually had this great thing when they were the ones that set the starting wage last time. Not my fault. That's all they wanted to spend the money on. So don't blame the union for it, for the correction that needs to keep our firefighters here. The health care and the steps that we're asking for and the leapfrog protections that we're asking for is to protect the people that you currently have employed. We're trying to keep people in Orange County. We don't like the numbers when I'm seeing every 2 weeks I'm losing 50 to 100 people in every 6 months. That's going easy peasy. And if you guys want the names and numbers of everybody, I can give them to you. I keep a database of every one of them, and we share that database with management. Every time that we have an employee that's left, Reggie actually gives us a spreadsheet and tells us every 2 weeks who's left. We update the public records request and we give it to management. Since last year to current, we've lost 151 people out of the A unit alone. That's $3+ million to hire people to keep them here. And we've got how many people going for another job in the fire service? You heard the president of Reedy Creek who's thanking Orange County for its practices that we have right now. Guess what? They're loving it. The city of Orlando's loving it too. We've actually had discussions with one of the commissioners. We had a firefighter that left us at $47,000. That employee is now making $68,000 as a firefighter in the city of Orlando 3 years later. So there's a problem. There's a problem when we know what our wage is going to be $59,000. What's going to happen to our wage when the city of Orlando actually raises their rate again for starting pay? By the end of the contract, we're going to be sitting $10,000 behind our competitors. And we still work more hours. We're willing to negotiate with management. We actually want our health care to improve the lives of our people. We actually want to have our leapfrog so we can protect our tenured employees. We need the steps or the hiatus period movement to ensure that we're not left behind. Again, if we follow the recommendation of the special magistrate back in 2006 and 2007 and scrapped it and went for years of service, because that's what Ken Starr's recommendation was, that we needed to scrap it and tie it to years to service. That was even part of the Evergreen Study. But the county chose not to use that plan. There was a pay parity plan, there was a rank parity plan, and all of these things were in the Evergreen study. We're trying to stay competitive. We want Orange County to be the best department that there is in the dang country. We have that ability. We're asking for your help to give us better wages, which we've already secured. We need these steps to stay and keep us. Management said that, this place or that place is not a competitor. When you looked at some of their data that they're comparing us on page 15, they're not bringing us to our comparators that the special magistrate said. You don't see Hillsborough in there. You don't see Palm Beach County in there. You don't see those. Why? Because they work less hours and they make more money. So let's paint the brush with exactly what it is. We're trying to improve it. We're asking for the commissioner's help. One, to save our citizens money in healthcare.
All right, wrap up.
I had a half a second, but all right.
Done? If you wanted to finish the statement.
The only thing, sir, Mr. Mayor, the only two things I was going to add is, again, leapfrog to protect our tenured employees and also continued movement through the STEP plan. We've got this great plan that's there. We have a top-out pay, but we got no way to get to the top. We got to be in the contract, otherwise we don't move. And every year we got to renegotiate that contract, and here we are, 18 months beyond contract? Our people still haven't gotten paid? Let's try to make the playing field equal and level with people.
All right. Thank you, sir. You all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll prepare the clock. You'll have 15 minutes rebuttal. And, we'll do the same thing with you. We'll give you the opportunity to summarize.
Thank you very much. It's important to note that the vast majority of what Mr. Riccardi has told you has absolutely nothing to do with the impasse items before you, because none of what he is talking about is going to have any impact on recruitment and retention. The union agreed to $47,000 in the last contract, and yes, that's what the 24-25 wage increases are, wage numbers were. But a year ago, we agreed to the wage increases that are going to be part of this contract, and the union had an opportunity to accept them then. And they were the ones that wouldn't agree to the deal. Extraction, health insurance extraction, none of this other stuff will have any impact upon recruitment and retention. And from a philosophical standpoint on the issue of extraction, yes, we are philosophically opposed to giving $30 million, escalating 6% every single year to a third party to administer how they believe is in the best interest of the plan members. The sheriff's office, those deputies, that money isn't going to a third party. It's being administered by the sheriff's office. It's apples and oranges. And just lastly, with respect to the hours worked, we wanted to implement Kelly days in this contract to reduce the hours worked to the same as the city of Orlando. And we were told by the union that what the firefighters currently have with their leave system, that their system is better than Kelly days, and they weren't interested in the Kelly days. So they can't raise that now as a distinction. And yes, in the charts that we showed you, we had Hillsborough and Palm Beach County. But I'd like the chief to come up and address some of these issues.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for your time this evening and for your longstanding support of our fire department. As a department, we have a lot to be proud of, and that is because of the policy decisions made by this board over the years that have positively impacted our fire department. As fire chief, I'm grateful for the trust this board has placed in me to develop a roadmap that ensures this department can provide the services this community deserves while also taking care of our firefighters. I also want to extend a special thank you to the men and women of this department who are here today. Our department has reached great heights because of your commitment to serving with duty and professionalism. Every day you wear your uniform, you contribute to our reputation as one of the most capable firefighting forces in the nation. As Fire Chief, I am extremely proud of each of you and the contributions you make in keeping our community safe. Today marks a pivotal moment for our department as we work to finalize the A-Unit contract. After several months of being at an impasse organizationally, it is time to turn the page and shift our focus to unity and the shared mission of keeping our community safe while ensuring that we continue to grow and improve ourselves as a premier fire department. I want to begin my remarks by emphasizing that the discussions we are having today are not rooted on ideological differences. I can assure everyone that we all share a common goal, and that is the best outcome for our firefighters and, for that matter, all county employees. Instead, what we are navigating today are financial realities, mathematical differences that will dictate how we will continue to prioritize fire-related services to our community and continue to invest in other areas within the fire department that are also considered employee benefits that directly impact our firefighters. As this board recalls, during my budget presentation several months ago, I outlined this department's fiscal responsibilities for this year and beyond. I highlighted 5 categories of financial commitment that as fire chief I felt was my duty and judgment to deliver on. I understand this was not the first time that this board had to discuss those priorities, as nearly 2 years ago in the earlier discussion, it helped form the basis for this board's significant policy decision to adjust the fire millage rate. The adjustments were necessary to ensure that the fire department can meet the requirements needed to fulfill its obligations to both the community and to our firefighters. The 5 key funding areas that were discussed were: number 1, to have funding that allows the fire department to build capacity in offering competitive wages to our firefighters so that we could ensure that we could recruit and retain the very best talent. Number 2, to have funding that ensures we build new service growth fire stations where extended 911 response times remain a concern. Number 3, to have funding to replace or significantly modernize aging fire stations. For example, many of the fire stations that we are evaluating were originally designed in the time when the fire service predominantly only hired male firefighters. Today, we are proud to employ both male and female firefighters, which necessitates an action plan to address inadequate infrastructure. Also, in some cases, we have a need to deal and address with environmental challenges at some of our fire stations. Priority number 4 was having the ability to fund and upgrade outdated firefighter equipment and the replacement of aging fire apparatus. Today, the fire service is closer to modern advancements in firefighting equipment coming to market. These advancements are focused on reducing the risk of cancer exposure to our firefighters. This is an area where this fire department must continue to invest in. I often remind our firefighters that our policy decisions today are meant not only to ensure their safety throughout their 25 to 30-year career, but also to prepare them for the 25 to 30 years after retirement. Additionally, many of our aging fire trucks have led to increased downtime and higher costs per mile for ownership due to their age and the need to source older replacement parts. Priority number 5 was to support funding for a required reserve budget. It is important for us to establish a sufficient reserve budget that enables the fire department, was that the 15 minutes? Okay. That enables the fire department to transition financially between fiscal years and to support the many unbudgeted expenditures that come our way throughout a year. Expenses associated like hurricane recovery efforts, a pandemic response, increase in FRS costs, or increases in fuel prices due to a global conflict, just to name a few. Mayor and Commissioners, as the county began negotiations some time ago, a primary objective of the negotiation team was to secure a competitive wage increase for our A and B unit contracts. We achieved this by implementing a total compound wage increase of over 41% in the 3-year contract period, along with an additional 33% in paramedic incentives. Since extending that offer, we have successfully negotiated the B unit contract and made great progress in reaching an agreement with the A unit contract. Unfortunately, the ongoing disagreement regarding the A unit articles have resulted in this current impasse. It must be noted that this impasse is also occurring throughout uncertain times as local governments navigate budget challenges amid discussions of property tax reform. Dismantling of property tax could have significant implications on our fire department and, for that matter, all county departments. Today's impasse considerations mean that the requests of spending beyond what the county has proposed may force this fire department to reallocate funds from other priorities that have already been presented to this board for consideration. I recognize that these are complex matters, and to address this, both parties agreed to have an independent special magistrate conduct an impartial hearing to evaluate those differences. Both negotiation teams agreed that the special magistrate would then apply their expertise and provide recommendations based on the oral testimony and documentation submitted to them as evidence for review. The special magistrate has rendered a decision in this case, and the county's negotiation team has accepted it. And I believe that the special magistrate's report can provide this board with a reasonable framework for a constructive path forward. As fire chief, I wholeheartedly support the best outcome for our firefighters. I assure this board that the county's negotiation team has placed significant emphasis on wages and benefits for our firefighters, as evidenced by the pay percentages and the ranges discussed here today. I also recognize the pressures of healthcare costs, both locally and nationally. It is a widespread issue that goes way beyond just Orange County. However, in understanding that, we cannot ignore the following efforts made by the county in good faith. Number one, the data showcasing the county's ongoing efforts to keep costs down for its employees. Number two, the availability of no-cost options for employee healthcare plans only. And number three, the county's willingness to make concessions to address the union's concerns regarding healthcare coverage. The county has offered to include the union as a voting stakeholder in the county's medical oversight committee, which will allow them to specifically address future concerns related to healthcare coverage and inflationary costs. These concessions could only be viewed as an unprecedented, reasonable attempt to address the union's concerns and resolve this contract. I also recognize that as we work to finalize this contract, the negotiation team will be back at the table for a successor contract in just a few months, as this contract expires in 2027. In closing, I want to reaffirm my position as fire chief. I fully support the wage proposal presented in this contract. This proposal ensures that all of our firefighters receive a historic pay increase or correction and retroactive payment effective to the start of this contract. This county has been vocal about getting that much needed and well-deserved increase for our firefighters for some time now. I also recognize the efforts made by county staff to address the healthcare concerns raised by the union. I submit that the county's proposed solution is a fair compromise that addresses the issues raised both by the union and the county. Additionally, I understand that we will soon have to have a discussion on how to finance the reduced work schedule in future contracts, and we must evaluate how those decisions today will impact that process. Therefore, I support adopting all of the special magistrate's recommendations before you today for consideration as a way forward to resolving this impasse. Lastly, I fully recognize that the final decision regarding the direction of this fire department and the direction that we take lies with this board. Regardless of today's outcome, I assure you that as fire chief, I remain committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of our community and the well-being and the interests of our firefighters. I will continue to fulfill all of those vital commitments that we discussed today based on the resources and funding available to the fire department to carry out those obligations. Thank you.
One last point I would just like to make, which I think is vitally important. Again, at the bargaining table, we asked them to give us a proposal to stay on the health insurance. What is it? What changes do we have to make to the health insurance article that would cause you to agree to stay on the county's health insurance? They gave us that written proposal, and we agreed to the terms that they wanted to stay on the health insurance, and you haven't heard them deny it. We have met their needs, and you've heard us here. We're not done. We're willing to sit down with them and address these issues, but it should be in the context of the countywide health insurance. So thank you again for your consideration here today.
All right. If you don't have any summary beyond that, we have reached that point now where both sides have had their opportunity to have rebuttal comments. And with that, I'm going to ask the Assistant County Attorney, Mr. Scott Chevenel, to come forward for closing remarks.
Mayor, now that the parties have had a full and fair opportunity to present their positions, it is time for the board to deliberate and take action. I remind you that in taking action, you are limited to addressing only the specific contract articles before you today. I also remind you that the action you take should be based upon a fair consideration of the parties' presentations and should be grounded in what you believe to be in the best interest of the public, including the public employees involved. The board is not bound by the party's requests. The board can adopt either party's request or take other action to address the specific actions or specific issues at impasse. The board, however, cannot send issues back to negotiations or otherwise fail to resolve the issue at impasse today. The board has a legal duty to resolve these issues at impasse.
Okay. Thank you for that summary. And let me just say thank you to both IAFF and the entire team that you have today, as well as our firefighters and their families for being here. I want to say thank you to the fire chief and his team, as well as Jeff Mandel, for the many, many hours that you have been working in negotiations with our firefighter union. What I will tell you is, on behalf of our Board of County Commission, we have the greatest admiration for the men and women who serve in our Orange County Fire Rescue Department. We do believe, I think we're unified around the notion that we want our firefighters to be paid a competitive wage. We love our firefighters. We want them to be able to take care of their families. We're only limited by the people's money, the taxes that we collect, while we wish that we had more money to pay all of our employees perhaps what they deserve to get paid here within the county. We do not have an unlimited amount of money. We're unlike the federal government. We cannot run deficits. Our budgets must essentially, at the end of the day, they have to work. You know, we cannot spend anything more than what we bring in, and that's a complex issue these days. As I see it, we're at the point now, after hearing both sides, I believe that there are two issues that really rest, two major issues that rest before us. One is the pay of our personnel, and if I understand where we are, we have essentially agreed on the pay. Am I right? Okay, both sides?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. We have agreed on the pay portion. The second major issue that is before us, as I see it, is the issue regarding the health insurance plan and the extraction from the health insurance plan. The other issues that we have are kind of centered around the two, okay? And I believe that our goal, when I say it's centered around the two, while we've agreed on pay, there's some nuances with some of the other articles, okay, because we're not here to litigate all of the articles that have been discussed. Today, we have the articles that have been discussed. Article 31, okay, which again is related to the health care. Articles 40 and 53, again, wages, pay. And Article 22.18, leapfrogging, which again really is kind of related to pay. And then those are really the issues, okay, that, am I right, in terms of?
You're saying leapfrogging and steps and.
Yes, they're all pay related. That's correct. I said there are two global issues, pay and the health care plan. Those are the two global issues that we're talking about. But generally speaking, the pay scale has been agreed upon with some minor exceptions, okay? But the big issue, the central issue that the IAFF spent the overwhelming majority of the time that they were talking about here today, it was related to extraction from the health care plan. And so let's see if we can maybe as a board come to some agreement at this point how we move forward. Okay. Is there any consensus amongst the members of the board at this time regarding extraction, allowing our fire union to move into its own health trust? Okay. If there's some consensus there, I believe that there are some things that we have to look at. We cannot ignore, should not ignore, the special magistrate's recommendations. I believe that the special magistrate spent a lot of time in conversation and dialogue with both sides here. The special magistrate did not work for the county. The special magistrate did not work for the union. This was an objective professional that reviewed the issues before them and made some recommendations. He's an expert. That's what he does, or they do. So what I heard the county outside counsel, Mr. Mandel, say was that he believed that as written, the extraction from and creating the healthcare trust a plan was as written was unlawful. Okay, is that kind of adequate summation of what you said?
There are components of it that are unlawful.
Okay.
The application of the benefits to non-bargaining unit employees, the requirement that the county contribute on behalf of non-bargaining unit employees is unlawful.
So if in that conversation we were not talking about the non-bargaining unit members, but exclusively the bargaining unit members under the IAFF, would you have a difference of opinion, whole or in part?
You mean with the rest of it?
Yes.
Well, in going back to the slides, I identified a number of the articles in there that were of concern to us, just so we're talking about just the way the proposal is written. So in the slide deck, I've identified articles that we believe are problematic. So we have that part. Then we also have the other concerns that we had, the philosophical and the financial issues that we had with respect to it, such as, the guaranteed 6%, having to pay more towards their health insurance trust than we're currently paying for our own employees.
Well, I'll get to that part of it, but was the central issue that you had when you thought that created the probability that you couldn't lawfully create a trust as it was written, because it would and included the representation of bargaining unit, non-bargaining unit members?
Correct. The primary legal issues was that and the indemnification, hold harmless language.
Okay. So let's say if we got beyond the indemnification and the issue where we were not talking about the creation of supporting the creation of a health trust plan that did not include non-bargaining unit members. In terms of the legal concern that you have, would you be less concerned about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's just say, if that was a starting point, kind of where I'm headed here is this, is that I'm not personally opposed to the creation of a health trust, given the right circumstances. Okay. And so if the board could come to some consensus about it, I don't want us, renegotiating everything that was discussed, during the hours, and the art of negotiation is you give something, you get something, you give something, you get something, and I'm just trying to bring us tonight to a point where we can hopefully come to an agreement about how we move forward. And I started with I believe the biggest issue before us is the extraction of the bargaining unit members from the countywide health care plan, and supporting them if they want to create a trust, then we can talk about all of those other issues of how that happens. I don't believe that it would be appropriate to include non-bargaining unit members of the Orange County Fire Rescue Department in a conversation with representation by the bargaining unit. Okay, so that's our responsibility for those non-bargaining unit persons. They're not represented really by the bargaining unit. So if we were able to come to some agreement about what that looks like, I understand that there's nuanced language about an annual 6% increase, and they laid out that the subject matter experts projected that there may be an 8% kind of growth, comparatively speaking. And if we have heartburn with the 6%, 8%, something sometimes in these kinds of conversations about economic related issues, you often hear the introduction of consumer price index, something that is more objective, perhaps that growth in payment of what we would, as a county, contribute would be tied to a CPI, as opposed to just I'm going to say arbitrary 6%, 8%. I'm just throwing out some concepts that we would have to come to some agreement tonight. Just trying to save us a little bit of time rather than going back and trying to look at everything. I believe that the special magistrate's recommendations are instructive and they're persuasive with everything that has happened. I look to the IAFF representation here tonight. Are you opposed to us taking out the non-bargaining employees if you get the bargaining unit employees? Okay, wait, I'm going to continue along, then I'll open it up for the rest. I'm trying to lead us to a point of some productive conversation. Yes.
No, Mr. Mayor, I believe in our proposal, I believe it was optional for non-bargaining unit members. So I would have to consult with the team, but I don't think we'd have any opposition to that if we remove that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Mandel?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because when they're talking about optional, they're talking about that language in 3101, but the language in 3105 makes the contributions requirement per full-time department employee.
Okay.
Which is both bargaining unit and not bargaining unit.
Hey, Jeff, why don't you bring up slide?
You can
25
bring it
and
up.
26.
But
slide 25.
I'm talking
25 and
about
26 are the
26.
Those two are the ones.
Well, I'm talking about here would apply to all of that. Okay. Yeah. If that makes sense to you.
No, it does.
Okay.
Yes.
Where this conversation would be exclusively about the firefighter bargaining unit employees, those represented by the bargaining unit. Okay. I think they're trying to pull up the slide.
From your presentation, I think those two slides are where the modifications.
Where's how do you get the presentation up? Oh, no, it's not.
25 and 26 from Jeff Mandel's presentation. Making those modifications.
I don't know how to get backwards.
Yeah, right.
Actually, it's one more.
Wait a minute.
There we go.
Okay. So I'm trying to address, on the one hand, our team's concerned about the issues of being legal, and I'm saying if we took out the reference to the non-bargaining, and I asked the IAFF if they could get their arms around that, and they said yes. Okay. It's just a conversation now. It's not a commitment, just a conversation to kind of move us along tonight. The county shall contribute to the trust an amount equal to $1,487.50 per month per full-time fire department employee. Of course, this would inure to the entire conversation here. We wouldn't be talking about full-time fire department employees, but full-time members represented by the IAFF.
And just one clarification, it should be enrolled employees. It should be people that are actually in the insurance, because otherwise we're paying on behalf of people that aren't using the insurance.
Okay.
Right, but we're using that to spend on other legitimate expenses.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, I'm just trying to get through the global issues. Okay, if we can, participation in the trust plan shall be mandatory for all active. Okay, this language has active fire department sworn employees. Okay, the certified employees. If we have fire employees
Sworn should have been struck, sir. The sworn in itself, because we have individuals from the Office of the Fire Marshal.
Okay, this is where I was heading.
Okay.
Those are represented by collective bargaining. So what I'm saying is that language should likely include those who are represented by collective bargaining. Okay. We will have to, through agreement, make sure the language encapsulate the intent here. We're talking about those represented by the IAFL. Okay. And if you can go to the next slide. Okay. This issue about giving the trust to audit, the right to audit the county's health insurance plan, well, they wouldn't be in the county's health insurance plan. I don't think that really that's appropriate. Right, you can get it. So, and those records, we're required to do audits.
Yeah, but I had to file an unfair labor practice for that last time.
So, but I just don't think that that's part of what should be in the language we agree to. Requires the county to notify the trust within 5 working days of events such as change of addresses. We won't necessarily know that within 5 days. Okay, if not 5 days, what's reasonable? Is that 30 days? Okay, put in 30 days or something that's reasonable there. Article 31.10 requires the county to defend and indemnify. This is something that we give them the money and they misuse the money. Why should the county be defending and indemnifying and holding the firefighter trust harmless when you have your own body that somehow you will elect to represent the trust? Okay, I don't think that that's an appropriate thing that the county should take on that risk. Article 31.13 allows the firefighters to come back on the county plan anytime they want to. I think that's a decision that the Board of County Commission should make at that time. Not we make the decision today. That's a decision should be made in the future by the Board of County Commission. Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask you for one point of clarification on 3101? You know, if we change that to 30 days, can we say within 30 days of our knowledge? Because folks don't always tell us when they change their address.
I'm not trying to give the precise language, but you kind of get my point, because I think at some point, if we come to some agreement about how we're going to have to probably take a little bit of a pause to make sure we are saying the same thing. Okay, if we get to the point where we ask the board to vote on something, we got to make sure we're saying the same thing. That's what I'm trying to get us to. We'll go to this next issue. Okay, well, I think we talked about all of those on this slide. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Next slide.
Okay, that's okay. So let's say our board, I'm not presupposing what they're going to do, but I'm trying to make sure that we kind of move forward efficiently, okay, as we kind of come to the end of a long process. The sooner we can get this done, the sooner our people can get their raises, okay? And if we can accomplish that tonight and move us forward, that's what I'm trying to accomplish, okay? I think that's the health care plan. These other things that you all have been for how many years y'all been negotiating this? A couple of years. I don't want us getting into negotiating those kind of minor types of things that have that may be significant, but they have a lot of history, a lot of the hours, countless hours of you all sitting together. That's not what the Board of County Commission should be doing. That's what we pay you all to do. What we should be doing is looking at it from a policy perspective, a broad perspective, and that's where I want our conversation to stay tonight. Okay, not get into the weeds of things, because we can't begin to understand all of the little nuances that some of these folk have been doing this work for decades, and they may not precisely understand every little nuanced word in it. I don't want us wordsmithing tonight. I'm looking at the global issues that we should be having conversations about. Okay, so if we get to this point where we've fixed this language, we may be able to, everybody may be able to leave knowing where we are headed as it relates to the trust. Okay. Now, I think that even these other issues, I'm going to say, we may have to have a little bit of a break to talk about some of the issues with the payment into the trust, the leapfrog issues. You know, I think that you all have talked about those issues and you came to some kind of agreement, and I don't know why we would go back on what you came to agreement about. I do understand that the sheriff's office, you know, as a former sheriff, I understand their plans. Yeah, it's not an independent trust that manages the sheriff's health care plan. The sheriff does, okay, that, which is different from what we are talking about here. So with the wages, we have said with those articles centered around the wages, you know, it's been presented tonight that we have essentially agreement there. Those aren't the articles, other than, you know, some that may be. Mr. Sawicka.
They're agreed to as a matter of law, because they're not
Right.
except to the extent you're talking about wages in the sense of
The step? The hiatus period. Okay, the hiatus period. Okay. So we, I believe, want to be certainly fair about if it takes, you know, it takes two in this process. You know, I don't agree that you can just blame the county administration and management on the reason why it takes so long to reach agreement sometimes with contractual agreement around pay. It's both sides there, right? You know, both sides kind of play a role in that. I know the IAFF is shaking their head, but no, you play a role in resolving
all
it.
the time, and I get told no.
Say that again.
I said I get asked for money all the time, but I always get told no.
Okay, well, yeah, that's part of negotiations, and you know, yeah, you're gonna get told no sometimes because we don't have unlimited sums of money. We do to the extent we can. Listen, I love our firefighters. Okay, I got family members who are firefighters, but I have family members who are school teachers, who are other public servants as well. And we gotta pay all of them, okay? And so to pay everybody, we are working with a finite amount of money internal to the county itself with the different unions that we have, that we have to look for some type of consistency, some type of equity, if you will, when we look across in entire county employ. Because if you all come out, there's an impact on the other employees who are in the regular county plan. And we still are responsible for them as well, okay? And we have to manage this budget. That's really one of my central responsibilities as the CEO for the county is to make sure it does balance, okay? All right, so I'm looking at our union people here now. County, union, okay. Jeff has that look on his face like, okay, where are we going? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
So you all have that look on your face, okay, as well. Okay. But at this point, okay, let's hear from you, okay? Give me some feedback on what I just said.
Okay.
What do you think about it?
Feedback that you have, if you would like to look at page 16 or 15 in the special magistrate's decision. And again, I know management had just talked about the 6% in perpetuity. He says also the county complains about the 6% annual increase per year in contributions to the trust in perpetuity, but this percentage increase matches the actual trend at the entry. The increases match reporting to the state of Florida. We're not asking for anything different. We're asking for what you guys are doing already as a board, but we're asking to solidify it in the language of the contract.
I understand, but when you use a precise number, that's not the way it works. They're trends, okay? And we have some global things that's happening right now that's going to impact our economy. And while the trend may have been whatever for the last couple of years.
The trend has been reported at 8%, has been consistent at 8%. We're asking less than the trend because we can do it better.
I understand, but I think one thing that tends to track is the CPI, okay? It's relevant to the here and now, not necessarily the trends of the past, but the here and now.
The CPI itself doesn't, and I'm relying on my experts in the background. And Anna Maria, if you could tell me what you just told me a second ago. The CPI doesn't apply to medical, and the CPI also does not apply to pharmacy trends.
Yeah, the cost of healthcare and especially pharmaceutical expenditures.
You can come to the mic.
Sorry.
So everybody can hear you, these people who are listening.
Yeah, looking up CPI, you're running at 2.6, maybe in some change. That is significantly lower than what we've seen in medical inflation and healthcare costs, not only with the county plan, but in everywhere for the last several years.
What if it does, if the reality is it is 3%? How do you?
I haven't seen 3%
I just
in
want
a
you
very
to,
long time.
it's just a
sir.
concept.
Yeah.
Think about how we write the language to make sure that we're not paying something extraordinary. Okay, that's all I'm trying to get you to do is think about what that language should say to make, if you were looking at it from our perspective and your perspective, what that language should say.
Something fair.
Something
Which
fair.
is why we picked the 6%, because your budget officer and your due diligence.
There are two different concepts. I guess I want to jump because there are two different concepts. One of what we budget versus the increase. We didn't budget a 6% increase.
In the hearing, it was confirmed that you do increase it every 6%.
No,
that was
what,
not
yeah,
the testimony.
I'm saying y'all this was starting to go on a tangent. That was not clear.
Okay.
Okay.
We didn't increase it this year at all. There was a zero increase.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying I don't agree to making it specifically 6%. And I know we were looking at 2024, and I don't think we had the 2025, all right? But that's something that whatever is fair about the increase, we need to come to some agreement about what you
Agreed.
look at to
Agreed.
look at that.
Something
That's
fair.
all I'm saying there.
Mr. Mayor, can I suggest something that may move us on
Yeah,
this?
wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I want to kind of finish my train of thought. I'll go to y'all. Okay. Mr. Mandel, what were you saying? Okay.
I just wanted to hear Kurt's position to what you were saying, because I'm
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah, I'd like to hear clarification.
Okay, Kurt.
You can go to the mic, Kurt.
So what we were discussing is, the first question was how do we increase it? No, it's been 19,000 the last 2 years. It didn't go up 6%. The budget did not. But so it depends. So we probably want to look at like a me too, because it's not going to go up every year the same amount.
I know.
The trend. And that's what I think you all have been getting to. So we don't want to commit to a 6% when that's not the trend always.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So we would have to agree with them what that fair process, what that looks like, okay? And if we agree that something that is fair, then that becomes less of an issue for us, okay? We don't want it to be fat. We don't want it to be too slim as well. We want it to be just right. Okay, so you all see where we're headed. Okay, so while we're having this conversation, if you all need the caucus to think about what this looks like, okay. All right, but I'm going to go to the board now to kind of get in, but I'm trying to set the stage for the remainder of the conversation about where we head, how we get there. Okay, and Commissioner Uribe.
I wanted a point of clarity if I could, and I'm not sure if this goes to the union, but there was a reason why you guys, and you didn't get to finish your thought, Paul, about why you were requesting that 5-day, because tell us what happened when you were requesting that information in the past.
When we were requesting the information in the past, we actually ran into many delays. One of the things that Anna Maria is telling us that we're required to do, be it for a new hire, or be it for someone who's no longer on the plan, or someone who has a change, we actually have to have the available funds that's there to make sure that the individual, be it a life-changing event or any number of things, as soon as the county gets the information and our employees report it to Human Resources, they're like, hey, or we, through the fire department, we log into our telestaff, we say we have a new mailing address, because everybody wants their paycheck to go to the right spot. So the only thing that we're asking out of that particular phrase is to say, hey, let us know. Because if we're actually sending an insurance check or dealing with someone on their insurance, and you guys know about it, we need to know about it. And again, if the 5 days isn't an appropriate time frame for the county, maybe 10, maybe 15, something that is much more palatable. And I'm going to say, with Anna Maria leaning back to talk to her, that's one of the reasons why we're asking for that particular 5 days.
And I know you made it as simple as a change of address, but there could be a medical issue that just happened. You could have a baby, you could have major surgery, you could be diagnosed with cancer, and I think it's very important for you guys to get that in a timely manner. You don't want someone to be out there loosely. I also wanted to ask, I have done my research on the health option that you guys are proposing. I've actually talked to the tax collectors. I've met with the organization that currently does the tax collector's office. I've talked to folks with OCPS. And you had mentioned in your presentation that you guys represent, I think, 50 different unions across the state? Correct. And can you give us some feedback? Because everything I've heard has been positive. I have actually encouraged us to open up that trend to more than just firefighters, to actually have that one-stop option medically for us, because it is a cost savings and you get everything done at once. You see a physician, you have the time, they limit how many patients they take, you get your prescription filled while you're on the way out the door. This is, to me, the future of medical. I still don't understand why we have to pay such a high administrative cost to a provider that isn't. And also, as someone who's on that low deductible family plan, I have actually seen medical providers now telling us we no longer want to take Cigna. My dentist, I had to find a new dentist. I mean, we're just seeing a trend when it comes to privatization. So if you could share some more on that.
So we have, I think our count is around 40 different health centers and customized care clinics. They absolutely, they take an investment up front, but by moving urgent care, primary care, we have mental health, musculoskeletal. Your pharmacy is your first big saver. You can actually run some work comp through there too. We're to save on that side of the house, but it's something, it attributes itself to presenteeism of your employee because they don't have to take half a shift or half a day off to go. These providers are compensated, and we incentivize them for better outcomes and for patient experience. The cost of care rendered through the arrangements is lower than even our in-network costs. And the trend from year to year on increase of cost to provide that concierge care is much lower than what we're seeing in the health insurance industry in the form of trend. The ROIs, depending on the adoption rate and how fast it is, the lowest that I've seen out the gate is about $1.20 to $1.30 for every dollar spent. But we're seeing it upward of $6 in some areas for every dollar spent. And it's shifting, because you're self-funded, it's shifting the cost of health care out of the health plan to a lower cost model and a more effective. It started out as prescription and preventative and urgent care, but it's actually helping us with even managing chronic conditions, which the majority of your population either has or doesn't know they have. So medical adherence is avoiding a lot of catastrophic claims.
Right. No, and I'm 100% behind it, and I think this should be an option, so I like seeing that trend. I did want to ask Mr. Mandel, I've got a couple issues. You guys, I think it was slide 25 or 26 where you were talking about some legal legalities. So you're an attorney, with all due respect. Mr. Zwick is an attorney, and you both are saying different things. When I looked at Attorney Newton, he said, I don't know. So to me, it's very concerning that you're going to hold tight and say it's illegal. They're going to hold tight and say legal. Do we need another legal opinion? Because right now, I don't know if what you've actually listed here is actually legal or not legal, because Mr. Zwicka, who's just as tenured as you are as an attorney, is saying this is legal. So I'm a little perturbed on that comment, because it isn't right that you're telling us illegal, they're telling us legal, and our own legal attorney has no clue. You know, he's not going to give a comment. I don't want to say you don't have a clue, but he's not going to give us a legal comment on something he's not prepared to say. So it brings caution to me, because we're giving a lot of weight in what you've put here, but we're not allowing the defense of this attorney here also, who is just as prepared and intelligent to give us their opinion. And when they were presented and they talked about bargaining and non-bargaining, I don't know if we're able to go back to 25 and 26. It was more of an option to offer a non-bargaining person, but I don't see where, are we able to go back to the 20, I think it was when it was in. No, but I mean, Mayor made suggestions based on what Mr. Mandel said.
Well, and my own opinion, I still said I don't think that we ought to be intertwining non-bargaining unit employees into this bargaining conversation. I don't think that's appropriate.
And if you guys are in agreement with that, you're willing to let that go.
Well, they said that they.
And then can we go back one more?
Did not see that as a problem.
Go back one more slide.
Yeah, is that 26 or is that 27?
Mr. Mandel, what are you trying to say?
25.
I'm sure we can. I think we can. You know, if we're going to go ahead and we're going to implement this,
yes.
And you know, there's the collective bargaining agreement. The collective bargaining agreement only applies to bargaining unit employees. You can't address non-bargaining unit employees in there. Now, there's there's an issue that's been raised, and I'm sure we can figure out, do you want to, Mr. Mears, when I take a step out?
If you're taking a break at some point, or if you get some issues, I believe in legal with health insurance. I think Jeff and I can walk through it outside of it. If you're
well, that's what I'm trying to get to, because
5 issues that we
I'm
can talk
putting
about all at once, we may
the
be-
concepts out there. You all are going to have to kind of caucus and come to an agreement. I'm putting the concepts out there, okay, so that we can get to an agreement.
I appreciate it.
We're not going to sit up here and write language, okay? That you all are the experts. You gotta come to what I'm saying is where I think that we can build some consensus and move forward, okay, tonight.
Right, and while I have my mic before it goes on, I do support the leapfrog, and I do support the step movement, and while I respect all of you who have met with us for a long time, I've gone out and met your firefighters, your men and women out there, and they're not happy, okay? There's no and, ifs, or buts. They're not happy. They feel they're not being taken care of, and we need to do right. We need to do right now. So thank you guys for pushing.
All right. I'm letting y'all get away with that tonight. don't keep doing that now. Okay. All right. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around so long. So, Mayor, I came in prepared with one is that I would like to revisit.
Came on and it went off.
What? You want to go?
I've been so aggressively hitting my button that I think I went back in line. So it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Mayor, I will concede
No,
to
no, 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 no,
Commissioner
no.
Wilson, and I will then
I'm trying to make
tap
sure.
back
No,
in
no,
again.
I'm okay. You go right ahead. I'll be right here.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I'm going to get the tired sillies in a minute. All right, so I just remember because I kind of fixated on something and it bothers me, and I just want to make sure I understand the record correctly, is that when we talk about a historic raise, that historic raise was based on a historic depression where we took back some of the millage and then we failed to restore it, and therefore we had to do a historic raise because we had fallen so far behind. And that's what I recall as the history of why we got to the point of needing such an historic raise. It was because there was an issue of the restoration in the past. I also, Mr. Mendel, you're very good at your job. And I am also very active in my teachers' union. And a lot of your tone I found just offensive for labor unions, because I don't really know of any labor union who is so close to their people that they, in my position, and I grew up in a labor union hall, my mom's, playing underneath a table and listening to the debates. And when you scrape and you claw and you try to get one thing and you get it in like 2015, like the leapfrog, and then you find yourself trying to like claw to keep it, it's so frustrating, and it's hurtful to the morale of the character of the members and of the people who in this instance, I mean, the firefighters are willing to run into a building that I'm trying to run out of, and to try to save other people. So I support, in my contract, I would love to have leapfrogging. I can't get it in the teacher's contract. In my contract, I would love to have step. I can't get it. We've been fighting that for as long as I've been involved in my union, which is since the inception of my career as a teacher. So I support what the labor union has requested. I have been very vocal about supporting them from the point in time of a campaign trail and listening to what I felt like were very reasonable requests. I do think that there is validity behind the numbers that is produced by IAFF. I'm also a statistician, and I believe in the power of case studies, and I know that there is data to support the claims that are made. I trust in the power of their experts, and I don't discredit what Orange County staff has said, but I do know that we got into a predicament of a failure to restore a millage rate. And I do believe that the hiatus and the step helps rectify to prevent that situation from occurring again. I support IAFSF's proposal in full. Thank you.
Okay. Y'all want to stay in here? All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. She didn't press her button.
I was going to say, honestly, I think because we're sort of working through this, and I appreciate, Mayor, the approach to try to make sure that we're getting to the large conceptual pieces, agreeing on what we agree on, so that we can work out some of the nuanced pieces. But I will follow up on what Commissioner Semrad said with just a concern I have at some of the contradictions. And I am looking towards not just you, but what we got from HR, right? So the idea that, it was a very positioned thing, this bullet point that our firefighters are not significantly subsidizing the rest of the county's workforce, but we have been fighting about this for such a long time that there had to have been a reason that felt like there was a subsidy, right? Like if you think about the trade-off there. So I think even in a common sense perspective, if there was not a financial risk to the county because of the subsidizing, we probably wouldn't be all this way into this conversation. The other one is the no fire agencies in the greater Central Florida area have a firefighter health insurance trust. But then we know for sure there are trusts in Tampa and Jacksonville, but the nuance there is that they're not part of the county government. Well, that's not what the bullet point said. The bullet point said no fire agencies in the greater Central Florida area. So I just feel like there's a conflicted messaging there, and it's really important that we look towards jurisdictions that have been successful, because I think what we're getting to, and I'm hearing it from my colleagues, is a lot of support for the union and their position. And so looking at those successful programs and where they've been is more important than a bullet point that says there is no such thing out there. I just want to make sure we were able to glean as much as we can from successful programs, even if they're not exactly, every county government in Florida has a different setup, right? Our charters are all different, it's all different, but having that experience. So no questions, just I wanted to raise those as my kind of observational concerns, hearing this back to back, because during this duration, as county commissioners, we just want to make sure we're taking care of the people who are taking care of our people. And that's this group of people. And I think the hard thing for us is that we're Team Orange County. We want to be like, okay, we're using data and metrics to figure this all out, but then we're getting conflicting data and metrics. So this has been really important. I think the part that I want to say is I also support the extraction and seeing the success of the fire union in being able to build a trust that has some flexibility. And that there are so many inflexibilities right now in government. And to hear that there may be a way to take care of some of these health needs that have never had a way to be taken care of makes me feel optimistic for everybody. So anyway, that's right.
Jeff had this puzzled look for a
no,
moment.
Only from the standpoint is that the slide that I put up there with respect to the comparators specifically had on there the Miami-Dade, had Jacksonville, had Palm Beach, and I identified on there that they do have.
Okay, so the county's philosophical opposition, that slide, if you want to go back to that slide.
Right, none of the jurisdictions in the local market have it.
Yeah, but like our comparative is never going to be Lake County, it's going to be Hillsborough County. Or Duval County, because those are population and size of the actual workforce. So that's all I'm saying is that this on the slide that has the county's philosophical opposition, there is a bullet point that states no fire agencies in the greater Central Florida area have a firefighter health insurance trust.
And that's because one of the statutory criteria are you look at the local operating area.
Which, again, right. And I think that what you're saying is a comparative by locality, right? You're looking at geography, and I'm talking about population base. And so when we try to make decisions and we look at a comparison, I always feel a little more confident when the population of that area is comparable to ours, is growing comparably, has, similar size, budget, and structure. Okay, well, this was the slide with the bullet point. I just want to say, like, I think that the important piece is that I'm not being critical of the information as much as I am that that's a nuanced answer that was given in a bullet point, very factually stated opinion of those philosophical oppositions that really didn't capture the information we need. That's my only criticism there. And so it's okay because we have a wealth of information up here, and quite frankly, we've been very engaged along the way. But I just feel pretty strongly that to come to a decision, we need to have all the facts, and to have that contradictory statement it's frustrating.
Okay, so you all heard some feedback. I don't know, in terms of the leapfrog provision, I don't know that we have consensus there. We can. I know I'm for it. Okay. How many of you think that? I'm talking to members of the board. In terms of the leapfrog provision that had been negotiated, is something that needs to be part and parcel to what we need to decide tonight.
Were they negotiating it though? Because we only heard that it was, but we never got confirmation that you guys were willing to give up leapfrog. Because that was what was said in Mr. Mandel's presentation, is that you had agreed.
I'm going to let the president come up because he was at the negotiating table, and it's actually a lot easier if he speaks.
Don't add ornaments on this Christmas tree now. I want y'all to be honest about what you say, here on both sides.
So I don't know if that was a misrepresentation or misunderstanding of the facts that actually took place. We were asked to, when we were discussing the wages, and the leapfrog came up, our position was it was always tied to the automatic movement or the predictable movement through the wage scale. That was always our position. Late in the game, right before we started, we went into the special magistrate. Is when the county's position, Mr. Mandel stated that was not his interpretation of our offer. But the leapfrog has always been tied to the automatic movement, because the leapfrog article in itself protects against compression as you move through the pay scale. With the automatic movement or the predictable movement through the pay scale, then there would be no reason for the leapfrog. So the leapfrog and the automatic movement are tied together, not specifically to the percentage of steps.
And Chief, if there's any disagreement there, you can certainly chime in. But
well, there is. I mean, I was at the bargaining table, and my team was at the bargaining table, and they absolutely said that they would drop the leapfrog if we gave them their step plan, and we gave them their slotting.
Okay. So he's saying it included the movement.
No, that wasn't our understanding.
Okay. But
Mayor, there was things that were actually said at the table that were part of, and I guess we can call this a package deal.
Okay.
There was things that we actually presented at request of Mr. Mandel. Hey, what would it look like if you could, I'm going to say, stay in the county health care plan? Well, we actually came up with something at one point in time to come back with them, and they rejected it. And again, it was part of a package deal when it was a part of the package in itself that was rejected.
That's the art of negotiation.
Just like management actually brought stuff to us, we rejected parts of their package or the package in itself.
Right.
That's why we're here today.
Right, and we're not here to go back over when you came to some agreement through sitting at the table. I think that's the way negotiations work. Been involved in it long enough. I know how it works. However, let me just say this to you. Philosophically, I can tell you that I've never been opposed to making certain that when someone who is in a particular rank gets promoted, a person of a lower rank shouldn't make more than the person in the higher rank. you know, because then there's a disincentive to move up. And, and so that kind of, so the leapfrogging, if you will, that you've described, philosophically, I think that's bad, okay, to pay people for the job that they're doing as they assume more and more responsibility. If they're doing the same job, that's something different. But as you get promoted up the ranks, increasingly, the burden that you have and the responsibility you have and the expectation that you are to lead in difficult situations, it gets infinitely more difficult as you move up. And you should be compensated for that because you're expecting that person to have a much broader knowledge about many, many different things than just perhaps doing one precise job. And I've said that to our team, but I'm not sitting there doing the negotiations as they are, getting these nuanced languages. We have to give them the flexibility to make sure that we're all being fair in what is being said and how we move forward in the process. Because then your word has to mean something to you. You know, you can't, one side shouldn't get everything and the other side should get nothing. You know, that's not right either. So, but just philosophically, I want our fire department to be in a place where it's a healthy place, where the men and women understand that we're here to support you, but by the same token, we support those people who pay the taxes, and no one out there want to pay more taxes than what they have to. That's just the way the government works, and they're talking about property tax reform now. It can have some significant negative impacts on local governments' budgets, where we're going to be likely forced to reduce somewhere. And we have to have the ability to be able to pay and take care of everybody, okay, in the services that we deliver, not just for the fire department, but everybody. So there seems to be, I think, some consensus about the leapfrog provision. So you all are going to have to spend a little bit of time kind of figuring that out, okay, and so we know what the language is. And then we're going to come back and vote on these things individually, okay, as we said we would do, okay? Everybody up with where we are, okay?
Mr.
You all
Mayor,
up where we are.
my only comment would be is that if the union's saying that their position is that if they get the salary continuation, then the leapfrog language goes away. It would seem to me that if you were going to agree to the salary continuation, then the leapfrog should go away. That was what the proposal was.
Okay. Again, that may be nuanced somewhere. This is where you all need to kind of sit and talk here just for a moment. Don't listen to what we're saying now. I want you all to come to an agreement about it, okay? And then if it needs to come back to the board, I don't want us sitting here negotiating language like that. That's not the role of a Board of County Commission meeting, okay? We're supposed to be making broad decisions based on policy, not getting into the weeds of what you all should be doing, okay? All right, so we're going to give you all 15 minutes, okay, to tighten it up, okay? And then we'll come back and we'll talk about specific language. No, we have to vote. We're going to vote on these individual three. I'm giving them 15 minutes to come up to the lane.
And my nephews were born and raised down here, and one of them's got a big red sox.
Thank you.